Good afternoon. This is the April 28th, 2026 regular meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the
flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Santa Maria, not yet present. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Sten.
Here.
Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Ross.
Here. All righty. And we have a ceremonial item to read.
Yes, item 1, Fair Housing Month 2026.
Hello, Your Honor.
Good to see you.
Fair Housing Month, April 2026. Whereas April is National Fair Housing Month, celebrating the 58th anniversary of the passage of the Federal Fair Housing Act in 1968, prohibiting discrimination concerning the sale, rental, and financing of housing based on race, color, religion, national origin, sex, disability, or familial status. And whereas the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development 2026 theme for National Fair Housing Month is Faith, Freedom, and Fair Housing, highlighting the importance of supporting equal access to housing for all, including a fair housing market and home ownership. And whereas, according to the 2025 Fair Housing Trends Report, despite local, state, and federal laws prohibiting discrimination, more than 32,000 fair housing complaints were filed the prior year, alleging discrimination based on one or more of the Fair Housing Act's 7 protected classes, including an increase of nearly 8.5% in complaints based on national origin. And whereas the City of Santa Barbara is committed to advancing equity in housing and upholding fair housing practices, and is proud to provide the community with a rental housing mediation program established in 1976, which provides at no cost to participants education, eviction protection, mediation with successful out-of-court resolution of rental property housing disputes, thereby assisting in the prevention of homelessness. Therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the City of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim April 2026 as Fair Housing Month, and I thank the local fair housing advocates for their service to the community and urge community members to educate themselves to better understand and exercise their rights to equal housing opportunities. Congratulations. Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Rouse and distinguished council members. I'm Andrea Buffano, Rental Housing Mediation Program Supervisor. I've been very privileged to serve in this position, serving the Rental Housing Mediation Program and the citizens within the communities that we serve, City of Goleta, City of Santa Barbara, and Carpinteria. With me today to support this proclamation is our Chair, Heather Smith, and our Rental Housing Mediation Program staff members, Raymond Rango and Diana Santiago, Rental Housing Mediation Specialist, and our manager, Caroline Payne, Housing and Homeless Services Manager. It's very important to celebrate and recognize National Fair Housing Month. It is the 58th year. While the community is educated, it's very important to emphasize the need to further education and how to prevent discrimination issues from arising. And what our program does is educate the community and help disputes from escalating and provide mediation services. We have a board of 15 that are appointed by City Council, and we thank you for all all of our board members. They're outstanding people. They volunteer their services at no charge to help resolve landlord-tenant disputes and get these matters resolved without having to go through the formal judicial process, which can also often lead to a win-lose situation. And I'm going to just thank you from the bottom of my heart for having this program in operation since 1976. I've been serving the program in the community since 1987, and of course, I believe in it and how we help all the entire community and the additional communities that we serve. I'm going to pass the baton, so to speak, to Heather Smith, and she's going to say a few words as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Just want to thank you for supporting this program. This program does a lot more than just a mediation. It is really the critical place where people go when communications breaks down between landlord and tenant, and they can call and speak to staff and try to find out what their rights are and get some assistance. It's equally for tenants and landlords. There are a lot of landlords out there that may not know the law, and a lot of the breakdown in communication may be just ignorance of what it's been changing so fast. The sand is shifting. So for that, I appreciate you. But what also makes this board special, besides the staff, is that we are a board of 15, which seems rather large. And as you go through the next process of what you're doing with your next board or how you institute what you're working on now, which we don't take a position on, realize that our board works because we're a board of 15. Because when we have mediations, they're not just 1 hour or 45 minutes, it's multiple hours. And most of our board are full-time working in the city of Santa Barbara, so not all of us can take off 4 or 5 hours every week to help out. So there's a rotation. So as you think, what the value of our program is, also think as you go look to make changes, think about the makeup of our program. The number seems big, but we have an equal number of landlords and tenants and homeowners, which helps all discussions kind of to be balanced and helps us keep our eye towards being fair and impartial. So thank you again. I applaud this program and any other program we have in the city that helps landlords and tenants, because this is a really difficult area to lose your home or have an issue with your home or your landlord. And we have now safety nets out there, and starting with our program. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. Madam Administrator, are there any changes to the agenda?
None that I'm aware of, Mayor.
Very good, thank you. With that, we'll move to the consent calendar. I believe you have some items to read.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 2, waiver of reading in full of ordinances and resolutions. Item 3, adoption of ordinance approving First Amendment to lease agreement number 25583 with Mulligan's Cafe, Inc. at Santa Barbara Golf Club, ordinance adoption agreement. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving a First Amendment to lease agreement number 25583 with Mulligan's Cafe, Inc., a California corporation, for the restaurant facility at Santa Barbara Golf Club, 3500 McCaw Avenue, extending the term through September 30th, 2029, and updating operational provisions. Item 4, adoption of an ordinance approving a service and support agreement with ProDigiQ, Inc. at the airport, ordinance adoption agreement. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the airport director to execute a service and support agreement with ProDigiQ, Inc., commencing upon the effective date of the enabling ordinance. Item 5, authorization to amend the legal services agreement with Colantuono, Highsmith, and Watley, P.C., and appropriate available general fund reserves resolution agreement. Recommendation the council B adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 25066, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2026 to appropriate funds for an increase in the litigation services agreement for the city's rent stabilization ordinance in the amount of $400,000. And C, adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving the plan to replenish reserves as required by resolution number 23124, the policies for reserves. And that's all to read, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Are there any items that need to be pulled by a member of council for either discussion or a separate vote?
I have a comment as well, if you don't mind.
No,
I have to approach for a public comment for the consent agenda. says it.
You can fill out a speaker slip and give it to
I did.
the administrator.
You have it.
Oh, you have it already? Okay, I'll call
Do
on
you
you
want
when
the
time's...
comment now, or?
No, I'll call you.
Okay, thanks, just wanted to check.
Mr. Friedman?
I'd like to pull item 5 for
Item
comments
5.
and separate vote.
Okay, very good. Anyone else? Are there, and you said you did fill out a speaker slip, and which item did you want to speak to?
2 and 5, Mayor. But if the request is granted of Councilmember Friedman, I can,
Okay. All right, very good. You're Richard?
yes, that's
Okay, I'll let you know, not yet.
killing me.
Okay, are there any other commenters online that want to speak to the consent calendar?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. And with that, we'll move to, with that, we will, I'll entertain a motion on the balance of the consent calendar, absent item 5. Moved by Jordan. Second by Harmon. May we have the vote, please?
This is a motion for the balance of the consent calendar other than item 5, motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Harmon. Please go ahead and vote.
I didn't hear a 6 being pulled. Was 6 pulled?
Just before we vote, the public commenter said item 2 as well.
No, he's item 5, or
He
2
said
and
5
5?
and 2. So we need to amend the
you wanted
motion
2
to
things, okay.
2 and 5.
Okay, item 2 has already been read into the record, okay, so we can do, so everything, let's go back on the motion, Mr. Jordan, we're going to do everything absent item 2 and item 5. And second? Okay, very good. May we have the vote, please?
Yes, this is a motion for the consent calendar other than items 2 and 5, motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Harmon. Please go ahead and vote. I apologize, I'm going to clear out the previous vote and we'll do a new one. And this is the vote for consent other than items 2 and 5.
Okay, that passes unanimously. With that, we'll move to general public comment, which is 3 minutes at the dais for any item that is not on today's agenda but within the purview of this body. Speaker here is Mark Redmond.
Okay, I just got this, Time Magazine, and I know we're all Christians. Jesus, what would Jesus do? He says, run for mayor. And these kids have signed, all these college kids and some of my residents in my neighborhood. I am running for mayor. I'm not official yet, but I get this to City Hall today and file. It'll be Eric, Kristen, and Mayor Randy bowed out. Yeah, you did a pretty good job, but anyway, we're going to do better because I'm going to be in the office all day. Then I go home at night and see Jane. Okay, so I do a podcast, and it's here's on Santa Barbara, getting those kids to understand that if they take anything off the street, they will be dead because it's all loaded with fentanyl. Cocaine's dirty. They even shoot it. My brother, the medical doctor in Sacramento, tells me everything. And he says, keep doing it because you're bringing awareness. Now there's 10 to 12 dying per month of 3 million in our city. Well, 3 million in the county. Our city's only 86,600. I just checked the last census. I think 20 people left because it was so expensive. And I'm just barely able to make it. Anyway, I'm praying to Jesus and God that we have a really good council this next session and everybody works together. Unite, not fight. And I was a railroad engineer for 43 years. Too long's a short and a long, and every crossing or you're fired. So, I've got a minute left. Well, all I know is my guy's sister-in-law, she works at the Capitol. She works for the Speaker of the Assembly. She's been there 36 years. She's 60 years old. She says, I'll canvass for you. And I said, no, these college kids will do that. You can stay at home, Carrie, and make cookies on the weekends. Anyway, she sets up all of his meetings. She's his executive girl Friday. And works right there in the Capitol, gave me a private tour. I didn't have a jacket. They were in session. Speaker of Assembly gave me one of his jackets. And I walked right in and listened to him. You know, a lot of interesting topics. Vote, because you have the right to vote. You pay taxes do the American thing and vote and make it count. And, let's all work together and make Santa Barbara the jewel of Southern California. I'm a farm kid from Kansas, from Lewisburg, and Kelly grew up just 30 miles from me in Ottawa, Kansas. And I went there to take my college testing, and I did okay, but my brothers, they were medical doctors, and one of them is in a medical company, and he's the CFO, Chief Financial Officer. Makes more than me, but, it's just long so you can make it in this world.
Okay.
Your health
I'll
is
let
what
him in.
counts. This is Mark Redmond, Ears on Santa Barbara, out. I better pick up my Jesus.
All right, very good. Next speaker is Howard Green.
I'm sorry to, Mr. Mayor, to ask for a special favor, but I have a conflict next Tuesday when the other committee people are coming in for their interviews for a post in the city commissions, and I'm
Just
the...
a moment there, Mr. Green. I don't know if that's going to fit protocol or not. Mr. Doimus, what do you have an opinion on that?
Honorable Mayor, it's not, obviously it's not on this agenda where we would wait for it, but it is an agendized item, and there is, for example, a item next week on this, and so we have that scheduled because council's agenda is really impacted, and if we were allowed to make this one exception, it could create a precedent to continue to do so. So my advice is at least to adhere to the schedule, and Mr. Green is free to submit anything as to that, but it's in fairness for other candidates as well, because it's a little bit more than just trying to speak in advance. There are other candidates in considering that, and so by also speaking alone, separate from the other candidates, it creates potentially unfair balance. So I would recommend just, if you can try to make it, to wait that week. I understand there's a conflict, or submit at least something in writing, just for the fairness of all, and we have an item next week on that.
Thank you. Mr. Green, you're known to all of us, so we'll note that you came in for this. But once again, Mr. Doimus had pointed out, we don't make an unlevel playing field.
My
so-
only final comment is,
Yes, sir.
I'm uncontested.
Okay.
Hey, right on, buddy.
Okay, just underneath there, if you would. Thank you. All right, are there other speakers online for general public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. And with that, we will close general public comment and move to the pulled consent items.
I was on general comment. I filled out a piece of paper for being able to make a general comment.
Okay, what was your name?
Zero Kalmar. And I'm going to be out of town, so I wanted to comment today.
Okay, got stuck in the wrong slate. Okay, very good. Come right up ahead.
Okay,
Evelyn?
and I have 3 minutes, so please don't interrupt. So my concern today relates to a document filed in Santa Barbara on November 20th, 2020. It states that the father of my son, Eric Johnson, is the trustee of an apartment in Isla Vista he owns outright. The issue with this filing by an alleged trustee, attorney Eric Babion of Woodland Hills, is that my son's father passed away on November 2nd. In other words, this trustee filed that a dead man is a trustee rather
Ma'am, I
than
am going to
naming the
interrupt you
real
because that is
trustee.
not anything in the purview of this
It's
body.
a general comment. More important, the
It's a
trustee
specific
has
comment to your
not-
legal problem, which we don't face, ma'am. This is
Well,
about,
it's a general comment. I'd like to be able to
it
continue.
is not within,
I can
More
help you,
important,
sir.
this trustee
Doimus,
has
you have
not
something to say?
complied with legal requirements,
Yes,
including
spe-
filing the
Speaker,
required.
there is no, so
parent
your
child
general comment
exemption
has to be
form.
to the purview of city business. So
Well,
yours
this is
is,
city business. Somebody
It is not
illegally
city
filed
business.
a paper claiming that a dead man is a trustee, and if that's not the purview of the city, then I don't know what is.
it's not the purview of the city, ma'am. I'm sorry, respectfully.
Well, it is
would-
regarding the tax assessors. I'd like
We're-
to finish my 2 minutes
ma'am,
if I
you're not
could.
allowed. We've got a lot of folks here to speak, and we do city business
Well,
here
and I've
only.
been here and waiting, so I.
I'm sorry, but it is not within our purview, so we're going to continue on with the other
Okay,
speakers.
well, I'd like to finish by saying who in Santa Barbara is profiting from stealing my son's inheritance and letting this trustee be above the law in Santa Barbara?
All right, very good. Thank you. Faiza Dean? Faiza Dean? Yes? Oh, there we go.
There's an attorney.
Business, I'm busy. Hi, I'm here today to continue comments. My name is Faye Dean, and I'm coming here today because I'm in litigation with, in court because of an unlawful detainer. You know, I don't mind entertaining it, but
Mayor, it's kind of this, we need to be fair. Ms. Dean apologized, the same thing we told the other
Okay,
speaker. It has
so-
to relate to the city business.
Okay,
litigation.
right. So I'm writing to the city business. So the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara, you know, there's some accounting problems. You know, I have a bachelor's in accounting. And I need you guys to turn some attention to them. I think it's a major problem when people don't understand accounting. You know, they are calculating my business income, net revenue. I have documentation, but the point is, it's kind of a major problem. I remember coming to you, maybe it was last year, about the not being able to register my car. I was a Lyft driver. I had a 2021 Ford EcoSport. Well, I was able to get some payment arrangements on that and go ahead and register my car. But now here we go again. I'm like, good Lord, you know, someone rear ends my car. And I'm just trying to get to the point that I need you to work with, somebody needs to solve the problem at the Housing Authority, because I really don't mind entertaining things, but I really want to get to work. I have a business license here in the city of Santa Barbara. I have corporation paperwork on my desk, and I have manufacturing papers, and I'm sitting here in an unnecessary process to make somebody pay money. We're going to be in court for a whole year. I'm supposed to be getting served a letter of an annual recertification. Hasn't come yet. The law, it requires Housing Authority to pay my rent until this is over. But I'm really trying to focus on, I need you to relieve me a little bit. We got to come together and talk about accounting, because there's an error. And I really need to start working with my insurance. You know, Bob Holzer rear-ended me on the 2-lane road, and I need to get to State Farm, and I need to get these people so I can go ahead by my business. So that's what I'm asking the city to step in on their second-story association and the Housing Authority of the City of Santa Barbara so I can take care of my business. Thank you.
All right, very good. Further comments online or general public comment?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, with that, we'll close general public comment. We'll move on to the poll consent items. Richard Cloud?
Lloyd,
I'm sorry.
close.
Oh,
It's
okay.
My handwriting's terrible.
Okay. You're speaking to, go ahead and speak to item 2.
Yes, Mayor Rouse, good afternoon, and council members. This was a rather curious item that appeared on the consent agenda, kind of read out a bit like a disclaimer you get on advertisements. But I've never seen this provision before on the consent agenda or the agenda. And what is particularly curious about it is it's something that didn't happen with the enactment of the rent freeze. And the idea that you can have a pre-passage waiver of the reading of a resolution also directly violates the city charter, and that city charter provision is referenced in item 2.511. The city charter does not just require the reading of the resolution in full, but it requires it at the time, and then after the reading of the title, the further reading thereof can only be waived by unanimous consent of the people present. The city charter, as you know, is the constitution of the city. It cannot be waived by an ordinance, and it also cannot be waived by a consent agenda item that is prospective looking. So My suggestion is that you pull this request and talk with Mr. Doimus about whether it complies with the city charter before you pass it, and I think worse than pass it, rely on something going forward that is invalid and may lead to future ordinances becoming invalid. As to consent item number 5, I can address that now
Go right ahead.
looks like we're busy. We've got a fair bit to get through. I appreciate Councilmember Friedman, you pulling this item for discussion. I think it is important. I find it remarkable that a rent freeze ordinance that is subject to challenge, that the city is proposing taking $400,000 from the Flexible Housing Fund to fund the defense of this litigation. And I think you should just simply ask the Fair Housing Board, could that $400,000 be used to help tenants with shortfalls of rent? Is that a better use for it? I would argue yes. I think fundamentally it's a tremendous amount of money that does warrant full discussion and shouldn't be authorized as part of a disclaimer speed writing. It deserves full discussion. It deserves a vote on the record, and I ask that you do that also. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, those are two very different items. So let's go ahead and have a motion on item 2, if we may.
So moved.
Moved by Harmon, second by Jordan.
I have a question to.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Doimus, could you address item 2 for us, or at least speak to it before we vote on it?
Yes,
so the
Honorable
public can
Mayor.
understand what we're voting on.
Yes, Councilmember Friedman. So Charter Section 511 does require a reading of ordinance. That can be waived by council, and unless it's an urgency ordinance. And what this does is it is actually a vote. So what we're doing in consent is exactly what any council member can do for. This is placed on there. They can vote. It's a whole vote on it. They can pull it separately, vote on that issue. So it's actually very transparent. The charter does not talk about how the voting occurs in terms of the mechanism. It does require a vote by the council, and council would read the agenda every day, look at the if there's ordinances or resolutions on there. They have the option to pull the item, vote on it separately, and fulfill the requirements of the charter. In fact, it's very transparent instead of being muddled in the same kind of motion of the ordinance, where here it's actually a standalone item. And I think it goes to the point as well that it was obviously noticed by the public because it's its own standalone item. So to me, it's very transparent. And other cities with similar charter requirements have similar languages to address with this from the efficiency standpoint. It's a long process to sit there and read an entire ordinance resolution. So this gives the council the option to vote on it, to decide each meeting, and a consent is a vote. It's a procedure in the meeting as we're going through that today.
All right, very good. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? May we have the vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Very good. This is for item 2. It's a motion for the recommended action by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Jordan. Please go ahead and vote.
Passes 6-1 with one abstaining, Ms. Hannah Perea. Okay, we'll go to item 5, and that's yours, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, before comments, I just have a question for our city attorney. So this item, in addition to the $100,000 that has already been used for the litigation thus far, we are asked to contribute another $300,000. So the first question, this is for Mr. Doimus, is this going to be sufficient for the entire litigation, or is it possible that there could be additional costs?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, it's an estimation. It could be less, it could be more. The estimation was based on a reasonable, like I said, guess with the idea of not going to council frequently. So I hope it covers it, but there's no guarantee based on how litigation proceeds.
Thank you. And then the next question, Ms. McAdoo. Being that we are in our emergency reserves right now, where is the money from this coming from?
So what staff is proposing, consistent with the council reserve policy, is we are reimbursing or paying for the litigation from reserves, but we are required to backfill when the council reserve policy, when the council reserves are being used by policy. So we are proposing to use some of the unallocated balance in the, basically the funds from Measure I, sales tax, that have gone into the flexible housing fund to cover the litigation costs, as this is related to the rent stabilization program development and rent moratorium. So that money would then go back to replenish the reserves consistent with policy.
And is there, well, two follow-up questions, and those are the remainder of my questions. One, is there any plan to replenish the flexible housing fund? And then the second is, can you just, for the public, help us understand what the flexible housing fund is and what it means to take out this amount from that?
Hopefully at some point, if we have additional revenues, we could reimburse the flexible housing fund. We also have a debt to the flexible housing fund for $500,000 that was used for immigration-related items last year. So that, it is basically funds that are set aside by policy direction from the council. It's not they're not required to be used for housing, but it is what the council has stated as a policy decision for use of the Measure I sales tax revenue that was Measure I was approved by the voters in November of 2024. And so part of that is we put aside $1.5 million a year towards the flexible housing fund, which can go for housing or homelessness services from a variety of different uses. And then the other $1.5 million was put into the local housing trust fund, which does have more strict requirements for use.
Okay, thank you. So there will be a reduction in services with that. So just my comments are that...
just to clarify, they're not allocated right now, so there's not an actual reduction of services, but if the council wanted to use those towards other housing or homelessness-related services, they wouldn't be available. So just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So I won't be supporting this. One, we are currently in our emergency reserves in the city, and we haven't even had an emergency yet. And so we're scrambling to try to find ways, and now it appears we're going to be perhaps reducing some of the services that we'd be able to provide through our flexible housing fund. And this lawsuit was avoidable, 100%. It could have been done a different way that would have avoided litigation. And it brings up a subject from 2020. The same groups and individuals who are involved in this lawsuit are the same ones in a lawsuit from 2020 that came on rental relocation. That was in the fall of 2020. And that was when Councilmember Sneddon, you switched your vote after the council had voted against the city attorney's advice. And the city attorney said if we went to 3 months rental relocation at the time, it wasn't legally defensible. The vote was switched. The council went the other direction. Mike Jordan and I were the only ones to maintain our position. And then 3 years later, on May 9th, 2023, the litigation was settled on the consent calendar, and the result was that we took away 1 month of rental relocation assistance for the disabled, elderly, and other at-risk populations. That lawsuit was also avoidable. We have the same groups of people there, and I didn't support that then, and I'm not going to support it now. So I will be voting no on this item.
Okay. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't support this also, too, and I just have a couple of questions. John, so when you said this covers the it, what is the it? Is that to get to settlement, to get to trial? If we lose at trial, the expected cost? Is that what the $300,000 is for? Or what are all those categories of, we have 100 years of litigation history to say situations like this that we should be prepared for?
Sure. Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan. First, this is a very specialized area of law, and we are seeking a very competent outside firm that has successfully defended the city in the past on this policy decision by the City Council. To answer your specific question, like I said, it's an estimation and a buffer not to come back to council frequently. It could be less, it could be more. It all is based on how the litigation proceeds. If we're able to get out of the lawsuit earlier through motions it would cost less. If we have to go to a trial in federal court, it could cost more, and I would probably be back. So there's no way to predict the actual cost yet. It's just an estimation of at least to give enough money to proceed and thoroughly defend the case without having to frequently interrupt and come back to council. But I don't know at this point if that number is enough.
Fair enough. And if we go to trial and lose, are there other penalties or costs on top of our relationship with outside counsel?
I would imagine outside counsel would seek attorney fees, which we would then have to defend as well, which would also mean our bill goes up.
So it'd essentially be at least a doubling of whatever that number is at that time, right? Probably more because it's like a private attorney.
Well, I will answer this. I can say this fairly confident. If we have to go all the way with the litigation and then lose and battle that, it would most likely be more than $400,000.
And then, in your experience, what are the benchmark timelines for this? When do we get to a point, how long does it take to, whatever's happening now at the cost of $400,000, when do we get to a point where there's opportunity for either side to seek a settlement? What is that? Is that a year? Is that 2 years? When would we get to trial? That type of thing. I mean, when would we be expecting you back to give us money back or ask for more money?
I don't know. Like to answer your question is the person in charge is the person wearing the black robe, right? So I don't know who their schedule's like. I would imagine because this is a lawsuit on the moratorium and not a permanent ordinance, it'd be a much more abbreviated schedule. But I don't know how soon the judge will take it up. I don't, know how fast we'd proceed in this litigation. It could be several months that I would, if I had to come back, and that's the goal, not to come back next week or next month. But if need be, would at least hopefully be several months to give us enough leeway to defend the case.
So, just obviously, I'm not going to support this either, but, that comment on the reserves, if you do a back of a napkin math on the reserves where we are now and where we should be, it's probably something like $3 million a year for 15 years just to get back to where we should be. Not talking about anything else that comes along in the meantime to take care of that. So, it's not really, I mean, it's important where it is being suggested to come from, but it's really not about where it comes from. It's just about continuing to dig a hole in our available dollars for anything. And for that reason, and obviously just being in this predicament, I won't support this either. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Santa Maria?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Question for Mr. Doimas. So we're all, just for the public to understand, we're already in this litigation, correct?
Yes, the case has been filed and we are actively defending it. Councilmember Santa Maria.
From your perspective, what would happen if us as a city council and as a city, we don't invest in the defense of this lawsuit? Are we exposing ourselves to any legal risk?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Santa Maria, yes, in the sense that we would not have our outside counsel to pay for to defend. We would then probably have to internally defend that, and that would be beyond the strain of our current resources to defend complex litigation like this in federal court, mind you, too. Our offices are not even close. But.
So what I'm understanding is if we don't vote for this additional support for outside counsel, your office and your staff would have to take on this workload that you already can't take on because of your current workload. Is that what I'm understanding?
That would be an accurate summary.
Thank you so much. Okay, those are all my questions. Very briefly, I will be supporting this for a few reasons. First of all, hearing a vote from 2020 being referenced about relocation assistance and similar actors, I want to first thank Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon for that vote back then because she voted to give as much relocation assistance as possible to tenants. And I was on the ground with those families who that made all the difference between being in the streets and homeless and being able to stay housed. So, I do think that the similarities that we are seeing with the same actors filing similar lawsuits, the same corporate landlord lobby who couldn't afford relocation assistance and can't afford to put off a single rent increase somehow has the money to sue us. So I'm not necessarily sure that there was another way of doing this other than ideally everybody coming to the table, but we did have focus groups where, we had a lot of landlords who just wouldn't show up. And so our staff, our city has been doing everything we can to outreach. We are now facing another lawsuit, and it is my belief that we need to equip our city attorney's office with the tools that they need to defend us. And otherwise, we are turning away from what is potentially something that could even cripple our city attorney's office. There's already enough on their plate for us to not support them. So I will be supporting this full-heartedly, and I hope the rest of my colleagues do the same. Thank you.
Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Ross. I think I have two questions. One is, why aren't we hearing this in closed session? It is clear that this is turning into a political discussion, and we can't speak freely. I'm a little bit cautious that even by the comments about whether this was preventable or meritless made in the first comment is reference to discussions within closed session, and I don't think that's appropriate. Could we hear this in closed session before we make this vote? Because it seems to speak of strategy and what this funding might be being used for.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sutton, it's a very fair question, and it is also something, as we discussed this in my mind, the item is for the funding of it, so I feel the questions have been fair. I've been very careful, to be honest, in my response to make sure we're not divulging any type of strategy. I think, we reached the edge of that line, but I would not go any further. But I appreciate your question because I do understand that point. But it relates at least to the issue of funding and the question of the resourcing of that money out. So I do feel that's fair, but, I'm not going to discuss in terms of how the billing would occur, et cetera. So it's about as comfortable as I would feel, but it's a very fair question. Thank you.
So if I had questions regarding the strategy of the use of this funding, could I request a closed session before we approved this funding?
That's really, yes, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sutton. Let me answer it this way. Legal billing has been sometimes declared to be attorney-client privilege because an outside counsel who's, going up against your adversary can look at the billing, the rates, how it's being spended, see how the city wants to go through that strategy. So that when you're talking about itemized billing and how you would do that, that certainly falls in the realm of strategy. That's why I think it's a very fair question you ask. I'm just asking for the general appropriation of funds and not talking about anything specific. So that's why I believe, at least for this item, the way it's structured on this agenda is okay.
Okay, I agree it's okay, but I'm having questions about approving this funding without understanding some questions about strategy that I can't ask in this.
How about maybe a simple solution is this, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sutton. Obviously, we're as Councilmember Santa Maria said, we are currently in litigation. We do need this money to pursue. I think this is like a reasonable estimation from our office of what we need currently. We can always have a closed session when we're talking about the strategy in the case and how we're dealing with the case. And I don't want to say anything more to that, but we can have a further one if we need further expenditures when I'm giving an update to council. And then still, the expenditures still would have to come publicly, but probably could have more detailed questions in closed session.
Of course, the funding come publicly, but I have questions about the strategy of use of these funds as different from maybe some of the things we discussed in closed session previously that I would want to be able to ask about this. And then a second question I have is, why aren't these funds coming from our legal defense funds?
I don't know if you...
So, Councilmember Snedden, a couple of things. One, I would suggest if there's questions, we could continue this item for a week. That could allow you to have, I think city attorney is expressing some concern about just how the appropriation of the funds, that's really not an appropriate topic for closed session. And so I think. but
Oh,
if
that's
there's-
not my question for
Yeah, so if
closed
there's,
session.
yeah, so if there's questions, but I think maybe we're, talking directly to the city attorney individually first, maybe we can try to answer those questions, and then if we need to schedule a closed session, we can, but we can also continue this item for a week or two. Second, the legal defense, our self-insurance fund does not have adequate funding in it right now to be able to cover these expenses that is from the general fund. And so that is, we need to transfer the money there to be able to pay for the bills.
Okay, thank you. So if our council members are amenable, I'd like to continue this item so that some of these questions can be answered before we appropriate these funds.
And if I may, Honorable Mayor Pro Tem Sutton, the way if it would come back, it would still look like this in the agenda. The
Yes.
request is just a general request, potentially to give the city enough of a estimation and a buffer to cover its costs. We would never discuss in open session how we plan to use those funds, the strategy behind litigation. That would be a separate discussion. We'd always would hold that type of conversation in closed session. So.
Let me be very clear. Because this is an increase to what we have previously discussed when we discussed strategy, I have questions about what changed or might be in discussion, and I need to have that conversation before I support the movement of these funds.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm happy to delay as needed. I guess that just sort of begs one question for me, which is just to confirm, Mr. City Attorney, that there are no consequences from a litigation perspective for us delaying this decision. And by that I mean there is no invoice that we must pay in order for our attorneys to perform the next stage of the litigation.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, no, a week delay provides no issue. I think we wanted to come early before we even ran out of the original 100,000 to have that buffer I would use, and so we don't have to keep coming back to council. Like I said, it's a total estimation, so it won't have any impact as to the current litigation right now by delaying a week.
Okay, great, thank you. Yes, and I'll just briefly, I will support this item when it comes back before us. Appreciate the opportunity to have more conversation about it, but these are incredibly complex areas of law and policy that we are wading into, and I think that it is vitally important that we see these questions through to their end, and that means investing in the conversation, whether we're talking about it from a policy perspective or through the legal lens. And so I think it's important that we do that, and I will be supporting it when it comes back before us.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'd like to make a motion to continue this item. Ms. McAdoo, would we continue it into, what would be the wording, for next week, for?
We don't need to continue it to a date certain because it wasn't published, so we can just remove it from this agenda if that's the council's pleasure, and then we'll bring it back once the questions have been answered.
Okay, thank you. I
And
think
that
that'll.
1 to 2 weeks, we can.
Okay, yeah, I think that'll give us all time to ask our questions and not have to say anything that's inappropriate. Thank you.
Okay, so this is one of these things that we put ourselves in this position, was self-inflicted, and it was something that was, I think, very clear to most of us and understandable. So I agree with Mr. Jordan and Mr. Friedman, but I'm going to support the motion because we're stuck in this situation. We're going to need to have this authority to go forward. And I don't see any reason to continue this. It's not going to look any different in a week or two than it is right now. So I would support the agenda item, but because we're already there, and this was completely foreseeable. So I will support the agenda item. Now, Ms. McAdoo, did you say we do not need a motion and a vote to continue?
It doesn't need to be continued to a date certain, but if the council wishes to continue the item, it'd probably be helpful to just take a vote on that and get direction from the council.
Okay, Ms. Sten, you have a comment or a motion? Or?
Just a quick comment. If others on council are ready to proceed, I can abstain today, but since I've been named by name and I feel extra responsibility for extra due diligence on my part, so I will abstain, but if it's ready to move forward today, I don't want to hold that up.
Okay. All right, well, if it's the council's pleasure, we can continue. I don't support that. But if we do, I can entertain a motion. Otherwise, we'll just move forward and go for the vote on the item. Mr. Attorney.
I can sense the council's difficulty. I have no issue, like I said to Ms. Harmon's point of waiting a week or two to bring this back. And individually, I'm happy to answer any council's members' questions so they can feel they have their due diligence. So council can choose how they would like to proceed, but I just want to make that offer, that's all.
All right, thank you. Well, it's the pleasure of council. You want to make a motion? Or what do you want? There's not a motion. Or did you make a motion? Oh, you made a motion to do that, okay.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I had made a motion to continue the item.
Okay,
I
is
don't
there a
thi-
second? Okay, second by Harmon. May we have the vote, any further discussion? Okay, may we have the vote, please, Madam Clerk?
Motion by Councilmember Santa Maria, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, to continue item 5 to a later meeting. Okay. Go ahead and vote, please.
Motion passes 5-2 with Rouse and Jordan voting no. Okay, and that will clear that up. With that, we will move on to the next item, which is item 10. If you read that on the record, please.
Absolutely. Item 10 is the Own Your Impact campaign.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Jen Hollywood, and I'm an outreach coordinator with the Sustainability and Resilience Department, and I'm here today to introduce you to a new campaign that we launched this year. Own Your Impact is a 10-month-long campaign that's designed to increase department recognition throughout the city, as well as build community capacity, which aligns with Section A 1.6 of our Climate Action Plan. And in order to introduce you to this, I'm going to, if all goes well, show you our launch video, which kind of gives a little introduction to the campaign. So that was our launch video. We launched this in February, which was kind of our soft launch and when we encouraged participants to sign up. And then we did our actual campaign start in March. And so what we're asking of participants when they join is they fill out a form and they can request to either receive further communications in English or Spanish. And each month, they receive a newsletter in their inbox, which gives them education related to the month's topic. And then we're hosting events. For example, right now in April, this is our Waste Less, Live More topic, which is all about waste reduction. And so tomorrow we're offering a tour of the Tahigas landfill and the resource center. So we're taking residents out to get a firsthand look of where all their waste goes in the city and is processed. And then we also offer local business partnerships and incentives. Right now, we're partnering with Mission Refill to give a percentage off to help people kind of build their home waste reduction process there. And then each time we send these out, there's a link for them to go in, and we're asking people to commit to small actions that will increase their sustainability. So there's also a built-in accountability in the program, so they go in and they actually check off to make those packs, and then at the end of the month, they go in and can kind of self-certify if they completed those tasks or not. And then participants can win raffle prizes that we are putting together that are related to the topics as well. We've designed this to be inclusive within the community so that you don't have to be a homeowner. You know, we're not asking you to install solar panels on your house. So we want these to be very attainable because we want to kind of recognize that all of our small choices that we make every day can combine together to make a big impact. So we've kind of deviated from our department branding on this to make really a kind of bold impact. So you should hopefully start seeing some of this, these graphic designs show up on local buses and, you know, in print and throughout the city. So we're really kind of trying to catch people's attention with this. And then, like I said, we're offering incentives with local partnership, and you can get items related to help kind of spread the word about the program. If you stop by the table on the way out, I left some buttons and some stickers and some more information about the program. We're also really trying to focus on community involvement. So we've been doing a lot of local in-person outreach about this. We are also partnering with UCSB's College Corps, and we're going to have 2 fellows for the next school year, and they will be kind of part of our street team to be out in the community talking about this campaign. We're also encouraging not just individual participants to sign up, but we're kind of encouraging schools to join together as a group, local HOAs, community organizations, neighborhood communities. You can kind of just join together and work towards this as well. And then at the time that I created the staff report for this, we had over 200 participants, and I'm happy to report that we're now up to over 250 participants. We got some more people at a couple local events like Earth Day recently. We were featured in the Santa Barbara Independent. They did a nice article on us to try and ramp up that participation. And then, like I spoke of before, our business partnerships are really kind of trying to put a spotlight on the local businesses that are also aligned with our goals for this program. And then we have continued social media postings. We're continuing to try and solicit more participation through our monthly newsletters and the other usual communication techniques that we use. And that's pretty much the summary of this program. You can sign up right now, anyone in the room can, by scanning this QR code. And then, like I said, I left some information out on the table. There's also some little postcards you can pick up, and you can go to our website and learn more about it and hopefully sign up. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. This is an information presentation, so if you have questions and comments, you can do them all at once. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I love this stuff. So thank you, Elia, for not looking at me when you said we're not asking you to do something or we're not telling you, because, you know, we have those conversations. So just a couple thoughts, and you mentioned them, but I just want to reinforce them. 2 of the biggest outreach black holes to me on what happens day to day are trash and water. And I mean, you know, it's just, there's a limited time frame up north with us, and there's a limited amount of water. And it just seems like those should be real focus areas for gains you could make. And I'm going to say this a couple times, cross-siloing, because maybe for you it's not cross-siloing, but to be able to move horizontally So you're not just working on outreach to your customer list too, but you're siloing over into the data we have for actual customers for trash and water and beginning to message to them. The key thing about this, we used to have a transportation guy that I used to annoy when I'd walk into a hearing where he was at and I'd get my car keys out and get ready to hand them over to him, right? And that's not about this. This is just about planting that seed and letting it grow organically. And from what I heard you say, letting it grow in a way that works with your life. So I can't much reduce my electricity use in my household. I have to drive the same places I drive every day. And there are choices you can make on how to make that better, but they're not today choices. I can't throw away my car and get a new electric car. And so I think the soft kind of messaging here that's persistent is the right approach to have long-term gains that just almost sneak up on you organically again. Like the idea of visuals, separate incentives are good, but I think pummeling is better in the long term, just to keep the message out there and not just make it a funding issue because you have incentives tied to it and it's only go to a certain amount of months. But this is just something that we do forever to better our efforts on that. Like visuals, I had written down kids here before you showed the slide with the schools on it, because that is, 2 generations away from me is the real generation that's going to make the change. It's not me, it might not be my kids, but certainly it's the grandkids level as they're in elementary school and growing up there will be. And I can't tell you how many, not me, but I can't tell you how many other people only work on digital platforms. And you need to have some type of plan for the digital platforms. And frankly, they look better than a city of media release. You talk to Oscar, okay, he's the guy. But you have to be able to reach people in a manner that they're expecting to be reached and not ask them to go somewhere else, look for a bill insert or something like that. Didn't see it specifically, but neighborhood associations, you might have meant that when some of the stuff you talked about, but I think key again. And then again, the last comment I have is cross-silo efforts where the message is already welcome, you just haven't made it yet. And just off the top of my head, that's like signs that you can read when you walk in without being in your way at the Douglas Family Preserve or at Shoreline Park or West Beach or Each Beach. You're already there enjoying that experience that you're trying to protect with this program. And in the perfect world, those should be people walking by that sign about your program that are already more than halfway there to what you're talking about. Farmers market, same thing too. You shouldn't be able to walk 20 feet at farmers market without seeing something like this or without seeing your QR code with a visual on every farmers market booth hanging from the top of the tent. I could probably go on, but I'll let you off the hook. But thanks so much for this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. So we heard this campaign at Sustainability Committee, and then Ms. Hollywood, you also presented at the Neighborhood Advisory Council, and it was very well received, very positive, and I love the additional ideas that Councilmember Jordan just mentioned of having it in other neighborhood groups and parks and other places too. I love this campaign. I love that it's small, actionable, personal choices, and they aren't so overwhelming and daunting, like completely electrifying your entire house, and that it really takes into account the sort of accessibility of that. And I was hoping you could just give us a few examples of some of those small actions that people will be sort of encouraged to make. And just with congratulations, it's a wonderful campaign.
Thank you, Councilmember Sneddon. I actually wrote down a couple that I was going to mention and then I didn't. So 2 of the ones that we have for this month, since it's our waste reduction month, we're asking people to perform a waste audit at their house and kind of really take stock of what they see most of in their waste and how they can maybe reduce that by a little bit. And then also attempting to replace one disposable item with a reusable item. Mm-hmm. So things that are attainable, but also kind of help you going forward.
Yep, thank you so much.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mr. Rouse.
thank you to our staff. This is, I mean, ditto to what my colleagues have said, an incredible campaign. I also remember seeing a little bit of this at the Youth Council Speak Out, and, you know, the youth were very excited about this. One question for you to share info with the public, is this in Spanish? Is it a campaign in Spanish?
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Maria. Yes, everything that we've created, we've also duplicated in Spanish. And when people sign up at the beginning, they can opt to receive all further communications in either English or Spanish.
That is beautiful. I'll keep my comments limited. That was the only question I had. Thank you so much. I knew the answer to that, but I also really wanted the community to hear that this is a bilingual, inclusive campaign, and I kudos to just, as Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon said, the accessibility of it, and you're not asking people to reinvent the wheel. It's like, take these baby steps, and all of that can actually make a big difference. So thank you so much.
All right, if there's no further comments or questions, thank you very much. There's no comments on this item online, are there?
Correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All righty. And with that, we will move on to the big show. Move that on to, read that into the record, please, Madam Clerk. Sir, you want to? Yeah, that part, yeah. That clerk part.
Can do that. And the next item is item 11, draft State Street Master Plan.
Okay, very good. As we get going here, I want to announce I've already got pretty close to an hour worth of speaker slips sitting here right now. We will accept speaker slips in person and online hands raised until 3:15. So if you're interested in participating either online or in person, please turn in a slip and or raise your hand by 3:15. And then we'll cut them off after that.
We're having a little bit of a staff and consultant transition, so give us a moment to
Okay.
get everyone situated.
You have 2 minutes.
And Mayor, I'll be kicking off the comments for this afternoon.
Thank you.
You guys ready? Okay.
Ms. McAdoo.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm very excited to be here this afternoon for the, I guess it's been unveiled for a couple weeks now, but the council meeting unveiling of the draft State Street Master Plan. I just wanted to make a few comments before we launched into the larger staff presentation and acknowledge some individuals and just set some context for what we're doing here today. First and foremost, I want to thank the team at Mullen Polizoides for agreeing to work with the city and for helping us get this draft plan before you today. I want to thank the State Street Advisory Committee and the many other community members who've been involved in shaping the foundation and vision for this plan. I also want to acknowledge the leadership of the City Council for their continued commitment and prioritization of this process, even though it has been lengthy and I think frustrating at times that we're not farther along than where everyone wanted to be. I want to thank the cross-departmental city team, city staff team that's been involved in the drafting of the plan. And last but certainly not least, I want to acknowledge Tess Harris, our State Street Master Planner. This plan would not be here today without her incredible hard work, dedication, and commitment. I am in awe of her continued commitment to making downtown Santa Barbara successful and thriving. And ultimately, I believe that's what we all want with the eventual adoption of this master plan, is a successful and thriving downtown. A couple weeks ago, we had our council budget retreat in the Faulkner Gallery in the library, and if you haven't been over there, there is a historical exhibit of prior covers of the Independent newspaper. And I had to chuckle because there was a cover from 1992, and it said, "What's the deal with State Street and the barricades?" And so I had a little realization that State Street is like Santa Barbara's never-ending story. And rightfully so, though. I mean, it is the heart of our community, and it is so important to who we are as a community and where we're headed. And we should be constantly reinvesting in and thinking about how we support this area so that it remains vibrant and thriving. And today really isn't about whether the street is open or closed to cars. It's about a vision for how we want downtown to look and feel for the next 40 to 50 years. The plan isn't about cars. It's about creating and designing a state street that allows the council and staff, as well as future leadership teams, to adaptively manage the street based on changing circumstances, data, and experience. We don't have to decide on hours of operation or what's going to happen on the street in the next 6 months. We'll be coming back to council at the end of June or early July for that discussion, and we'll be able to continue to iterate. We also don't need to know how to pay for it all today. That becomes part of the implementation plan that we would start exploring as we move forward. This is a plan that can be phased and adapted as we get information about design constraints and costs. Today is about getting consensus around the vision for where we want to go. I'm excited for the team to present this draft plan to council today, and with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Harris to begin the presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. McAdoo. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Tess Harris, and I am the city's State Street Master Planner. And I'd like to introduce, although Ms. McAdoo mentioned it, I'd like to introduce the person sitting next to me as well as a couple behind me. Next to me, I have Stefanos Palazoides. Stefanos is a partner in Moulin Palazoides, which is the consulting group we are working with. He's also the Dean of Architecture at the University of Notre Dame, and he's one of the founders for the Congress for the New Urbanism. It's really been a pleasure to get to work with him. And with him are Chris Allaire, who's an architect with Moulin Palazoides, and Elizabeth Kromkowski, a designer with Moulin Palazoides, and their work as well has been really, really invaluable over the last 6 months. I want to mention they've been involved with this project since their contract was awarded, which was at the end of October 2025. It's been over the last 6 months that this design has really been thought through with all of the feedback and community input that had come in before the last 6 months and during. And they'll be presenting the design scheme for the State Street Master Plan shortly. And then also with us, I want to mention we do have Justin Manuel with Arcadia, Miguel Nunez with Farron Piers, and Paul Crabtree with the Crabtree Group. And these were some of our technical experts that worked with Moulin Palazoides. And so as questions come up, staff along with them will be able to help answer those. And then I also want to acknowledge the many city staff that are in this room today. They're available for questions, and they also have been a really integral part of this project. And so this afternoon, we're going to discuss the draft master plan, including the background for the plan, community engagement to date, the vision and goals, the design strategy, and opportunities for implementation. And before we really jump in, I also want to take a moment to say thank you to this community and to everyone who's helped bring us to this point in the master plan process. I'll note just, probably a couple hours ago, so there may be more, but we received over 600 public comments for this city council meeting. Thank you to all who share a passion for making Santa Barbara a truly remarkable place to live, work, and visit. And our downtown deserves to be a forward-thinking place, one that evolves with the times rather than one that gets left behind. And I think that the energy in this room and the people that are here to talk about downtown, regardless of the side that anybody is on, is proof that we're ready to meet that moment together. And I want to take a moment also to recognize a few people and groups whose contributions have been especially important in this process. The State Street Advisory Committee, whose dedication and thoughtful work over the last 5 years have helped shape the direction of this plan. In particular, Dave Davis, the chair of the State Street Advisory Committee, and Ken Saxon, the vice chair of the State Street Advisory Committee, for their leadership, vision, and ongoing commitment to our downtown. Dave kindly did the introduction as well for the master plan. All of the State Street Advisory Committee members are listed. But in addition to Dave and Ken, John Bauke, Michael Becker, Diane Black, Hillary Blackerby, Marge Caffarelli, Roger Durling, Nadra Ehrman, Robin Elander, Ed Lenbeck, Peter Lewis, Kristen Miller, Suzanne Tejada, Megan Harmon, Mike Jordan, Kristen Sneddon, Alejandra Gutierrez, and Roxana Bonderson. And I mention that because they really spent so much time since the State Street Advisory Committee actually was formed before my position was formed. So they began meeting in 2021 and had over 20 meetings with that committee, and really just an amazing group of people that are wanting to improve the downtown and represent the community. And then the local architect volunteer work group for lending their expertise and creative perspective to the process, and they're listed as well: Mark Appleton, Anthony Grumbine, Justin Manuel, John Margolis, Thomas Sakula, Alexis Stippa, Fred Sweeney, and Ching Xiu. And to the many community organizations that have shown up, that shared their insights and advocated for the future of our downtown, like the American Institute of Architects, Downtown Santa Barbara Improvement Association, Friends of State Street, Move Santa Barbara Association of Realtors, Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, Strongtown Santa Barbara, Visit Santa Barbara, and we also met with the UCSB Economic Forecast Project. And this has been a real community effort, and so just that moment, I want to take that moment and recognize all of those people and all of those organizations, because their contribution has really helped shape this plan. So we'll get into it now. So a little over a century ago, an earthquake forced Santa Barbara to reinvent itself and gave us the architectural identity that we cherish today. We're now 101 years later, and our city stands at another defining moment. State Street was closed to cars in 2020 as a temporary public health measure, but that shift in the form of the street revealed something that none of us expected. It was an appetite for a different kind of downtown. And overnight, as many of you will remember, families, cyclists, pedestrians, restaurants, retailers, property owners, businesses, longtime residents began to see the street with new eyes and to debate passionately what it should become. And make no mistake, that debate has been intense, but I also want to note that people don't argue this much about a place they've given up on. The concerns we've heard about access and e-bikes and parking and safety are signs that this community still feels a deep sense of ownership over its downtown. And that intensity has made this plan stronger. It's pushed us to find smarter solutions. And it reflects an enduring belief that State Street can once again be the vibrant heart of civic life in Santa Barbara. And so what you will hear from the Mullen Palazoides team centers on the State Street Paseo, which is a concept for a flexible pedestrian-first design. And the master plan is a strategy, a vision, and the beginning of a redesign of a street, and it's also the opportunity to intentionally create a community-driven civic space and neighborhood that the heart of downtown deserves and that can be enjoyed for the next 100 years. And so why this plan, and why are we doing it now? It sets the direction for the future design and infrastructure. And it's not, while I mentioned 2020 and what happened as a result of that, it's not only built on that. It's built on the 1964 general plan. It's built on the 1969 streetscape improvements, the downtown business improvement district in 1975, the expansion of the downtown plaza in the 1990s. It expands upon the pedestrian orientation of State Street and identifies a cohesive design strategy throughout the districts that honors El Pueblo Viejo, and recognizes also that public investment in downtown has been missing for well over 30 years. And now is the time to rethink State Street as the civic, commercial, and community space. And so now I'll orient you to the area we're talking about. This is the map that shows the overall boundary for the master plan. So we're talking about the 400 blocks through the 1,300 blocks of State Street, going from Gutierrez to Sola Street, Chapala to Anacapa. And Stefanos will discuss the districts in his presentation shortly. And so with that, here are some of the key challenges that need to be addressed as part of this plan. We need to be straightforward about what this plan is responding to. And so these are the 4 challenges, and they're interrelated. Again, Stefanos will be discussing this in more detail, but I'll just touch at a high level. Retail shifts. We've got vacancies that have fluctuated over the years before COVID and then continuing through between 30 to 45 vacancies on the street. Now seeing closer to 30, which is a good sign. Sales tax is steady, has been steady over the last 5 years. e-commerce that's driven the closure of major retail anchors, an oversupply in some ways of retail space downtown, and less than 350 housing units. It's less than 3% of our overall multifamily housing stock in the downtown area, with less than 50 units that were built between 2012 and 2022. We have mobility conflicts. While the promenade has produced some benefits, there are tensions between pedestrians and cyclists that remain unresolved. We have between 8,000 and 11,000 pedestrians daily at an intersection. We have over 2,000 cyclists that go onto this portion of State Street daily. And so the mode hierarchy is unclear. Aging infrastructure, we'll talk about drainage and paving, the fragmented landscaping, and being the results of incremental patchwork rather than thinking about the space in a cohesive strategy. And activation gaps with the 700 to 900 blocks or the civic and commercial district lacking evening uses. And after retail closes, it becomes somewhat of a dead zone that disconnects the two active ends of the corridor. And while those are real challenges, we also have a foundation from building on that is quite strong. We have over $2.1 billion in tourism spending in the county, of which State Street is the front door to that. We have $200 million annually contributing from the nonprofits, arts, and culture sector to our economy. More than 50% of vehicle versus pedestrian and vehicle versus cyclist reduction in collisions since the street had been converted to a promenade. 1.3 million visitors to State Street in 2025. And we have 3.5 million square feet of total retail inventory in the area. And these strengths aren't new. State Street's reinvented itself again and again over the last century. This is a timeline that highlights some of that reinvention, starting in 1925, and there certainly was a history well before 1925 that's elaborated further in the full draft master plan. But touching on 1925 with the earthquake and the Spanish colonial revival architectural rebuild, which established an architectural character that defines us as a city today. The 1964 general plan, the 1969 Plaza Streetscape, which was a 6-block design for State Street from Victoria to Ortega, and that's when on-street parking was removed on the street, and the Paseo network and associated parking infrastructure began to take shape. The redevelopment agency from the 70s to 2012, along with Paseo Nuevo, and then the promenade in 2020 and the master plan, really starting in 2022 and then where we are today, which is what we are here to discuss. And so to make that timeline tangible, here's some photos of what State Street looked like at two earlier points. On the left is State Street after the earthquake. You'll see some narrow sidewalks, Spanish colonial revival architecture, 4 lanes of cars, on-street parking. And then on the right is State Street after the 1969 Plaza redesign and into the 70s and 80s. It includes wider sidewalks, more mature trees, 2 lanes of vehicle traffic, and that's the corridor that we're familiar with today. And then notice what's preserved across both eras. It's the architectural character, pedestrian focus, the trees. The form of the street has changed over the years, but the values have not. We're not the first generation to redesign State Street, and we're not going to be the last. But the question is what the corridor should look like for the next generation. And so one of the most important moves in this plan is also recognizing that downtown State Street's not one place, but 3 distinct districts that connect to each other, but have distinct character and distinct needs. I'm going to talk a little bit about the community outreach before we dive into the overall design. We've had thousands of conversations and meetings and surveys that helped shape this plan, with engagement spanning from the end of 2022 through 2026. We had in-person and online formats designed so people could engage in places that they're already comfortable and familiar with, like at schools and farmers market, in front of grocery stores, at churches, online from their phone, or at a workshop in the evening. And this just shows the scale of that effort in numbers. We had over 5,700 online survey responses. We had 50 key interviews. We've had many stakeholder groups, 54 pop-up engagement events, almost 58,000 views on the project website. By any measure, this is one of the most extensively engaged planning efforts that the city has run. This is a quick window into what some of those engagement opportunities looks like. Everything in the slides that follows comes back to what people in those rooms and during that engagement said. And what they said was fairly consistent across different formats. And these are the 6 themes that really came up as engagement takeaways. Enhancing walkability and the public realm, including wide sidewalks and expanded outdoor dining and shade. Balancing access for all modes with a strong support for prioritizing walking, cycling, and transit on the corridor. A thriving downtown economy with real concern around vacancies. Celebrating what makes State Street unique, with pride in the Spanish colonial revival architecture and a desire for the street to feel authentically Santa Barbaran. Safety and quality of life, better lighting, activated storefronts, and a greener State Street with expanded tree canopy. And so now we get into the vision. From that engagement effort, the vision is really centered around a flexible, pedestrian-first State Street rooted in Santa Barbara's history and adaptable to its future. And in talking about the State Street Paseo, I want to mention what former Mayor Hal Conklin captured, which in one sentence is really what we're trying to do. Santa Barbara's downtown should invoke a sense of place, a sense of history, and a sense of celebration. And to get there, the plan organizes around 10 clear goals that the State Street Advisory Committee established. And these are the goals for the master plan. Rather than walk through all of them, I'm going to group them into clusters to show how they work together. So identity and experience, and in that is be distinct, be inclusive, be creative. People and movement, which would include be people-centric, be connected, be adaptable. Economy and housing, be thriving and be livable. And environment, be tree-oriented and be sustainable. And so with that, the plan establishes a consistent design framework across the entire corridor with a tailored approach to each district's specific conditions and opportunities. This isn't a specific plan. It's also not a detailed construction level design plan, but it is the beginning of a design strategy and a vision, a path forward for us to go into the more detailed framework and the construction level opportunity that exists. So I'll now turn it over to Mr. Palazoides, who will discuss a number of things, including history, key issues, existing conditions, design principles, and the flexible design details.
Thank you. Thank you, Tess. And thank you all for being here today. I would like to begin by thanking the Council for affording our team this extraordinary opportunity to work on your extraordinary city. I would like to thank the Office of your City Manager and your staff, Kelly, for the direction and support they gave us throughout this process. The first thing I would like to begin my comments with is to tell you that we've worked in a number of places in California and in the country over a 40-year period, and I just want you to know that I would say, without any reservations, that Santa Barbara is among the top 10 most important cities in the United States in terms of its cultural and historical importance, but also in terms of its livability and physical presence and its social mix. It is really an extraordinary place that anyone in our position who is asked upon to comment on its future has to operate with great respect for its past and with great ambition for its future. Our role in a very short, really remarkably short period of time, probably around 4 months, considering contractual arrangements and the Christmas break, was to translate the goals that were set up by the community into a vision that eventually could easily be translated into a concrete construction plan. And we began with history because history matters extraordinarily. It matters in terms of what you've experienced over your past and where you should be headed based on important decisions that other citizens and councils before you have made. God has strange ways, and sometimes, as in 1925, makes us think about who we are and what we're doing. At most other times, everything else changes. Councils change, communities change, fashions change, priorities change, all kinds of things change. And the result is that main streets and retail, commercial, civic environments in California cities have a tendency to shift their form and their operation probably in a 20 to 30-year horizon approximately. Now, your history is particularly meaningful and important because what happened in 1970 is you did not fall into the trap of closing your street altogether off to traffic. 90% of all the streets in the country that transformed their main streets into purely and absolutely walkable environments ended up failing and ended up opening up the streets back up. What you did in 1970 is you assumed that the condition of the future of the State Street was to actually focus on its multimodality. And what you did in 1970 is you balance this multimodality, and you balance it to favor the way that council and that community felt to privilege walkability. You took, for instance, the very radical step of removing all parking from the street and investing on parking garages. And you greened the street in a way that probably no other is so greened in California at least. So the project we have now is to engage in a similar kind of assessment of multimodality and to decide what, based on the history of the street, what needs to in effect be done next. I would say that the first step is to really understand that this is a very unusual street. Most of main streets in the United States are 3 blocks long. And this street, at least in the portion above the 101, is 9 blocks long, and below probably a couple of more, plus the waterfront, plus the retail that finds itself located on the water side of the beach. And as such, I think it is very important for us to begin to think and assess not only the operation and the form of the entire thing, but also its performance in terms of what activities have taken place and continue to take place there. So we did that with some significant results during the analytical side of our work. There are really 3 districts along State Street. There's the Arts District, which is dominated by some very, very interesting buildings and institutions around the arts, and some smaller scale retail operations. There are also retail operations relative to the arts there. The Civic and Commercial Center is one of the most important civic centers in our country because it's really the heart of the beginning of the Hispanic and eventually also Anglo-American urbanization of the western coast of the United States. And it has great buildings, has civic presence, it has important other institutions here, and also Paseo Nuevo and the Paseo Viejo, the old Paseo, have a remarkable amount of potential to retain and reclaim their position as being the major attraction, both civic and commercial, into the center of the city. And you'll hear me say that again in my comments, that the loss of the Paseo Nuevo as an anchor to the downtown, it was a very significant blow financially to the city, and it really needs to be reconsidered in terms of how one operates there in the future. And then there's the entertainment district, which has smaller scale shops, a much greater concentration of dining and entertainment, and which is also the transition to the ocean side, and the funk zone, I think, is a totally, entirely different place, more suburban in terms of its standards, people coming and driving to it and so on, and beyond that, the pier. Very notable, I think, in the way one, from our perspective, assesses the performance of the street is the way in which the square footage of commercial space along the street is actually currently distributed. I don't have to tell you that the architecture of the street is probably the most distinguished architecture of its kind in California and far beyond. And so we have 200,000 approximately retail square feet in the arts district, about twice that in the commercial district in the center, civic and commercial district, and approximately 200 more in the entertainment district and more square footage further towards the ocean. But important for you to appreciate as a council is that the 1,300 cars in the arts district, the 1,600 cars in the civic commercial, and the 1,000 cars in the entertainment district, total of 4,000 cars, are approximately at the ratio of 2 per 1,000 between cars and retail, which is really the signature or definition of a walkable town center in the United States. So you fall well within that standard, and that standard is accomplished by enormous investments in garage building on either side of the street, of State Street, which is also a condition, I would say, for its proper functioning and management in the future, and the decision one makes about how to balance the modal splits in a situation such as this. Very rapidly, without going into great depth, really the X-ray of the basic architectural conditions on the site, its land use mix has some deficiencies on the housing side, of course, civic but extraordinary buildings, tremendous variation in size of buildings and in businesses accommodated there. There's great landmark buildings in place. Parking is distributed, as I spoke about. You can see the pattern on the bottom left. Building access happens from alleys, from parking lots, and from State Street itself, certainly from the side streets at this point. There's a bicycle network in place, both along and across the street. There's public transit on the street through your electric golf carts to the beach, and then there's also transit on Anacapa and Chapala. And there's a deficient open space and streetscape network, which I think can be addressed with this plan as we go forward. Now, the most important thing I would say about how one solves a problem like this is that we find ourselves in a moment in the history of our country that every political or community project or issue or challenge has to be addressed in a way that somebody wins and somebody loses, or somebody solves it by serving one issue and the remaining issues be lost. And the question really is here, like always, that balancing out the nature of the use and the movement along State Street is really a multi-factor issue. There are at least 4 fundamental issues that address the question of how one uses the street. One is really mobility and transportation. In other words, what modes one uses and how. The other one is the civil engineering issues of drainage and assorted questions of paving. And then its retail prosperity and its landscape appearance together are the source of its urbanity. And those issues also need to be addressed all together. Altogether, these 4 establish the vitality and the extraordinary presence and the extraordinary performance that a street like this can have. It is our judgment, after having looked at all these issues together of this last month, that a flex scheme that really addresses both the pedestrian and the vehicular nature of the street, a flex scheme is essential here in order to face the future form of State Street. In other words, the modality balance in the use of the street is of the complete essence in understanding its future form. And what are the basic principles for generating a flexible street? They are an understanding of the schedule that one uses in order to open it or close it to pedestrians and all cars. It is really the method of the operation by which the street can be transformed from one to the other, because you don't want to put a kind of permanence in that keeps, for instance, service cars or emergency vehicles or even transit from coming in and out of the street when the street is open to pedestrians. It establishes a great, it establishes a safety and the absence of traffic conflicts as the primary value of an environment like this. It allows for business and service use, and also pedestrian, cyclist, and transit use. And finally, it provides the kind of infrastructure that occasionally, during festivals and other events, weekends, summers, and so on, the street can be open or closed to accommodate the special nature in the way in which your population and your citizens might want to use it. What does such a street look like? It looks something like this. The 10 to 10 operation, by the way, I want you to know, is a mere acceptance of what is going on right now. What is going on right now is that the street is open until 10 a.m. in the morning. It is closed with temporary bollards at 10 a.m. and then opened up at 10 p.m. What we're trying, in many ways, this proposal is really an extension of a status quo that has existed here since 2020 and in operation for 6 years. And it is a way of also taking the ingredients of how this street has been randomly used without any planning or design, and projecting the next level of use and appearance that is also in line with what decisions were taken in the 70s, which to a great extent we're trying to operate on or to build upon here. Notice that in a scheme like this, we're showing that in the top and bottom, in the 4, 5, 6 block, 400, 500, 600 block portions of this plan, we are keeping the old landscape, the old streetscape. We're going to change trees when they're not in a good shape, but by and large, we're going to keep this kind of botanical garden kind of view of the mixture of tree types by form and by kind. And in the middle, and so we'll do the same thing in the arts districts in the form, the top three blocks. In the middle blocks, I think there's an opportunity to really establish a unique presence through the streetscape in such a way so that one understands and distinguishes the tripartite division of the street. A project such as this has ample sidewalks. The sidewalks are up to 30 feet, and because we're extending the sidewalks into the street now, we're getting the streetscape in the middle of it. So it's a very unusual condition of having streets wide sidewalks and landscape in the middle. Any scheme whatsoever that we're going to have to be produced here for the future would have 2 travel lanes of 20 feet in the middle for service and for particularly for emergency operations, police, fire, and there are 3 feet on either side of that for parked vehicles and accommodating the 26-foot widths necessary for this operations. There is also the ample sidewalks and pedestrian safety. The cyclists are using the same center of the street that is used by service and other vehicles at night. Positive street frontages are expected in a scheme like this. Continuous retail to the maximum degree. I spoke about emergency access. Service and drop-off can happen at night in the fronts and during the day on the sides. We have now very different requirements for drop-off, for business support, and also for Uber and Lyft and other kinds of ways of having people get to this place. And all of that can be done from the 10 streets that are crossing our project here. The speeds, because of the nature of the design, are slowed. So it is by the nature of the design that people are impeded from going fast. There is proper lighting at night. There's storm drainage that we'll speak about in a second that is integral part of this project by turning the center of the street, the newly developed part of the street, into essentially a cistern to gather stormwater. And there is the ability of preparing the infrastructure for events here in such a way so when they happen, there is a proper way of accommodating the requirements. And more narrowly in this slide of the particular ingredients of the scheme in detail, you can see the 2 travel lanes in the middle. There are 3-foot lanes, 3-foot zone on either side of it for curb or curbing uses. Then there is an area for flex uses, bicycle storage, seating, other kinds of ways of accommodating. And there's a through zone, the clear sidewalk of 11 feet, often with existing trees there, and then a 12-foot zone for dining outdoors. And of course, the system is symmetrical in this case, and you can see how we can expect the 2 sides to be balanced. The other thing that is important for you to see here is that we are projecting that the opening up of the street in such a way and the removing of the barriers, the landscape barriers that exist currently in the street between 0 and 4 feet, which were put into place in order to frustrate cars from coming in when the pedestrians were dominating the sidewalks post 1970. Those are going to be removed, and we're going to have the street operate freely from east to west, from one side to the other. Or is it north and south? I'm not sure how you're in between in this city, so I'm not sure how you count the directions. But these are examples of the fixed and movable bollards. They can be organized to open and close remotely. They can be removed as necessary by service vehicles and by transit vehicles. It's a very flexible system of operation that exists in many cities in Europe and some in the U.S. I think the technical evidence is that this could be a good and viable solution. We see in the, I think, at least, I think Tess spoke about the fact that this is more of a strategic view of what needs to be done than a strictly designed proposal, a proposal that says that it's this way and no other way. And so it was important for us in thinking about this more generalized view of how one organizes a street like this, to think about how would Imagine be used. So we're showing, I mean, there's probably another 10 such activities, but we're showing walking, dining, biking, visiting, directed visiting, willed visiting, wanting to go certain places and see things, playing, going to festivals, listening to music, attending the theater, street vending, enjoying art, and so on. Why did we prepare this graphic? Because I think it's terribly important for you to understand that the streets should not be over-designed. Over-designing streets means that when sometimes you're going to go and date one use, you frustrate the next. And one of the most important requirements for the long-term design of the street is to make sure that all of these activities can happen all at the same time without over-designing things. Think of great European squares, for instance, and even American ones. How simple they are, how plain they are, because they can be better used for uses that we need to accommodate on them and for many that we don't yet know. Just a few last images. Here you can see the sets of streets in the entertainment district in the 400 to 600 block, the civic and commercial district in the 700 to 900 block, and the arts district in the 1,000 to 1,200 block. So in all of these cases, in every one of these cases, the sidewalks get enlarged. In the top and the bottom case, we get the existing landscape, streetscape, to be reinforced, rejuvenated, and confirmed as being appropriate. In the middle one, you can see a brand-new streetscape of sycamores, which is really a choice of tree that belongs to the Hispanic tradition of design in Santa Barbara, Southern California. Most great Southern Italian, Spanish, and French squares have sycamores, plains trees in Europe, because for many, many reasons, because they're native to this climate, but also they have a very beautiful relationship to the space of the streets they're in losing their leaves in the winter and gaining in the summer, providing shade in the summer, and in the kind of magnificent transparency of the structure of the trees in the winter. On the top right, you can see that the 400 block remains open by order of emergency services for now anyway, and until the two-way issues are resolved downtown, because Haley really is the street that the emergency services use in order to get across town in order to reach the waterfront. So that was an absolute requirement that this street not be closed. And in that street, actually, we have the bicyclists on bicycle lanes. So they would transition from the center to the sides and then continue down under the freeway and to the beach. It's important for you to know, and I don't want to spend very much time on these details, but I think it's important for you to understand that there are standard ways of accommodating the infrastructural needs in all parts of the 9 blocks. Bicycle stations, designated transit stops, retractable bollards, of course, drop-off zones for transit, and various lane and bike lane configurations that I've talked already about, and variable landscape design. And this actually is an indication, for instance, of how these things will be distributed on the entertainment portion of the plan in a typical block. Here we have a similar distribution of particular design elements on the civic and commercial central district, again with a detailed plan that shows how, among other things, we're keeping important trees, historically important, significant trees, and removing only the ones that could be possibly removed. And there are permeability issues, there are design detail issues, there are accessibility issues. We have, in all of these blocks, we have ADA accessible mid-block crossings, a couple of them, and to the maximum extent, coordinated some with the stops, and then all the common elements, the B stations, the transit stops, the retractable bollards, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then on the Arts District, a similar outline of the distribution of the trees and all the elements of the design for the sidewalks and for the accommodation of various infrastructural elements and conditions. And the one thing that is in common among all of these issues, with the exception of the 400 street block, as you can ascertain here, is the treatment of the paving in the street itself, which leads me to this slide and the next couple, which speak to the fact that a design for the street, other than permeability, which is essential, is going to have to be of a kind that reinforces the historic character of the street and its claim to being the kind of fundamental place that it is. So we're thinking that we could have permanent inlaid patterns at the intersections. First of all, I would say that I think you need to appreciate the fact that the street is going to be overriding the cross streets. In other words, the pattern of the street and its paving is going to go the whole 9 blocks. And the people coming across streets will have to cross it to get someplace as a way also of slowing them down some and making sure that the safety of pedestrians and bicyclists is encouraged at those points. There is a permeable cross walk design. There is a continuation of the brick pattern insertion of stone or concrete elements in it, in the existing sidewalks, and the possibility of much better quality sidewalk in the areas in the central portion of the plan. And then I think it's important for you to see that I don't have to tell you, because we heard it from absolutely everybody we talked to, that one of the major issues in the current condition of State Street is the speed of e-bikes and the way in which e-bikes basically dominate the entire leftover space of the street the way it exists right now. So it is very important for you to understand that the e-bikes operate on a 5-foot corridor necessarily, and the biking north and south is on a 10-foot corridor, one way up and one way down, so that we're going to expect the people on e-bikes to behave in the middle of these lanes, and the people on regular bikes to be on the edges. And that's an issue of enforcement, but I think it speaks to the need to think about setting up the rules in this particular way. An alley of trees would be a wonderful thing to do in the long run. In the central portion of the scheme, the civic and commercial center, we're expecting to have a major canopy. This is this fantastic picture, beautiful picture, is of the Cour Mirabeau in Aix-en-Provence. We're all going to have to be 195 years alive to see this happen here, but we can certainly seed it and hope that somebody inherits it in the future. Sidewalk furnishings and benches are to be inserted. The existing landscape, of course, we talked about. Dining zones with standardized barriers that can be removed and not stay when the outside space is not being used. And ample lighting both across the street standards and through street standards, also a part of the plan. And these are 4 perspectives that are meant, again, not as definitive design solutions, but as indicators, as indications of how these various aspects or dimensions of this plan could be combined to give State Street its next important appearance. And this is the first one. You can see this perspective is on the 5-foot e-bike portion of the street. People are circulating, respecting the two-way distinction of the street is going to be enforced. On the right-hand side, you can see the zone for bicycle storage and for seating and for vendors and so on. And beyond that, you can see people circulating and also people sitting in dining configurations outside on sidewalks. This is the civic and commercial part of the street in its new form, and I would say the sycamore canopy here, which is beginning to be dramatic, is probably a 10-year growth, probably 5 to 10-year growth, depending, of course, on what we plant. But it could really be a most extraordinary presentation for the street at the end of that period of time. This is a perspective in the arts district, and here I think you can see the variety of the streetscape as it exists. Many more people sitting outside, and again in dining and so on, and the intensity of the movement varying from the center, where there's also the transit electric bus, the bicyclists, and progressively less and less active the street as you get closer and closer to the walls and of the street, the walls of the buildings are defining the street. And here an indication of how the kinds of special events that are using the space rather haphazardly at this point could be organized in a way that they begin to operate in a far more structured environment and assume perhaps even higher level of presence than they currently do. And most importantly, for the entire project, this current situation of the last 6 years, where design is haphazard and things happen because they happen, and the place of disappearance of being abandoned or underperforming or strange or ugly even in places could be just simply full of people, full of energy, full of different things happening all over the place, including design, but an infrastructure that is continuous and one that ties the whole place together. So this is the main part of my presentation. I want to do two more things, if you would allow me. The first one is to speak very, very briefly about the various consultancies and the support we received from our colleagues in getting to this point. And at the end, I would like to read a couple of statements into the record, if I could, because it's much easier for me to say it all properly than to have to say it by heart. We received tremendous support from Justin Emmanuel on the question of what stays and what goes, and he confirmed actually the fact that the street needs sprucing up after 50 years on the landscape front. I mean, he's here to answer questions, but we went tree by tree and made sure that when we said you can remove this and you can remove that, you replant this and replant that, that this made sense. We also agreed that in the next stage of work, whenever it comes, the issue of how one makes more public space away from the street, because the street, of course, is dedicated to lateral movement and to all kinds of things that have to do with retail and citizen activity to take advantage of its offerings. And so there have to be places outside the street, by and large, or adjacent to it, that public space could be generated, could attract people to do things there. And so that's a reminder of these ideas. And also to remember, in the light of all the issues about the plaza, how the great Spanish, Italian, and French cities in the world have actually dealt with the issue of public space. This is the Plaza de los Naranjos in Marbella on the left. And so on the transportation side, Miguel Nunez is here with us. And I think one of the fundamental reasons of accepting the fact that the design for the street could be executed as we discussed is because of the presence of the extraordinary network of parking garages in the vicinity of the street, and also the fact that we have at the high point a couple of thousand bicycles a day in the street, which Miguel will tell you is a remarkable thing. I mean, it's really a very unusual condition. I live in Pasadena, and the city spent $18 million to build a bikeway between Hill Street and downtown. I don't live there all the time these days, but I drive often enough. I think I've seen two bicyclists on it during this period of time. And these are real numbers, Santa Barbara, and I think this is an extraordinary thing that we have taken into account. And we've taken into account because there is something about the city and its form and the location of the street that are important in this respect. There are the mountains and the beach. There is a sort of asymmetrical butterfly plan of the city that brings people to State Street to come down to the beach. There is the slope towards the beach. There is all the employment opportunities on the other side of the freeway that people can get to by bicycle. There are all the people that come on the south side and want to come north with their bicycles to spend the day. I mean, there is a complete aspect of this that has to do with a long history of your town as both a place for your citizens, a place for visitors, a place for entertainment, a place for commerce. And I think the decision to go in this direction is an acknowledgement of the complexity, of the functional complexity of this. Paul Crabtree was enormously helpful in collaborating with us and your staff to show the need for an underground cistern or a series of cisterns underneath the entire run of the street. First of all, the reversing of the street camber to actually receive the water and not retract it or throw it away to deny it. The making of pervious surfaces to absorb the water into the ground. the storing in cisterns, and the allowing for the slow percolation of the water into the earth beyond it. This, I think, is approximately 4 to 5 foot of depth of gravel-filled a cistern that could, in fact, would be built at every phase of the every phase of the construction for every block of the scheme, starting at the front, and the other starting at the top, at the top part, at the 1,200 block level. And on the right-hand side, just a reminder that the 10 crossings can have, first of all, are going to continue the form of the street and its paving north to south all the way to the beach, and also they're going to offer us the opportunity inside these rectangles to place permanent art and not temporary art, which very rightfully you've tried to investigate in the current installation, but permanent art that actually can become an aspect of the presentation of the city for the decades to come. And I think we learned from our retail consultant, Bob Gibbs, who is not here today, that everything that we do in this project has to act in the vector of allowing the performance of the retail on the street to become ever more robust. And to become ever more robust for various reasons, probably the most important one being that whatever tax advantage is gained over the existing performance of the street, which has been flat for the last 5 years, not declining, but flat nonetheless, is that, addresses every other need within the city to develop every other aspect of neighborhood and other district requirements that you see fit. So the questions here are all conditions for how a great retail street works. There has to be better access signage and access direction to garages. The parking in surface and structure form needs to become visible and accessible and available. Parking needs to be made known to people as they come into these parking garages. The streetscape and the landscape have to be magnificent and well taken care of and present in this place, so people identify the street with a managed and viable and highly successful place. Retail, dining, and entertainment has to really operate in a way that the street and the businesses are in complete alignment, that the streets reinforce the individual business requirements and vice versa. There has to be a continuous mix of public programming so that one does not only expect people to come, but one invites people and engages people. Housing is an absolute requirement. Whatever we're going to do is going to have to be accompanied by not only opportunities to build within the street, but build in the downtown district. I think it's extraordinary to see how much parking in the downtown district exists. Almost 50% of all land is in parking. Quality of storefronts is very important. The presentation of storefronts is important. That's a lesson that comes from malls. I think people are attracted to continuous presentation of retail. That should be taken care of. Transit is essential because the street is so long that people have to be able to go from one place to another, not only walking, but by taking electric vehicles, transit vehicles. Lighting, essential because the place needs to function and be presentable day and night. And safety, of course, underpins everything, is a condition that makes a place like that happen. And lastly, and without rushing you too much, I would like to turn to a couple of readings, if you allow me. I would like to read this into the record. They're very short. One of them is about our conclusions, and it offers a rationale for why we actually decided to design the street this way. And the other one is a summary of what we think would be important for the city to do to make sure that this plan works. In other words, we could go on and build this, and for significant, as a significant investment by the public sector, by the city, and have it be unsuccessful if a number of conditions are not met for the future management of this place. I would like to read those into the record and answer questions if you wish us to. I would do so, or the team. So this is the conclusion. First, the conclusion. Since the 1960s, State Street has operated as a regional retail destination. Designed to explicitly privilege the pedestrian experience of its users, parking was eliminated from its right-of-way and concentrated in adjacent parking garages at great public cost. Sidewalks were expanded and richly streetscaped. Since the 2020 COVID-19 pandemic, and while the street has been entirely closed to vehicular traffic and given over to pedestrians, its form has become fragmented, its range of retail offerings has been reduced, and its public realm maintenance has become inadequate. As a result, its primacy as a civic and commercial center of your city is now being questioned. Before 2020, State Street was one of the premier retail venues in California, its unique form, reputation, and performance steadily increasing over time. Since 2020, several important national retail trends have conspired to reduce its expected evolution. The expansion of internet sales, the collapse of the department stores at Paseo Nuevo, and the erosion of its development potential due to uncertainty about its future. Yet, despite being subject to all these negative trends, its appearance remains poor and its current mix of modes chaotic. However, sales and tax receipts have plateaued but not decreased. This, I think, is evidence of the fact that its form is right, but its management is not right, and its form could be expanded according to the vector in which it has existed since the 1970s. Therefore, a flex scheme reorders the form of State Street according to its traditional 75-year pattern as a multimodal park-like place. It recognizes its sub-districts and takes advantage of the ample garage parking that serves them. It acknowledges mode mixes unique to the mobility needs of citizens and visitors alike. It proposes infrastructural and ecological improvements and offers recommendations for the many actions the city needs to take in support of the proposed changes. Continuing the traditional trajectory of this extraordinary place will strengthen its claim as the commercial center of your city. Its physical regeneration also stands a very good chance of achieving the full range of social and financial objectives expressed to us by the citizens of Santa Barbara. And lastly, an outline of the recommendations of what the city should undertake. I would say probably in a 10-year horizon, but not starting from nothing, starting from a lot of important actions, but in a horizon. Encourage a wide selection of businesses, brands, and price points that appeal to the entire community and your visitors. This is not a place for one demographic. This is a place for everybody, and that should be achieving that mix. I think is a public responsibility. Consider block-by-block management to better respond to changing market trends and community preferences. In other words, don't proceed with a catch-can kind of strategy, but try to put the right pieces in the right places over time. Implement store, civic, and brand wayfinding along and across State Street. Support and expand the business improvement district resources. I think it's important because the maintenance of the street at a high standard is absolutely essential. Execute a robust performance-based parking management approach that considers pricing and peak hour pricing to encourage turnover and availability. Convert Anacapa, Chapala, Gutierrez, and Haley into two-way thoroughfares. This is my first peeve, one of my personal pet peeves, because it is impossible actually to get in and out of the city as a visitor or as a local and never return to the same place that you stopped for a moment. One-way systems are for leading cars through cities. Two-way systems is for leading cars into cities, putting them into garages, and encouraging people to walk. And I think that's one fundamental reason that you should really consider a study to understand what could be accomplished by this conversion. The one-way streets are an archaic piece of transportation infrastructure at this point. Repurpose underutilized commercial properties for housing, community uses, and commercial space. I think that's already happening. I think it's a really very happy thing that you're getting some extraordinary institutions to locate in State Street because they were encouraged, I think, much greater numbers of people to come and participate with commercial activities. Explore public programming and events that encourage diverse activities and celebrations over a 12-month period. And then, most importantly, I think the last two are the two issues that we heard the most comments by people in the 6 months we've been here. Initiate a specific plan to enable infill housing. And lastly, as this plan is being executed, propose a schedule for reducing the time necessary to issue retail licenses on State Street. And probably reduce the time over time as you become more and more successful and more certain about where you're going. Again, thank you very much for having us. It has been a most extraordinary experience for us to be here. Looking forward to the rest of this afternoon and to the future of these ideas as we go forward. Thank you, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Stefanos. I'm going to quickly touch on the implementation section for the plan and then wrap up the staff presentation. Going into phasing for the plan, I'm not going to walk through all of this, but really just to highlight that in Chapter 6 in the State Street Master Plan, we talk about 3 different phases, approximately 3 years each. Those phases could be condensed as needed, but really in the first phase, the focus would be around doing the detailed design work and advancing the construction level detailed design along with bollard infrastructure and really getting that bollard infrastructure in place. The other element of phase 1 would be adopting a financing plan and really diving deeper into the financing strategy behind this project. Phase 2 would be focused around 2 of the districts and really working on construction of 2 districts. And then phase 3 would be finishing up that last district and then working on some programming, working on an event strategy and some other opportunities to really continue the movement downtown. Going to get into the big question, how do we pay for this project? What's the cost? So the total estimated investment for this project at a high level is about $6 to $8 million per block, or $48 to $64 million. But I want to put that into context. It's a generational investment for the civic spine of the city. It is 8 blocks. It's comparable in scale to the Plaza Streetscape project and Paseo Nuevo eras of public investment. It's also not going to be funded from a single source, and the strategy assembles funding from multiple categories, and that is how every major streetscape project in California gets done, is multiple funding opportunities. And so I have some of them, but not all, listed on the right-hand side. There are some additional ones that are in the plan document itself and some others that members of the public have shared with me in public comment since the release of the draft plan. But really focusing on city capital budget, which is a portion that's under our direct control, a lease revenue or general obligation bond, which would be a tool that could be financed against future revenues or backed by voter approval. These are the same kind of investments that are often used for major civic infrastructure projects. State transportation funds. This is competitive grants like the Active Transportation Program, pedestrian and bicycle priority projects with strong safety outcomes are typically what the ATP program looks for, and the city has been very successful in that type of funding. That's what has funded the Cliff Drive project, and we've received, in the $20+ million for that. So it is a funding opportunity for this project at a large scale. I really want to highlight that. There are opportunities for the Stormwater in Lieu Fund that could be a contributing factor. Things like the property assessment district expansion, things like a hotel tax reinvestment or parking revenue, other federal and state grant opportunities, and philanthropic or programming endowment opportunities. And again, there's more, but this is just to give you an understanding that we are not talking about that full dollar amount coming straight from city capital budget. We're also not talking about that dollar amount coming out after April 28th or today. This is an amount that will be a capital investment over that 3-phased project and over that time. There's also some funding considerations that I want to make you aware of in particular around stormwater infrastructure and utility infrastructure, because they drive a meaningful share of the capital cost per block. And so first, starting with stormwater infrastructure, connecting right now there isn't a stormwater system between Carrillo and Coda Street. That's a large reason why you see flooding that happens on State Street in that area or just below it. So connecting the underground stormwater system would help address the recurring flooding that we see during rain events. Regardless of whether we move this plan forward or not, that is overdue work that is needed in the downtown core. There's an opportunity for a stormwater in lieu fee program, which would mean that development projects downtown could pay into a centralized stormwater project that could be located on State Street, rather than building project by project stormwater compliance opportunities. And that is a really important factor, especially as we're thinking about how we accomplish an 8,000 unit arena count or bring the 1,000 to 3,000 new housing units downtown. In order to do that, we really need to have the opportunity for housing to have an in lieu fee option for stormwater. And then there are bioretention opportunities that can handle stormwater naturally. When I want to, again, with stormwater, that is an estimated cost of about $2 or $3 million out of the $6 to $8 million. Meaning, if we want to try to address our stormwater infrastructure at a larger scale downtown, if we're thinking about bringing more housing downtown, we really should be thinking about stormwater infrastructure in our central core. Similarly with utility infrastructure, and I have here approximately $1 million a block, and these numbers would be evaluated further, but pretty close, I think. So there are a couple options here. Right now, utilities exist all across State Street, and they vary based on which block you're on. We have water, sewer, gas, fiber lines, lots of things going on underground. One option would be to locate utilities into what's called the utilidor, to create empty conduit and then consolidate into a joint trench, which would mean that when any work needs to get done, it's getting done in one place rather than ripping up a large portion of the street. Just think about the times that we've had the Edison outages just in the last year downtown. Another option, an alternative analysis or different option, could be relocation of utilities altogether. And so that would mean that we would look at options to move utilities onto streets like Chapala or Anacapa, which would also mean that as utility work may need to get done in the future, we're not requiring the closure of State Street or large business disruption from repeated closures and openings because of that type of utility work. That's also an important thing for us to consider. We have a lot of fairly older utility lines in our core, and so a lot of those are going to need to get upgraded. Again, if we are thinking about housing downtown, they'll need to be upgraded, and so this is an opportunity to do that sort of as one cohesive strategy and fix that rather than continuing to have to lift up the street again and again for those types of larger development projects. These aren't they're not glamorous items. These items are not items that most of us are going to ever see on the street, but it's about half the cost of this project. And so, just reiterating that these are important factors when we're thinking about the infrastructure downtown. The plan organizes action items by time frame. This highlights some of them. It talks about immediate items, short-term items, medium-term opportunities, and long-term opportunities. There's about 4 pages in a table listed, so I will just leave that for if you have questions on those. I'd be happy to talk through any of the planning or regulatory actions or the capital projects that are listed in page 147 through 151 of the plan. And so getting into really the conclusion or the end of the staff presentation, there's a few points that I'll make. The first is the flexible scheme concept. And so a flexible scheme paired with an adaptive management strategy organizes the form of State Street into its traditional 75-year pattern as a pedestrian-first, park-like place. We're not inventing a new identity for the space. We're formalizing what's been working, and we're bringing it up to today's standards and into what the community has told us they want in a permanent design that is flexible by nature. The second one is the conceptual design and a fast-moving implementation strategy. So this is that this conceptual design should be informing the construction level detailing, and the plan encourages a fast-moving implementation timeline. And so while the plan is the framework, there's also the engineering work that comes with it, and both of those are critical and necessary for this project. And then the third is that council is going to be the ones determining the priority for this. And this plan, again, presents the vision, it presents the overall conceptual design and the funding strategy, but the pace at which we do it, the ambition at which we do it, and which Santa Barbara pursues it is really up to the council and is a council decision. And I want to leave us, again, with the three perspectives that Stefanos mentioned. Every generation of Santa Barbara has been called to renew this corridor for its own time. And we've seen that in the transformation of State Street over the years. And this is this generation and our turn, our opportunity. And so with that, I will leave you with the recommendations that we're asking from council today. We have 6 recommended actions that are in the council agenda report. They are to receive the draft State Street Master Plan, provide staff with final direction on any refinements or policy considerations as we finalize the plan, authorize staff to proceed with attending commissions and committee meetings and receiving public comments as outlined in the report, direct staff to return with a general plan amendment and an amendment to Title 31. Direct staff to return with a more detailed funding strategy and confirm the project timeline, which would result in concluding the public comment period on June 30th of the draft plan. It would include going to the commissions and committees mentioned in the council report, Historic Landmarks Commission, Planning Commission, Access Advisory Committee, Transportation Circulation Committee, and Downtown Parking Committee. And then it would be to return to your council with the final plan in August of 2026 in the summer. So with that, thank you very much, and if you have questions, the team and I are available.
All righty, very good. The robust report. We have questions from council. We'll start with Mr. Jordan.
I'm going to make a comment first, Tess. I just want to say I've been sitting up here for 20 years maybe in different positions, and your opening narrative before you get to the picture of the 3 zones was one of the best narratives I've ever listened to. And I was ready to stand up and applaud, but I would have been the only person. It looked pretty silly, but thank you. I do have some questions, and there's not very many. While you have the dream team with you, the choices would be on the flexible part of it would be everything, cars, bikes, and people, or just people and bikes, right?
Councilmember Jordan, yes, so I'll explain it a little bit further. So the 20-foot path of travel in the middle is because we need that 20 feet for emergency access. No matter what we do in the design, that 20 feet has to remain free and clear. So the proposal includes bollard infrastructure that it would allow for transit and bike movement in that 20-foot zone during certain times of the day, and would allow for vehicle access combined with bike access and transit access during other times of the day. The plan suggests 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. and 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. With the bollard infrastructure, it allows the opportunity for that to be tested if we want that to be tested. but the form or the design wouldn't change whether there are vehicles on it, transit on it, bikes on it, all three, or only one.
So, I have a thing for bikes, e-bikes, all right? I mean, you all remember. So I'm just curious, when no vehicles are out there, and you have the two pathways each way one pathway each way for bicycles, how are we improving the experience of pedestrians getting across the street mid the two intersections? So what do you envision as the way to help that? I still see that as I guess you could activate the mid-block signals again to turn red, but at best it's a half-block problem. At worst, it's still a full block problem, particularly in the higher decline parts of the street.
Councilmember Jordan, I'll start answering, and then perhaps Stefanos or other members want to chime in as well. But each block would have at least one mid-block crossing. There are two shown on many of the blocks, so two crossing points. The actual sidewalk space would be expanded almost double to what you see today, so 30 feet in width. So you'd have a much wider expanse as a pedestrian to maneuver on the sidewalk itself. If you were crossing the street, let's say you don't want to cross at the mid-block crossing, and you just want to cross the street, it would be dropped into a 4-inch rolled curb on either side. So you'd have a 4-inch rolled curb, which is a few inches lower than what exists today in a traditional curb, which allows for kind of a more easy movement onto the street itself. There's some textured pavement that's shown on the edge of the 20-foot travel way. So the intention with that is to really focus the bikes in the concrete pavement area, which is the 5-foot area out of that 10-foot zone. So they could theoretically pass in the more textured pavement, but most likely many of them will stay in that concrete zone because it's a smoother ride. And you would have less space to actually cross the street.
It's kind of like a bulb
half
out.
the space
You're reducing
that you have right now.
You're reducing the width, right?
Exactly. Increasing the pedestrian space, reducing the width in the middle.
Okay.
I will add one thing and ask Miguel to respond as well, because it's an important question. Not only are we reducing the crossing space, but by putting the bicycles within a 20-foot range of motion as opposed to 35 or 40 or whatever it is right now, they will be behaving in a more careful way, because right now they're wandering all over, and that kind of wandering is not allowed by a system that gives them priority, but within a very narrow range of the width of the street.
So you mentioned before, you used a phrase that I just didn't like, so I wrote it down, that it became an issue of enforcement. And we don't want an issue of enforcement. Because that's the most expensive remedy that could be offered. Are there other things that you could do to improve the likelihood, other than what you're showing there, that bicycles would be, in block to block, would be operating slower and safer?
It would be turning human beings into saints, probably, would be a fair alternative. But I will leave that to Miguel. Okay. I think it's an important question, too, by the way.
Yeah, on the infrastructure side, I'll reiterate a lot of what Tess said. By expanding the sidewalks, the crossing is substantially shorter, about half, so there's less exposure. The mid-block signals could be activated, and the bikes, like vehicles, would need to adhere to that. We know that could end up being an enforcement issue. And then the textures to help maintain. The other aspects that you can get to are outside of infrastructure. They're not necessarily enforcement, but it's additional education or encouragement for people to do the correct behavior. That could be additional signage. Some cities have done things like ambassador programs, or you actually have people out there not necessarily writing tickets, but warning and educating people. People who live here and use the corridor regularly will become accustomed to that, but we know it's a place for visitors, which is a reason why you might consider sustaining a program like that, so that people that are visiting the area for the first time are able to receive that information.
Okay, good. And then there's, I don't know, this is probably a couple questions for our staff, but, and I think I've brought these up already, but I'd just like to hear them publicly too. So the more we do on the corridor, and the improvements that we would expect on the corridor, put even more focus on the need for better use of the cross streets, particularly at the intersections. So, you know, there's people parking in the red right now because they're picking up and dropping people off. There's people parking in the red to run into Starbucks for 10 minutes. There's service trucks that can't find places, they're parking in the red. There's Uber and Lyft pulling up, you know, halfway into the intersection and sitting half in the intersection and half in the red while they're waiting for a party of 4 for 10 minutes to climb into the vehicle. When or how do we address that even right now, but even as these improvements materialize, the cross streets become much more important as staging, service spots, pickup spots, drop-off spots than they are now, and how do we tie that into this plan?
Councilmember Jordan, it's a good point, and I think this is that opportunity to give us the direction. In the longer version of the plan, there's some text that talks about increasing the loading and unloading zones and expanding the 15-minute space, and then also including an accessible parking space on each side of the cross street, so there'd be one space on each side. Meaning that there is likely going to be a loss of parking or reduced parking on the actual cross streets because we would be expanding some of the loading zones there.
Okay, and then there's a number, I think the number on the plan is, on the wider sidewalks is 12-foot, a 12-foot space for dining starting at the wall of the business. Does that sound right?
Councilmember Jordan, yes. In the design, we show approximately 12-foot outdoor dining.
How do we come up for that number, and how does it equate to 2 tops, 4 tops? Does it meet the, does it have a goal of having as much outdoor seating as we've had the past few years? More than they used to have before COVID, somewhere in between? What was our goal here with that 12-foot space?
Councilmember Jordan, I'll start and then I'll pass it to Stefanos as well. But we really were looking not at how the street has been used during COVID or in outdoor dining today, but looking at the form of the street and what constraints we had, meaning with the 20-foot space and looking at the frontage zone and the through zone, or that's really the sidewalk needs to be free and clear space, and wanting to increase that from 8 feet to 10 up to 12 feet. That really left us with about 12 feet for outdoor dining space. I think that is similar to what you see on State Street today in many instances. The parklets that you saw on
9 or 10, I think, right?
Were, yes,
Yeah.
between 6 to 9 or 10. So it's a little bit more than that. The pedlet opportunities where you see outdoor dining on the 500 blocks, some of them do have about 12 feet of outdoor dining space, but not all.
Okay. And I'm going to, these are my last questions. They're kind of like a lightning round for the Dream Team. You might notice there's not much seating on State Street right now. There's a reason for that. And I'm just wondering, I saw one picture with one little block of a bench. And I'm just wondering, when you do these transformations, a lot of seating, seating is well planned everywhere up and down the corridor kind of thing. We can expect more seating?
Councilmember Jordan, yes. And Stefanos brought up in one of the slides, it showed the tree canopy, and then there was a picture of benches. This
You can
shows.
see it right here on the left.
You can see it here as well. The bancos or benches, the blue spaces here. We would want to have public seating opportunities throughout the space.
And then on the piece of paper, they're pretty small. Is there distinct places that we're planning for rotating art installation or performance spaces? So I would, at the YouTube level, I would say, is there a busker place? At a little better than that, if a band wants to come down from the high school or something, are there performance spaces that are built in so they don't require taking up sidewalk space or closing a road or that kind of thing?
Can I answer that one? I will answer that one. I think there is every intention to actually do that, but what we could not do in the time period that we had and with the very limited access that we had directly with the public and with you all, to actually say it'll be this way here and that way there and so on. I think that should be left for the schematic design for version that is coming.
Fair enough. And then kind of the same question on the greenery I see. You've probably done this on purpose. It's like the trees are in a row, like they're separating uses, like there's space between the building and the tree, then there's space between the tree and the tree where people will walk. And I know you've been at my favorite block in front of Pizza Mizza and La Arcata, you know, where the tree's right in the middle of the darn sidewalk and you got to walk around it one way or the other, and then the next tree's right in your way again, you got to walk around it one or another. If you turn the corner and go to La Arcata, you run right into the guy with the dolphin or whatever. Some thoughts on like every slide you had kind of just has this horizontal linear pattern to it. And is there any thought to why does it need to be horizontal? Is there a reason? Because you're anticipating a lot of people? Or, I mean, just like that, can we move the bench in? Can we move one tree in, one tree out kind of thing and make it a more of a mayhem walking experience? It's probably the technical term, right? Yeah.
Councilmember Jordan, we're going to have Justin Manuel, I think, come up and talk about that.
Councilmember Jordan, we were trying to preserve most of the urban forest, so the vast majority of the tree symbols that you saw are existing. And then there's a select few opportunities where we can replace the trees. We're not removing to not have any trees where we have trees existing right now. The Civic District is where the biggest tree transformation happens, where we get a much more dense canopy. And those are placed in a more formal setting as a civic center would to kind of maximize the flexibility of spaces. So it was intentional to keep those in a more uniform.
Okay. Are you our landscape guy?
I am with Arcadia.
So last question. So there's a guy back there with white hair and a beard about 4 rows behind you that
I know who that is.
Exactly where I'm going with this, because I'm famous for it in a prior role here. Tell me about given that we're just even where there are, you're in fact actually showing them. You're showing tree grates on all of your trees. And the benefit of those, I mean, I would make the case that the benefit is you don't lose horizontal walking space anywhere you are. And today's modern tree grates, they can be notched out. You know, they're made that way specifically. Do you see a successful implementation of trees built into a look like this that should include tree grates versus just having an open tree well there that collects trash or gets muddy, that kind of thing?
We do, and we've gone through the plan with City Arborist Nathan Slack to hear some of the concerns that the city's dealt with tree grates in the past. Mostly, safety of them popping up and the trees getting, too big for the actual tree grate. So in the master plan, we've kind of outlined some maintenance criteria that would alleviate all of those concerns. And the tree grates are mainly in this, most of the tree grates are going to be located in that civic center where we're trying to really open up the space. But we absolutely see it as a success of the space.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I wanted to add one thing to the issue of walking straight as opposed to walking randomly, and that is that we are also subject to city ordinances about the width of sidewalks, the unimpeded sidewalks. So if you actually consider the stiffness of the road, right, because cars and or bicycles have to drive or ride in one direction, and on the other side you have a straight line of 12 feet away from the buildings can be used as necessary for outdoor dining, then we have to have some place at least 10 feet of open and continuous space, which by necessity is always relatively straight. But you can see in many of these, particularly in the one, what is the one that actually shows the sidewalk? May we go there? Although the space is zoned, these people are walking over the space, the area where the the zone for opening doors or for parking in case of emergency are. And then the next 4 feet are for storage and for sitting and various activities. But in probably 60% of the street are going to be open. So what's going to happen is that as you walk through a highly zoned place, the occupation of the space with various pieces of furniture or elements of streetscape and landscape is going to be so varied that you will experience it as a pretty shuffled space, not that dead straight or.
It looks a lot better there than it does those overhead pictures that are just the blocks kind of thing.
Exactly.
So I agree. So
and also
thank
imagine these people moving. That'll get even more chaotic. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much. This is a really exciting conversation to be having. Just a couple of questions. Ms. Harris, I know we spoke about this separately, but so many questions come up about this that I'm hoping you can just address for us what this plan does or doesn't do for bringing parades back to State Street.
Yes, Councilmember Harmon, thank you for the question. First, I want to highlight that as part of the master plan, Appendix K includes parade parameters from the city that have been shared with some parade organizers, and it really identifies the criteria for having parades on not just State Street, but Milpas and Cabrillo and Santa Barbara Street as well. This plan doesn't preclude parades from happening on State Street. This plan allows the opportunity for parades to exist, and separately, there is a group within the city, including the Parks and Recreation Department, who manages special events along with police and fire, and they are meeting regularly to talk about parades in the current configuration of State Street. That group would need to really meet and coalesce around what types of parades could happen in the future if this design is implemented, but the design itself would allow for parades to occur on the street.
Great, thank you very much. And then switching gears just a little bit, one of the things that was mentioned early in the presentation is that the idea of vehicles having access to the street for some period of time is not different from what is currently happening right now. And I want to get some clarity around that because I think, I'll just say there's been a lot of conversation about the question of cars coming back or not. It sounds like we actually already have cars on the street. Can you speak to that, please?
Yes, Councilmember Harmon. So right now from about 10 p.m. to 10 a.m., the bollards, they're the yellow bollards that are in the middle of the street, are taken off. Removed from the street, which allows for service and delivery access for businesses on the street. So we don't allow currently private vehicle access on the street, but if you are a business owner and you need to drop off something at your business or you need to get a delivery, you do have access on State Street today, and you have had access actually prior to COVID as well, and from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. I'll note as well, before the street was closed to vehicles, even when cars were on the street more regularly, there was a service and delivery limitation of morning hours and delivery and service expected before 10 a.m. So at 10 a.m. was the cutoff. I think this is consistent with that. That whole idea and what is happening today. The difference is that this would also allow for private vehicle movement to occur on the street in those hours.
Great.
And I would like to add that and maybe you can respond to that one as well, Miguel, that the actual numbers of cars and the numbers of bicycles are very, very low at the time of the day, and with very low speeds in this, not to exceed 20 or 25 miles an hour. Those can coexist on the street much more effectively than did before the street was closed at COVID. Okay, yeah, all right, that's it.
Great, thank you, that's very helpful. Over the last few years, a lot of the feedback that we've received around the promenade has has really centered on the fact that of its length, that the promenade is unusually long as compared to promenades in other cities. And because of its length, it's difficult to see a path towards success. Now, obviously, I have not taken that view over the years and still don't, but it's interesting to me that the vision that we are putting forward still retains the length. So I'm wondering if you all can speak to how much you thought about and whether you thought about the question of length. And does this design help with some of those challenges? Is it still a matter of programming, as we've heard over the years? How did this length, this 9 or 11 blocks, really fit into your thinking about this design?
You understand? Yeah, I will. I think that the length cannot be denied. You know, either we're too tall or too short, where this street is too long, you know. So you have to start there. Where are you going to chop it off? Where are you going to stop caring for it, or not tending to the interests of the people who own businesses or live there or wish to be there for one reason or another, or institutions that are there? I think the most important question is how we're going to differentiate between the three, how we're going to make their appearance more special, how we're going to bring people there for the reasons they wish to be there, and also to tempt them to move on and do something else as well. And I think that the 10 points that I mentioned in the terms of what the city needs to do over the next 10 years to make this project a reality, many of them speak to that question. Many of them speak to identifying the right uses to go in the right place. We've done a project like this in our practice in Beverly Hills about 20 years ago, where the downtown, the Golden Triangle, was actually ripped out and put back together again. And the three principal streets of that downtown were divided into an international street, a national street, speaking about retailing, and a local street. And over the last 20 years, the city has made every effort to support that idea to enormous advantage and huge success. Of course, these are not end-to-end this way, right? There we are, but they're side by side. And so they also are a district of a sort that, in the face of it, is excessive or could be excessive by any other standard. But the thing that saves, I think there are a number of things, again, it's a multi-factor question. One of the things that have saved this street and allowed to be that size is tourism, climate, the beach, Los Angeles next to you at 15 million people, whatever the number is, an hour and a half to 2 hours away. I mean, those factors end up giving life to this and have given life to the street. And I think the thing to remember always is that this street is not failing. It's just not growing. And it ought to be growing year to year, and to be strengthening also its hold as the most important retail place in the region. And businesses are leaving and going to suburban and other places, and that's an enormous loss, because you need to have the greatest concentration of functioning retail for all kinds of people who want to use this place on the street. And this, I think, could be accomplished with this plan should the rest of the 10 points over time also be attended to.
Councilmember Harmon, I just want to add to what Stefanos mentioned as well, that the looking back at history, we started out with a 6-block plaza streetscape, and then we expanded into the blocks past, from originally it was Ortega to Victoria. We expanded from Ortega down to Haley Street and added those additional blocks in the 70s. When you look at the 3 different districts and what they each offer, they're distinct, but they really do form the full downtown. And so even before Mullen Palazoides came on, there was a lot of discussion and debate over which district to focus on, or if we're only going to do one or all 3. And I do believe that it is really important to focus on all of them and to do the work in all of them. And part of that is because they each bring a different character and have a different, are sort of targeting a different community member in many ways in each of the districts. And they also, from just the way that State Street operates as a mode user, whether you are a pedestrian or cyclist or transit or in a private vehicle, to be able to go from the beach up to the Arts District or from the Civic Center down to the entertainment area and all the way through, I think is really important, and you don't want to cut off one segment because of that.
Thank you very much. That's really helpful. And then just my last question, Ms. Harris, for you is more about process, not about substance at all. In terms of our feedback today and the votes that we take as a council today, can you clarify for me what a vote in support of this plan document would mean? And I say that because I guess my question is, am I committing to 100% of what is in this document, or am I committing to the broader vision? And I would just say there are a couple of lines that I would hate to sit up here and wordsmith a 200-page document, but that I don't know that I fully agree with. I'm not talking about some of the big things that we're obviously going to be discussing today, but maybe smaller things that fall within the project phasing. And I'm assuming we're not getting into that level of detail today, but what I don't want to do with my vote would be to commit myself to everything that's in these pages. So can you kind of...
Councilmember Harmon, sure. So it's not necessarily a commitment to everything that's in the pages, and that's part of why we would be going from today, getting further public feedback, and then coming back with a final. But it is a commitment to a degree on the vision, on any policy considerations, and on the design concept. I think what we are hoping to get from council is that this is the way that the form in which you want the design to go, and that if there are any major roadblocks or areas of concern that you have, that we hear them today and not when we come back with the final plan. Our goal is to get substantive comments from you today so that we can make those changes and come back hopefully with something that that can be approved in the summer.
Okay, I think that makes good sense. I'm just going to call out a specific, and what I'm hoping is to get from you feedback that I don't need to go into that level of detail. But for example, on page 143, one of the safety enhancements that I guess we would be proposing here is a security camera network installation. I don't support that. So I don't need to go through with that kind of a fine-tooth comb. That's not the level of visioning that you're talking about, correct?
Councilmember Herman, correct.
Okay,
And that comes
great.
from the implementation plan, which will get further refined as well in the detailed design.
That is exactly the confirmation I needed. Thank you so much.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you. This is just so exciting. I'll do the rapid questions first. I'm not sure how rapid, and then I'm sure we all have a lot of comments. So for the bollards, I think it's slide 9 of the Mullen-Polozoides slides. I don't know if they're numbered differently than in our presentations. There it is. Wait, back one. Back one. This one, yeah. I just have a couple questions on this, and actually, I'm really excited to see this sort of pattern for the bollards. I think this is something I had tried to describe when we were doing the Granada pilot, and couldn't articulate, and then here it is in drawing form. So thank you for that, and I do have some questions about it. So in this format, would the crosswalk be in the intersection side of the bollards or on the bicycle pathway side of the bollards?
It would be both, right?
So the crosswalk from east to west, on the tree side or on the intersection side?
The east to west crosswalk, yes, is shown where tests. So it's within the sidewalk in the sense that it is within the curb ramp area and not located in the street area, but it is on the street side of the bollards, if that makes sense.
It does, and I'm wondering why. Wouldn't it be safer for pedestrians crossing to be on the protected side of those bollards if they're crossing from east to west?
I think, yes, we could explore that design change. I don't know, part of this will need to go underground, right? So there are some civil engineering considerations. Assuming there's no, utilities or other items that would conflict with that, then yes, the bollards could be shifted to be in line essentially with the curb line, so that then the crosswalk would be behind that, so to speak.
Thank you. And then
May I add a
Yes.
point to this? There is also a larger safety question here that we did not have time or scope to look into. The four central bollards in this plan are retractable. All the others are fixed. So one of the important questions is, when the street is full of people, should there be bollards that come that protect the pedestrians all the way from the edge of the moving lanes to the buildings? In other words, should there be some line of bollards that is larger and more expansive? Because the expensive bollards are the movable ones. The stationary ones are not expensive. And that I think is a bigger question that needs to be addressed.
As you study more what's underneath there too. Thank you. And then along those lines, if the crosswalk was on the tree side of the bollards, the protected side, could that be used as a drop-off area that, sort of a mid-block drop-off there?
Would somebody turn into it and then turn out of it? That's an interesting question.
Especially for, say, someone in a wheelchair or with mobility issues.
Councilmember Sneddon, I believe we have the traffic engineer with us who might be able to answer that. My guess is that would be a challenge because of coming off of traffic and then coming on and it not being part of sort of the general roadway. I think the other piece, though, or what I'm gathering from the question is if you had somebody that had mobility challenges and needed to be closer. And one of the things the plan mentions in text, not necessarily in the design drawings here, but is that we would be looking at including additional accessible zones for loading, or not just loading and unloading, but actually for parking. So a blue curbed zone on each cross street adjacent to State Street.
Thank you. I think that's
On all four corners, by the way,
Yes.
because it's an important thing. Yeah.
okay. I think that's really important because that came up so much in the Granada pilot program discussion. And really, if there was some way to do a more effective drop-off closer to there, we wouldn't have to have the one-way open. So then on slides 20, either one, slide 20 or slide 30. And I could give you the pages in the plan instead if that's easier. This one works. On this one, and then also you had another one on the slide 20, but there's this sort of central anchor feature, and the trees are, I think to maybe what Councilmember Jordan was a little bit talking about, the trees aren't just linear, they have a little bit of meander to them of where they're placed, and you have a central anchored feature. And I see it here, I see it on slide 20, I saw it also in the appendices. You had the one block of Pearl Street where you have some central feature, and then there's activity around it. And I guess my question is, oh yes, that one, and that upper left there, it has a central feature that is not just a direct, linear, straight path for a vehicle. And I guess my question is, like, to what extent or how, if a sort of seems like this plan went into it with the idea of accommodating vehicles as a sort of baseline, and what opportunities like this, two questions, might we be missing to have some sort of central anchoring something in the middle of that area? Or if we were going to pick, say, one block to be purely like this, which block would it be? I would think the 700 block, but if I was really attached to having some central anchoring feature on one block that really brought people there and was purely pedestrian, does this plan allow it, and what block would be the ideal block?
This plan allows it. I think we should be looking into it going forward. And the best place to do it would be in the Civic Commercial Center, probably the intersection with De La Guerra or around that whole area, having something to do also with its relationship to the Plaza de la Guerra as well. I think in some ways, part of the challenge of this plan, as you've heard me say before, is that it limits itself to that corridor. And a lot of these ideas really need to be thought about more amply. And I think De La Guerra Street, for instance, could be a pedestrian street.
Yes.
Or again, a flex street, maybe, which could be open for service occasionally. But that would enable the entire plaza and access to it to become a place where something like this could, for instance, happen.
Excellent, thank you. I'm so happy to hear that. And I think that might affect, I mean, I'll save it for comments for colleagues to consider, but sort of the name of what we call this central heart area, Corazon or whatever, Plaza District or whatever we call it, might be more focused on that.
There is something else we talked about which did not make it to this level because way outside our actual scope, is that also the old Paseo district has a lot of potential for redevelopment, important redevelopment. There's the land of the City Hall parking lot. There is the land on the other side, across from the Lobero Theater. There is major critical places that are begging for completion.
And maybe the Grand Paseo and the Paseo Network and tying those all right in that core area.
Yeah.
And then in the plan, which isn't in the presentation, but page 21, I'll just kind of flash it because I know you'll recognize it. Page 21, and then again on page 39. Just a couple questions about both of those. They show sort of the paving material being more similar in color to the sidewalk material, and I realize we're not giving that kind of direction today, but I'm sort of wonder about the choice of gray. Is it that's in the presentation? Is it because in anticipation of there being private vehicles, more vehicle traffic on it, that it sort of hides dirt better, or is it just it's just the color that happened to make it into the presentation?
Well, I think that's again a major design issue for the future. But the reason why it began this way is in order to be able to clearly distinguish between the areas of this plan that are service based and all the other ones that are sidewalks. I think it's very important in a multi-purpose street, in a multimodal street, to not turn the entire thing into a flat plane, into a plaza. You need to really distinguish the fact that it's structured in a certain way that allows it to be understood as being about more than one thing. Because a plaza is a plaza. It really has no vehicles at all on it, of any kind, including bicycles, nothing, just pedestrians.
Mm-hmm. So if we had one block that was a plaza like that with some central anchoring feature, and maybe it was all one paving material.
It may be, that may be, but you don't want to turn this into a feature for the 9 blocks because, again, the most important thing would be to distinguish the parts to the degree possible.
Excellent, thank you. And then, and that sort of shows in this one from the AIA charrette, it has sort of central features at different places, but not the same the whole way.
And on your favorite picture of the Cour Mirabeau, you can see that what they did in Provence is that they actually go down into the street to make it special. So you can imagine people sitting on the steps, for instance, when the street is closed.
I can't imagine.
So it's a whole other thing, probably. If we were to make a special place, we could make it all flat, or we could go deeper, conceivably, in a place like that.
And that may go into the sort of entertainment spaces or
exactly. We turn the place into a place where there'd be music, for instance, in the street, and people could be sitting around enjoying it. Yeah.
You can just keep talking because everything you envision is so I'm supportive of. So then this figure has a meandering tracked trolley. And I continue to not want to give up on that.
So, Councilmember Sneddon, I will note that page 21 it's a design that came about earlier in the planning phase. So this is one that's not from Mullen Palazoides, but is one from prior iterations in the design. But I think does a really beautiful job of just showing the scale of the street in relation to what redevelopment could look like immediately adjacent on Chapala and Anacapa with housing opportunities. In terms of a track trolley, and that conversation has come up a number of times, it is possible. There are some real challenges associated with it and real large costs associated with a track trolley. I think one of the things to note is just, it becomes something that becomes very inflexible in a flexible design. And so if we want to change, if in 10 years or 50 years the mode of transit changes and track trolleys are not where we want to be, we are stuck sort of having to deal with that in what otherwise could be a design that we could much more easily change into a different mode of travel.
And the other side of the argument is equally important. In 30 years from now, it becomes a viable means of transit, then that can be introduced in the street. It's important for you to note, particularly for the ones people that travel or look at the internet at other places, is that there are a number of places, particularly in Southern Europe, well, in Europe, both north and south, where transit systems on tracks are being built without overhead wires, and they're being built with large batteries. And the trams get charged in stations and at the points of beginning and end. But they are very expensive. Sevilla is a place, in Spain is a place where I've seen recently a system like that's extraordinary. But this is a city of, I don't know, a couple of million people. I mean, it's a whole other scale, right?
Yes.
A whole other economic scale as well, and tourist visitation scale.
I appreciate that. Thank you for that. And then if it is just pavement material difference, could that meander the bicycle pathway without impeding emergency vehicles or service access?
Actually, those systems are even stiffer they're the stiffer systems possible. That would go straight on without any deviation whatsoever.
Okay. So this is somewhere, this does have a little meander. Okay. And then where would be the best path for a wheelchair or a walker or a blind person? Because I know sometimes the sidewalk with the brick is difficult, and if the street has like friction in it or the bike pathway, like where does that fit in?
For any pedestrian, sort of regardless of just any kind of challenges that they might experience walking the street or not, the sidewalk, the expanded sidewalk would become that place. And there's the expanded brick sidewalks that would be ADA compliant. And then in the civic and commercial district, the proposal is for a different type of paving, it's like a stone pavement that would really create that along with the landscaping creates kind of a different feel of a space, a different gateway look, but would all be accessible.
Okay, thank you. And then just because terminology is helpful here, I only have like one or two more questions. What would we call the option that allows service vehicles or emergency vehicles between whatever times, but not private vehicles? So it's sort of the current situation, but what should we sort of refer to that as if we were like, if I wanted to say about, yes, service vehicles, yes, emergency response, but.
Councilmember Sneddon, I would say that's method of operation. So it's not really a design question, but it is how we are thinking about the operation of the street. And I think you could suggest that in that way.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think those are my questions for now. Thank you so much.
I would add one more thing to your last question, and that is that the matter of engaging private vehicles in the street overnight is also the issue of security, that there are more eyes, more possibility of seeking help if you find yourself on the street in need in any way, then the city is completely dead. There's no one there, which is the case often here after midnight.
Thank you.
Now.
Yes. Okay.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and the great work, Tess, and everybody. And Mr. Polizoides, since you're from Notre Dame, I don't have any questions. It's all great. A lot of my questions have been asked, so I'm going to try to go through these. So first one is, because it came up, and I expect it'll come up in public comment, and we had some of the many emails, is we had the flat and flexible prior, that was discussed, and now we have the curb. So a couple questions. Can you explain the shift away from that? And then also with the curbs now, the rolled curbs, how does that affect, this is the second part of it, how does it affect the stormwater runoff when you're trying to capture it? Because we know that current conditions, the street is the drain, and it does overflow at times.
Councilmember Friedman, yes, so there was time was quite some time where we were really focused on the flat and flexible design. This was prior to Mullen Polizoides joining the team to focus on the master plan. As we worked with Mullen Polizoides, we were really trying to better differentiate spacing. So really clearly note the pedestrian space and note the space that could be used for transit or vehicles or bikes, and how to differentiate from a bike standpoint where you can kind of create a bike lane that is more narrow in nature but still have an opportunity to move. So that 5-foot width out of the 10. Have a space for transit, have a space for vehicles. And as we started to study it further, there was recognition that with the different modalities, that it may be beneficial to maintain a variation of the curb. And that is also largely in part to the stormwater considerations by maintaining, and it is a rolled curb rather than today we have 6-inch curbs along the street. This would be a 4-inch rolled curb, so drawn out a little bit and then rolled. But that really starts to funnel the stormwater into the center of the street. And you saw in the civil drawing, it creates sort of a V shape in the street. Right now, the street is rounded, so any kind of drainage really goes to the side or to the sidewalks. The proposal is the street would form in a V shape, and you would get more funneled in that center. So part of it is that the curb helps with that flow of stormwater.
There is one more thing, which I did not mention, and that is that the water that is gathered in the street is also from rooftops, not only from the flow of the rain, so direct flow, sheet flow. So there has to be some way for the water to come from the buildings under the sidewalks and onto the street. And Paul, you might want to say a few things about that as well.
Councilman Friedman. Yes, we actually looked at both alternatives, and meaning flat all the way to an inverted crown versus the roll curb. And the roll curb actually provides, in engineering terms, a greater hydraulic capacity at the surface. So we have a larger square footage of room for stormwater to move down the street. So it does help on the flooding situation. The alternative, the flatter, could be done with a channel drain that would be maybe 2 feet wide by 3 feet deep, in order to make up for that hydraulic capacity.
Thank you. If just to follow up on that, because it's an important point that has been raised. Currently, we have 6-inch curbs, and these are 4, but because of the design and how they're rolled, you end up getting more capacity in the center of the street, because the concern is if you truncate it down to 4 from 6, and we're already having an overflow in a lot of the big storms, that the loss of the 2 inches would flood out onto the streets and in the stores. So just so I'm understanding that the rolling is what creates the extra capacity.
If we bring up the cross-section, I might be able to show what's happening. Yes. So in this image, the dark lines are the existing condition. Okay. So that shows the crowned street in those dark lines. And the red lines are the proposed, so it's got the roll curve there, and then it continues down. So you can see this area is additional capacity for stormwater.
Great. Thank you. That was
Plus the storage.
question. Thank you.
Plus the storage, yeah.
And plus the storage
Storage
underneath. Right.
Thank you for those clarifications, and I think it's an important question. So kind of going out of order since a lot of these were answered already. You mentioned the side streets and the parallel streets, Anacapa and Chapala, potentially going back to two-way. On the side streets in the plan, some called for expanding the sidewalks on some of the blocks. But can we speak to how we are going to incorporate the side streets? Because in other successful street closures, it's not just the one street, it's a whole square. And it seems the plan is focused heavily on State Street, as it should be, but we have a lot of businesses that are on the 0 blocks. So how are we encouraging redevelopment in those blocks to get people to go there? So if you could clarify the plan for the side streets.
Well, the side streets don't need to lose their access and their mobility characteristics as things are. I mean, I think there ought to be two-way traffic and a near identical use of the streets as they are.
Councilmember Friedman, one of the things in the larger draft plan that was not something that that we had the scope for Mullen Paulus to focus on, but that had been something that staff have been looking at over the years is around what could change with some of those cross streets. So Anapamu was mentioned, particularly from the library to State Street, as an opportunity for that half of the block to sort of extend the overall design framework and have some expanded sidewalks. That would likely mean that parking would be removed from that portion of the street there. But you would get the feel of traveling in a cohesive space when you're going by the Museum of Art and the library. So that is an opportunity. In the implementation section of the plan, it calls that out as being in the 3rd phase. So that would really be sort of a project that we would look at the time after we complete the 3 districts on State Street proper. I think this would be a great moment from my perspective to get feedback from all of you on council as to whether you want us to do additional study on cross streets or whether there are other streets that need to be looked at for that. I think there was another piece to your question, though, was around Chapala, Anacapa, Gutierrez, and Haley, and there was a suggestion from our consulting team around studying those for 2-way vehicular traffic rather than 1-way, and so that would also be something that is not directly part of the master plan proper, but would be something that could be studied to see if it's feasible to do that, if that's council's direction.
Okay. Thank you all. Reserve comments for that later on. Try to get through these. So one of the major issues of getting to the economic and social vitality is the creation of the housing units. It's noted numerous times, 1 to 2,000 potential units. And some of the potential adaptive reuse buildings that could produce a significant number of units happen to be landlocked in terms of the only actual street that they have access to is State Street. So how would if we were to shift to say, permanent closure on some of these blocks where these buildings are permanent, or have no other way to access them from any of the side streets, how would this plan be able to address that portion of it for the residents that live there and the functionality of those buildings?
Well, I think, may I answer that? Yeah, I think that the simplest answer to that is in an urban environment of this kind, which will be an intensely urban environment, people are going to have to walk to their parking spaces.
But there would be opportunities.
And be dropped off, if necessary, on the side streets.
There would be opportunities, again, if it's flexible, when you say you have somebody moving in, moving out, to be
Yes.
able to come and access it
Yeah,
that
the
way.
service side, yes.
Yes, Councilmember Friedman. So there would be opportunities to still access during the hours of operation where you'd have service delivery vehicle access. Let's say you had, a business that was getting a really large shipment out of normal hours. There would be an opportunity, it's talked about in the longer text of the plan, but for an appointment system to be set up so the city could allow somebody to go onto the street if they need to do some kind of delivery or service, but try to keep it controlled so that it's really maintained within the hours that that's intended for. And what I mean more by that is, like, think of the construction at the film center right now. There are things that are being allowed there so that construction vehicles can get in and do that work outside of the regular times.
And that would also, that appointment system would allow residents, potential future residents, to move in and move out, because they might, let's be honest, they're not going to move in at midnight. They would most likely move in when they can get there, so they could make an appointment with the city for those types of logistics of getting people in and out.
Councilmember Friedman, yes, we could certainly write the program so that it would allow for something like that.
And then, let's see here. In regards to some of the transit options that we are looking at, and the trolleys that are out, that are being talked about, a couple things. One, have we looked at, are we going to focus on some of the trolleys that have the hydraulic lifts for those with ADA issues versus what's currently there? That's been raised as an issue that can sometimes be problematic. And then the other larger issue with this is working with MTD for enhanced transit from other areas, because this is going to be an area where we want to bring people from not just Santa Barbara but from the region, and some of that will require that we not have all of it be cars. We want to make sure we have robust transportation, as they've done in other cities that have done street closures. So is there an effort with MTD to study how we can enhance transportation from, say, uptown or other areas that would make it easier to get to downtown without using a car?
Councilmember Friedman, that would be something that if the plan is approved and we have an indication of how we want to start to operate the street in a permanent stance, that we would then go out and work with MTD. We would also go out and do likely an RFP for some kind of a electric, smaller shuttle type system, like it may not be a golf cart style system, but kind of like what you saw in the simulations there. That would go out for bid probably. But the actual design could allow for multiple transit types to be on the street at the same time. So you could have a bus and you could have a smaller shuttle operating simultaneously.
Thank you. So that's an ongoing discussion on how we can look at different modes of public transportation for everyone. Okay. Just a couple more questions. One of the major issues that's come up with businesses, especially as you get further up, the 1,000, 1,100 block, is, and I've talked with many of them, is that circulation right now is a challenge, and I expect we'll hear that from some in the public comment, is that it's the circulation from getting to the beach. It gets up to the 500 block, and the 500 block gets people, but then the further up you get, people aren't just coming. So how do we, one, is that an issue that you see from the data that they're just not getting the circulation of it? And then two, how do we address that? How do we enable people to get from the beach under the underpass and encourage them to go up to the 1100 block, to the 1200 block more easily? And I think you had mentioned, Mr. Polozoides, earlier about, and Tess as well, about we want to make each of the three different districts distinct, but that also, you still have to go from 1 to 2 to 3, and that inhibits circulation, according to what I'm hearing from the businesses. So how do we address that issue?
Councilmember Friedman, one gets back to the prior question, which is around transit and making sure that we have transit that's moving at a rate that can, where you're waiting no more than 10 minutes at a stop to go up or down the street. So right now on the street, we have a pilot program that's operating from Thursday through Sunday from 12 to 7 p.m. And it operates with 4 golf cart shuttles that move people up and down for free from the waterfront up to the Arlington Theater and back. It's been very successful. There has certainly, I think it has proven that there is a need for transit on State Street. We aren't operating it all 7 days of the week, so that is a challenge, is that we're not moving people the other 3 days of the week when it's not operating up or down the street in entirety. But I think to the comment around just issues with circulation, the farther you get up or in different areas, that would be where having the cohesive design all the way through is important, and then having that ability for transportation, whether it is by transit or by bike or as a pedestrian, or if you're having vehicles on the street, then there becomes the ability to move more easily from district to district.
Thank you, and for that answer. And then, so on the landscaping issues, landscaping and keeping some of what we have, but also expanding it. And I like the analogy that we're planning now for the future that we won't experience. But we have a pilot program right now in the 1100 block with the, I think it's 1100, with the Botanic Garden. It might be the 12. Are we going to incorporate using some of our partners like the Botanic Garden to come up with natives in a palette that represents Santa Barbara? We're going to have, obviously, some of these other landscaping options, but are we going to look at some of the natives and opportunities to show the history of Santa Barbara through that, again, through these partnerships with some of our local institutions?
Councilmember Friedman, if that is what council would like staff to do, I would suggest making that recommendation. I think it's proven the 1200 block has been, in my opinion, a great partnership between the Botanic Gardens, Friends of State Street, and the city. And we've learned a lot just in the short time that it's been out there. So if you would like us to look at partnership opportunities for landscaping or other elements, I think that would be helpful to know.
Okay, perfect. So glad I asked because I didn't see that specifically in the plan. Okay, last question. This is, I'm not sure this would be for, but so we have $6 to $8 million per block estimate, but about half of it is the infrastructure for the stormwater, which regardless of the plan, it's something we would need to do anyways if we're looking at housing and redevelopment. So is there a strategy in terms of prioritizing that first, in terms of getting that big investment out of the way with economies of scale while we're developing the rest of the plan and then going to implementation, or would we go block by block?
I think that's part of the next step, is to figure out the sequencing of that. I think as we've talked about it, one of the first priorities would probably be looking at the bollard installation, because that's what enables the flexibility on the street, first and foremost. And then you'll probably want to do the stormwater at the same time you're redoing the streets, just because from an efficiency perspective, you don't want to tear it up twice. And so I think, at least as we've talked about it initially, that could be the sequence, But again, I think you could potentially do the bollards the whole length of the street as a first project, and then come back and do block by block on stormwater and the street improvements.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question is more for Mr. Polozoides. You mentioned it earlier, and it kind of gets back to the circulation in the 8 blocks, and it could be a challenge in other cities. Typically, the most successful ones that I've looked at are 4 blocks. Are there any examples of cities that have done beyond the 4 blocks, more like the 8 blocks, like we're trying to do, that you could just point, as we community do the research over the next couple of months, because there's going to be a lot of public comment, are there any locations in the United States that we could point to that have gone above and beyond 4 blocks that have been successful that we could learn from?
Well, two responses. The first one is that Santa Barbara has been successful in doing 9 blocks. We shouldn't forget that. And the second one is we did not focus on this issue at all, but I think it'll be a very interesting thing in the next month or two as we're going through commissions and so on to provide an answer. It's probably a very simple thing to think about and come back to you and let you know.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. A lot of my questions were asked by my colleagues, so I think only 4 questions. Okay, so going back to the topic of the trolley, I'm also a really big fan of just, my vision really is more just for accessible transportation for everybody, and something that is free and gives people the ability, especially when they're parking in one parking lot and then they want to go, maybe 5 blocks down, and if they have some mobility issues, they'll need a way to get there. So I understand that the track trolleys may be more difficult to implement, but how feasible would it be to implement the electric shuttle, for example, as a 7-day-a-week, something that operates for longer hours for the full week, something that's a little bit more reliable for folks? Could any of you speak to that?
Sure, Councilmember Santa Maria. So I think the design would allow for either option that you're mentioning, whether it's a trolley or an electric shuttle that could operate at all times. And as you're seeing in the slide that I have up, you're seeing a variation of that. This is showing an open-aired electric vehicle that could be operated in transit. I think there's something different in the space when you look at a smaller transit vehicle than a larger bus on State Street. And that is similar, the waterfront and downtown shuttle that MTD operated also was smaller in size intentionally and really looked like a trolley, and at one point had more openness to it. There are limited just in truth, there are limited manufacturers for electric public transit in the United States. So we've started to do some research and reach out to different communities on what they are using. And I think that work would still be ongoing if this plan moves forward, so that we could identify something more concrete that could happen in the street. But, this would allow the option to bring an MTD bus onto the street if we wanted to do that. It would allow the option to have the golf cart type shuttles that are existing today to expand if we wanted that. It would allow us to go out and do an RFP and actually seek out what we are looking for, an electric shuttle, smaller transit vehicle that could operate on State Street, and see what kind of transit operators we hear back from. And so that would probably be my recommendation, is that we try to do that in the first phase of the plan and get that RFP out.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Harris. Do you need direction from council now on what type of public transportation to research as potential options? Or
Councilmember Santa Maria, it would be helpful if council has direction on what you were expecting for public transit. That would help.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let's talk a little bit about landscaping. One question I've gotten this question in several different formats. It ties back a little bit to what Councilmember Friedman mentioned about different partnerships with other organizations. So I've gotten questions about the planting of the new trees, and wondering if there is anything precluding us from planting female trees that would produce produce that you could partner with the food bank and donate, that type of thing. So I've heard several questions about this and just wanted to get your opinion on how feasible or not that is? Would there be any reason why we wouldn't be able or shouldn't explore that? Or
I think Justin should answer that one, but I would say from an architectural point of view, those trees are generally not of large in scale, and what we want is trees that would grow to be 50 and 60 feet high and be able to generate that magnificent space. But I'm sure there are other questions. Here.
Musical chairs. I think it becomes also a maintenance issue of fruit on the ground. And most of the trees that we selected to be removed and replaced are smaller and maybe not as appropriate for the scale of some of the spaces. So the size and the maintenance becomes a bit of a, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. That's really helpful. Yeah, that's the only question on the landscaping. When it comes to the bollards, so if we can go now, I don't know, can we go back to the slide with the retractable bollards? I'm forgetting what number that is, but we're seeing 4 on the street and then a few curved out. I'm sure you know what slide that is. Yeah, that one. That's the one. So I know there was a comment earlier about the retractable bollards are the most expensive ones. Is there any configuration of stationary bollards that would allow an emergency vehicle to go through? And so in other words, I'm trying to figure out if there's a way that we could install bollards, but maybe in a more cost-effective way. Do we really need the retractable ones, or just thoughts on that?
Councilmember Santa Maria, it is a good question. There are a few different types of bollards that exist. There are stationary bollards. There are lift assist bollards. That's what Ventura plans to put in on Main Street there. And then there are fully automatic retractable bollards, which is what we're proposing in the middle, 4 on each side. I think if the plan moves forward, one of the things we'll really need to dive more deeper into is understanding some of the specifics around the manufacturers for automatic retractable bollards. They exist. They are used in multiple cities throughout the United States, but we would need to get more details on that. And then I do think that, we also should look at the lift assist option as well. The challenge with that option is that if you have an emergency, you would need to get out and actually lift the bollard up and push it down. So you don't have the sort of free and clear path that an automatic bollard would provide. An automatic bollard would retract in 3 to 8 seconds, and likely if you were to pull up an emergency vehicle up in that 20-foot right-of-way space, and you had to have one person get out to do that manual work to lift the bollard up and push it down, it's going to take longer. So then it becomes a question around response time and what is too much and what is the best scenario for police and fire, which is why we went with the automatic retractable bollards in the 20-foot right-of-way, so that there was more assurance that they could get into the blocks more quickly.
Thank you so much. Oh, sure. Thank you.
One consideration to that is that if it's designed to allow emergency vehicle to drive through, then any vehicle would be able to drive through. And we want to avoid a situation where someone by accident or intentionally is trying to do that. And so that is what is driving both the automated approach as well as the spacing of the bollards.
Thank you. That makes a lot of sense. That's a perfect segue. My final question is concerning public safety. So I've kind of heard both ends of this issue, where I've heard some folks on State Street saying that there isn't enough police presence. Others say there's too much police presence. I've spoken to some of our officers. They believe that they said it was roughly 10% of the time that they spend is on State Street alone. And so what can the public expect as a change in terms of law enforcement police presence on State Street, both day and night? What's the kind of change that residents can expect to see?
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Maria, for the question. I think Stefanos is coming up to answer that, but I'll start off. One of the things is that with this kind of infrastructure, police and fire vehicles will be more easily able to get onto State Street. They can get on State Street now, but there are some challenges with maneuvering a vehicle to be able to go through. In some cases, they would need to drive over a bollard to get onto State Street or maneuver in that way. So this would allow for a more seamless way to get onto the street if there was an emergency and need to be on State Street itself.
There is always, of course, some need for the presence of people who can help with various issues that come up in the public realm. But I would say the number one issue when it comes to the future of the streets is that it attracts so many people day and night that it's self-policed, in effect. The greatest public spaces in our country are safe because there are people there at all times that can absorb any kind or almost any kind of activity that takes place in a place like that. And by allowing, as Tess said, the easy passage of emergency vehicles in and out, then the emergencies can be addressed as well.
Okay, thank you so much. And right now, police is able to access State Street with bicycles, right? This was what they're doing at the moment.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Santa Maria, they are able to access State Street.
Okay, so yeah, but this sounds like it would be really helpful for the larger vehicle, especially a fire truck and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. Those are all my questions.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for all your hard work. My question is about the bollards as well. I understand that it's the most expensive, or not the most expensive, but it's very expensive. But why do we need so many? Why can't we just have it to be 3 across the street to keep the vehicles in and out?
Councilmember Gutierrez, so, and perhaps this is something that Mr. Nunez can speak to as well, but my understanding is that the bollards would need to be at a width distance of between 5 and 5.5 feet to try to ensure that there isn't enough space for a private vehicle to get through the separated space between the bollards, which is why we are showing 4 there.
Gotcha. Okay. And so it's physically lined out so that a vehicle can't get through there. We can't get rid of one just to make it a little less expensive?
No, it's just a matter of feet and inches, right? I mean, you have a 20-foot right-of-way, and that right-of-way needs to be protected. And the other question to address in the future, should the rest of the dimension of the street be protected in some way from vehicles that might want to get on it for less than positive reasons?
Okay. The other question I had is when it comes to the material that the street is projected to be made out of with the kind of like cobblestone, right? To delineate the path for a bicyclist and a vehicle or what have you. Do we face any liability if somebody injures themselves because of that?
Mr. Attorney.
Councilmember Gutierrez, I'll start off, but I do think that City Attorney Joymus would, it would be helpful for him as well. But the pavement texture would all be in line with ADA standards and with our standards for sidewalks. So, I'm not sure if somebody filed a claim what that might result in, but we would be building to accessibility standards regardless of the pavement texture.
And we're not using cobblestones.
It wouldn't be.
No. Would you like to talk to this, Paul? The nature of the assembly of the right-of-way. Maybe we need
Councilman
to.
Gutierrez, I don't see a liability different from concrete paving or asphalt paving because it's a smooth surface.
Gotcha, okay.
If I may add to Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Gutierrez too, the city would have design immunity. So this whole process, if these plans were approved and by the professionals deemed safe, then we do have immunity for those type of claims. The one thing we have to be cognizant of is making sure we are respectful of ADA issues. But as far as the designs itself and the liability, whether they're cobblestone or not, if they're part of approved plans and they're signed off, we do have immunity on that.
Yeah, gotcha. It's a great idea. I've been in communities where they specifically made the texture of a street a certain way to keep vehicles from speeding down the street and also to keep from having people on e-bikes and skateboards and stuff in the street as well. How much, again, is the proposed cost of this project?
Councilmember Gutierrez, so it's approximately $6 to $8 million per block, and at 8 blocks, it would be $48 to $64 million.
And let's say if we were to come to an understanding that we only wanted certain things, not everything. Like, for example, how much is it just to install the bollards?
Councilmember Gutierrez, I believe it's about $500,000 per intersection to install the bollards. These are very rough, high-level costing numbers. And what I would suggest, and a part of the request for a recommendation, is that we do more detailed funding analysis to really understand both the funding strategies, but also from a financing standpoint, as we're looking at the specific manufacturer and what each one is. But it is, retractable bollards are more expensive, so, and then when you add the 8 retractable along with the 12, I think it would be reasonable to assume it is about a $500,000 investment on each intersection.
Okay. And how much would it cost to redirect those streets that you presented earlier?
Councilmember Gutierrez, I don't have the cost for what, if we, you were meaning Chapala, Anacapa, are you meaning the one-way to two-way
Yeah,
configuration?
Haley, right? I believe
We don't have those details. We haven't studied those streets, and even if they are able, there's some challenges with a couple of those streets, so I'll just say that off the bat. Given some of the, just the freeway on off-ramp, for example, and location of that on Chapala is one example there. So there are things that need to be studied for each of those streets if we wanted to pursue something like that, but we don't have a cost. That's not part of the State Street block cost.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. Well, as long as we're on street materials, I have one quick question. You mentioned in your report that part of the street may be permeable pavers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as I think about you trying to get down to doing a V as opposed to a crown in the middle of the street, I know that when we proposed permeable pavers for our De La Guerra project, they thought you can't get down deep enough with the excavation without running into either, of course, in State Street would be utilities. Here it was going to be, archaeological sources. But then the pavement or the soil below that was not acceptable for permeation. So have we already done corings? Are corings going to have to to preclude what we are, or go ahead and do those before we do this kind of construction? I know it was proposed, and you guys haven't had that much time, so I'm sure you haven't done corings yet, but no.
Mayor Rouse, so yes, there would need to be some work at the engineering level that would happen, but our Sustainability and Resilience Department has also looked at opportunities on State Street, both from the in lieu fee project that we're analyzing and as part of the master plan. And the department does believe that permeable pavers are an option on State Street. And I, if
Paul, I think
Mr. Crabtree has anything to add there too, that would be great.
Yeah, it's just curious. Go ahead.
Cores have not been done, to our knowledge, on State Street to test the infiltration, but desktop studies do list what's called the KSAT, the saturation value of the soils, and they're pretty good. But that would have to be confirmed with core tests.
Right.
Yes.
Mayor Rouse, we also have Ms. Parento, and perhaps if you have anything to add as well.
Ms. Parento?
Hi, Mayor Rouse, council members. Yeah, we are currently in process of doing that feasibility study, which will involve the coring and the infiltration rates. As Mr. Crabtree shared, we have preliminary results that are quite good. But given the results we got in De La Guerra Plaza, we are cautiously optimistic and will look for a permeable paver configuration that will suit both the project's needs and the AMU program.
Okay, thank you very much.
Paul, do you want to answer the question of the utility depth? That was the other part.
On the question of the utility depth, yes, there are numerous service utilities, shallow and deep, and likely very old as well. So,
Yeah, we get surprises all the time in projects, so.
right. So yes, that will have to be dealt with. And it's a potential opportunity here as well to build from the bottom up.
Right, thank you very much. We'll switch gears here. Ms. Harris, you and I met with Gibbs and the Gibbs report, and I don't see it. It's not necessarily referenced there. Is that somehow incorporated in the report? Because we're talking obviously about physical changes and whatnot, but obviously the economy is going to be the driver, and this should be the reason why we're frankly doing most of this. So I didn't see it specifically referenced, or am I wrong?
Mayor Rouse, so Appendix E has Mr. Gibbs' retail technical report. We also included Appendix F, which is an economic analysis that was prepared by Strategic Economics back, I believe, in 2023. They were involved with a prior consultant, and so that work is in there as well, along with Appendix G, which has sales tax information that goes from, I believe it's 2021 to 2025.
Okay. I just know that in Gibbs' report, they had a pretty declarative statement about the property owners themselves and the declines that they were experiencing with the closed street. So that was my concern, that that was also part of the big picture consideration going in. So another report that I was curious about too, because for about a year, we had a circulation report that delayed the coming forward. This was before Stephanos was involved, I think, with us. But is that also part of this, or does that come in later? Or
That's going to come in, that's actually the public safety response time analysis, and that is as it relates to the temporary configuration of the street. So that will be part of the report in late June when we come back for the interim discussion.
But I would think that would be integral in the design, would it not? I mean, for a lot of these things?
Well, I think the beauty of this design with the bollards is it eliminates that issue because public safety has the ability to lower and raise the bollards to respond. So it gets rid of the response time issues. So the response time issues right now are because of the non-temporary nature of the barricades.
Thank you. And then one last question. And one of our action items is going to be regarding Title 31. This might be a question for Mr. Doymus about the issues with Title 31. And I know that Title 31 precluded some discretionary design review during this period of time. It also was about whether or not this was a street or not a street at this point in time. So what is it we're doing with Title 31 to make it work with this plan? We have to vote. We're supposed to forward it today, so I don't think I really understand what the nuances are going to be.
Sure. If I understand, Honorable Mayor, if I understand your question correctly, I think right now we're just forwarding the plan, but the process will include, the drafting the ordinance and the process of going before, I believe, Planning Commission and back to council and all that. So right now we're giving direction in general, but there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of the details and the process and the ordinances coming forward. So that in itself will work itself out as we go along.
I was happy to see that the path is going through all the design review boards before it comes back to us and whatnot, but I was also curious about the street, not street status, as I understood it from Mr. Henschke.
Well, if you're talking about Honorable Mayor, if we're talking about the vehicle code issue, I think that point is at least in terms of, are you speaking as to the closure of it or actually
Well,
what
we're
constitutes a street
trying
or
to
not?
kind of do both. So that's what I'm, just like I said, I've never fully understood it and the logic behind it, but I want to make sure that I know what we're voting on today.
Sure. Well, the issue of the closure of the street will be part of the ordinance. That's not, you're overall talking in terms of a vision. The legal issue in terms of our ability also to close the street, I guess, has been resolved to some extent, so we can do that. So you're not technically, you're just overall giving guidance. The actual language, the actual enforcement provisions, the actual, details on that will come forward to council
Right, because
later.
we will be, once again, if we open up to private vehicles, we'll be a part of the vehicle code again. Is that correct?
So in Mayor Rouse, the item E in the recommendation is
Right.
directing staff to return with both a Title 31 amendment and an amendment to the circulation element. In all honesty, you have given staff that direction but I did want to include that here as to confirm that if this plan is to move forward, that then we would be coming back with a circulation element, general plan amendment, and we would be coming back with a Title 31 amendment.
Right. But then we would, once again, the status would be as a real street, again, with vehicle code and all, if we're going to let private vehicles on at least part-time, correct?
So with this design, then we would be looking, the vehicle code would be a way to get, would be a way for this design to function, yes.
Okay. No, because it's been a little amorphous these last few years, so I want to make sure we're clear on that. before we go forward.
And most likely would also be referenced, not getting too far ahead, it'd be most likely referenced in any ordinance in Title 31 going forward.
Okay, very good. Well, I think that's it for this. We will move on to public comment. We do have a lot of you, and we have a lot of folks online. In order to hear from everyone, and in order to have some time for deliberation for council, we're going to go for a minute per speaker. You can combine and don't dedicate your time to someone else. You have to be here to do that. You have to identify yourself. And I'm sorry I have to limit the time, but that's the only way we're going to get to hear from everybody and then get to what we need to do. So I'm going to call a name. I'm going to call the person who's on deck right behind him to be ready to roll. And Bob Hamber is my first speaker, followed by Molly Pearson. 1 minute, please.
Regarding the bollards and public safety transit, if you're concerned about a Charlottesville or a Santa Monica promenade scenario, 4 bollards are not going to be enough. 3 foot wide, 4 foot wide POVs are coming. Think ahead. I would encourage the consideration of meandering the transit lanes on some of the blocks by staggering them laterally. You can create some of that public space for performers or small events without closing the entire street. Also gives paseos, this has been referred to as a paseo. Our paseos have more character. The current visualization of a single straight line for 11 blocks is dull.
Thank you. Molly Pearson, followed by Elaine McCoy.
Hi, I'm Molly Pearson. I sent in 4 pages, 17 comments, and I hope that you get a chance to read them. This 1 minute is not much time. Regarding the public review period, there was no publicity saying that we had until June 30th to review this document. I expedited my review and I provided you as many comments as possible, but please make sure the public knows they have until June 30th. I think you're getting ahead of yourself by requesting final direction from council when you haven't even heard from the public. So the overall design, I really like it. I think it's great what Mullen Polozoides have come up with. The private vehicle access during the nighttime, I do not think that's a safe way to go. As a cyclist and a motor vehicle person, 20 feet to share all that is just in my opinion, not enough room. I think if you're going to allow private vehicles back on State Street, even if it's just at night, please give us some dedicated bike lanes. I would feel a lot safer. And I actually suggest that you hear from your transportation staff, because they're doing so much to make this street safe, and this just does not sound like a safe design to me.
Thank you.
I don't know how much time I have.
That
but-
was it. Thank you. Liam McCoy, followed by Mike Sudin. Mike Sudin.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I'm concerned about cars being allowed on State Street after 10 p.m. when we lower the bollards, especially especially within the entertainment districts specifically. During this time frame, both bars and restaurants are open, meaning that there will be intoxicated pedestrians on the street, especially at final call. In previous years, this was the time where the highest concentration of crashes occurred. By allowing motor vehicles on State Street at the same time as intoxicated pedestrians, we risk collisions with pedestrians and threats to public safety. Let's try and keep this design simple and safe for pedestrians and keep only emergency vehicles, service, business, and transit vehicles on State Street, no private vehicles. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mike Sudin, followed by Brian Cornell. Is Mike here? Because I don't see Brian anymore. Okay, very good. Kathy Janega Dykes. And she'll be followed by Richard Lloyd.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Kathy Janega Dykes. I'm president and CEO of Visit Santa Barbara. And I want to acknowledge and appreciate the work that this team has gone into with this State Street Master Plan. It's so thoughtful and well-informed. And it also recognizes that State Street has never been static. It has continued to evolve to meet our community needs, and it's going to continue in the future, which underscores an important point. We need to trust the process that this team has gone through. Not everyone will agree with every element of a plan of this scale, and that's to be expected. So I strongly encourage the council to support this plan so implementation can begin. Our businesses need clarity, our community needs momentum, and our downtown needs renewed energy and confidence. And I also want to offer the assistance of Visit Santa Barbara to partner with the city and community stakeholders through a communication, stakeholder engagement, and programming support. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Lloyd, followed by Hillary Blackerby.
Yes, a couple points. One, I think I would urge the council to exercise some more flexibility in terms of accepting public comment. We've been here a long time. People have been very patient, and it would be a shame for people to be joining now and not have the opportunity to comment. So I'd certainly ask that. Regarding the plan, I think it's a very intelligent, well-crafted plan. I think it appropriately balances a lot of interests, whether it's the emergency fire travel access. And I think what really struck me is that you're going to hear a lot about car access, private car access. But that, I think, is rather ancillary to the overall moving forward on the plan. There's a lot here about moving into districts. There's a lot about the basic configuration of the extended sidewalks and the travel lanes. That is independent, whether you want cars full-time. I think you can still vote to move forward with this plan and have that fight later. So I think it's a great plan. I think you should vote for it.
Thank you. Hillary Blackerby, followed by Robin Elander.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. My name's Robin Elander, and I'm the Executive Director for the Downtown Santa Barbara Improvement Association, representing more than 1,500 district businesses and 450 property owners. I'd like to begin by thanking the public, our downtown community, City Council, and staff for their thoughtful engagement throughout this process. It's clear we all care deeply about downtown. Over the past year, DSBIA has made significant investments to help create a cleaner, more vibrant, and welcoming downtown. The State Street Master Plan represents the next step, a bold, long-term investment in downtown vitality. As the implementation plan highlights, this effort will require sustained commitment, not only to the physical design, but also aligning funding, advancing housing, and strengthening the systems such as the underground utilities, stormwater management, and policies. We appreciate the adaptive management and flexibility of the retractable bollards at each intersection, allowing the opening or closing of the street as needed for special events, cyclists, pedestrians, or vehicles as downtown continues to grow and evolve. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis Allen, followed by Lee Heller. Took off.
I've had a long history of involvement with the Community Environmental Council and been co-author of the ecological principles for the revitalization of our downtown core. I'm delighted that scattered throughout the draft plan that we're looking at are these principles, and every one of them has been embodied in that. The one thing I find has had just a nod in this report so far, but we'll be getting more, and we're working on it, is housing. Housing is going to be so critical, I think, for enhancing the economic vitality of this downtown core. So we'll be working on that in collaboration with the elements of this plan. Many of you have expressed excitement about what is happening here, and I share that with you. I really hope we'll move forward with this. I think it's a great vision that we have that will carry us for many years. Thanks.
Thank you. Tristan Miller, followed by Kevin Heim.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Tristan Miller, and I want to express my support for moving forward with this draft master plan without cars. Tess Harris and her amazing team have crafted a bold vision for our downtown, which we should move forward with today. I want to specifically mention that I hope the design incorporates improved intersections as part of the master plan. The proposal, which came to council in September of 2024, had raised crosswalks across all of the intersections. I ask that you add curb extensions like you see on De La Vina to make the crosswalks across State Street raised. Curb extensions reduce the physical distance required for people to be in the street while crossing, which significantly increases safety. The current interim solution with large pots and plastic bollards is more safe than the current proposed solution because the distance is less than it will be in the proposed master plan. I would love to see these curb extensions be applied to the master plan, and thank you for this incredible plan, everybody.
Kevin Heim, followed by Michael Mata.
Good evening. I'm here because I strongly support the vision in the State Street Master Plan and because I'm deeply concerned about one piece of it that would undermine that vision. Where the plan goes off the rails is in one crucial respect: the proposal to reopen State Street to private cars from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. Those hours after 10 p.m. are not a low-risk off-peak period. They are exactly when impairment, darkness, crowding, distraction, and nightlife activity come together to increase the risk of severe injury or death. I want to be clear, I'm not asking you to seal State Street off from the work that keeps downtown functioning. Emergency access must be preserved 24/7, and businesses legitimately need deliveries, trash pickup, and maintenance. My ask is simple: direct city staff to keep the 500 through 1,200 blocks of State Street closed to general private vehicles at all hours, while preserving access for emergency responders and tightly managed service and delivery functions. By the city's own statistics, nearly 30 people have not been injured or killed because State Street has been closed to cars since 2020. Thank you on behalf of them.
Michael Mata, followed by Drew Cuddy.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. I came here today with an open mind about checking out sorry. I was born and raised in the city. I was raised right here 2 blocks over, and I see State Street for what it is in its heyday. I see this, and it doesn't look like State Street. It doesn't look like Santa Barbara at all. It actually came to my conclusion that it makes it seem like it's easier just to open State Street as a whole, because we're losing the tradition, we're losing the culture, we're losing the community right here with this whole new Santa Barbara. I'm sure I'm the only one in this room that's probably opposing, but this is coming from a person right here that has seen State Street at its best and at its worst. A lot of the people from Santa Barbara will say, hey, leave it as is, or I agree that things need to be changed, but I also see this being a problem with other issues that now you guys are talking about storm drains, you're talking about housing. That's pollution, that's environment, that's a lot of stuff that's not being talked about here.
Yeah.
So,
thank you.
yes.
Drew Cuddy, followed by Angelina Detamonte.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Drew Cuddy. I own Satellite at the 1100 block of State Street on the Arts District. I want to thank Tess and the Planning Department for bringing forward a serious and long-awaited plan. I love it. The physical improvements are great. I've operated downtown for 9 years, so I've seen State Street with cars and without, and the plan is really good. My concern is that it doesn't address the foundational issue of downtown housing, specifically the lack of people living in our downtown core. You're considering spending tens of millions of dollars downtown, but without a serious plan to bring residents back into the center of the city that's tied to the whole building plan. That investment's not going to be sustainable, and businesses like mine won't survive. So people shop where we live, and people do not live in downtown Santa Barbara. As you mentioned, there's 350 units downtown. So I'm asking you to hold on this strategy or voting on this until you've integrated a master plan that's really inclusive of housing and incentivizes building through increasing the height moratorium, expediting the permit office. They're open 19 hours a week. That's BS. Institute progressive vacancy tax, economic incentives, and build all types of housing.
Thank you. Angelina Detamonte, followed by Sarah Siegschlag.
Good morning, or afternoon, you guys, Mayor Rouse and council. I just wanted to speak up on the proposed master plan. It appears to lack a lot of critical information that's needed to make any prudent decision. And in one area, we're talking about cars. And I heard the consultants speak that they have to look towards streets on the sides and people can park there. When you have consultants that come in, I think that they need to do their diligence and go look at the streets. And at a bare minimum, consultants should know if they've done a little bit of homework that parking's a big issue in Santa Barbara, and you can't just turn to a side street or add parking there. So in terms of this plan, they really need to flush things out. I think there needs to be a lot more homework done. There's benchtop information. That's not a real report. That's just a bare bones information. I think that everyone should pause and really do diligence because this is changing the dynamics of Santa Barbara. It's hurting businesses, it's hurting people, and I think that, you know, we need to think about what Santa Barbara was and what everybody liked and why they came here versus let's move here and change it. It takes away the nostalgia and the history. So I urge you guys to, not just today, vote this down today, but also to look at an alternative and try to do something. Rick Caruso tried to offer in 2024 help, and I don't think anyone reached out to him.
All right, thank you.
So 64 million or 70 million is a lot when we don't even have the roads paved.
Thank you very much. Sarah Siegschlag, I have no idea if I did that right, followed by Jessica Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is Sarah Siegschlag, and I am the Vice Chair of the Transportation and Circulation Committee. Our committee will be reviewing this plan in the future, so I'm commenting today as an individual. The guiding principle of the TCC as approved by council is Vision Zero. So this is a strategy to eliminate all traffic fatalities and severe injuries in Santa Barbara. The physical infrastructure of this plan appears to do just that. Lower State Street was once the most dangerous area in the city for serious and fatal collisions, and the majority of the victims were cyclists and pedestrians, and still are. As you all know, these injuries and fatalities have dramatically dropped since private vehicles were removed from State Street, making that action one of our most important steps towards our Vision Zero goal yet. Opening State Street to private vehicles from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. is potentially a return to a more dangerous State Street. I ask that council and the planners clarify how this could be done safely so we don't backtrack on our progress. And this clarification is essential for TCC's review. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Johnson, followed by Joanna Kaufman.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jessica. I'm a sixth-generation Santa Barbarian, and I find it ironic that the preceding motion from this represented minimizing Santa Barbara's carbon footprint, and then, however, this is complaining about e-bikes and trying to re-implement vehicles to State Street. My biggest concern is that there were 296 DUI arrests last year. My father used to work for the Santa Barbara Police Department, and that has increasingly grown. I'm just worried about, we grew up on Turnpike, but I'm worried about it. I live downtown by the Arlington, and I've seen a lot of mental health and co-occurring with addiction as well also become become an issue. And I think if we were to have vehicles honk and be aggressive on the road and also have people leave inebriated, that it could cause a great concern. For me is personally Mallory Dyes that stands out. She was 27 crossing the street in a crossroad. She was hit and killed by a vehicle. And Jacob Boisel, when I was 12 years old, he was hit in a bike lane by a motorist as well. To me, I think it's very concerning that it doesn't sound like safety is what's being led by this proposition. It sounds like it's being led by retail, which I don't think, as 6 generations of being here, we've ever seen that be the root cause of our city. I mean, the root focus.
thank
And
you.
for me, I just don't want to see any more vigilance or ribbons. Thank you very much.
Joanna Kaufman, followed by Richard Yates. Okay, Richard Yates then, followed by Kristen Miller.
Good afternoon. Honorable Mayor Rouse and City Council members, I'm Richard Yates, co-owner of Opal Restaurant and Bar, speaking solely on behalf of our business today. To start, I'd like to acknowledge the hard work of city staff, particularly Tess Harris and Kelly McAdoo, bringing a version of a master plan for State Street that I would recommend we accept for its flexible design, though not necessarily for all the details of its plan. As you know, I've always expressed a firm opinion that State Street remain closed to cars. However, I've changed my tune due to some conditions that haven't really changed. That is the inability of the city to control e-bike behavior and inability to provide a continuous full-size shuttle to get people up and down. One of the biggest problems facing our business is the lack of circulation from the waterfront, which with the street closed has become enough of a problem that I feel it would be time for us to consider bringing cars in a very limited fashion back sooner than later, which I believe that this plan allows for. Let me just propose one different compromise, which is one-way traffic up from the waterfront to the upper part of State Street. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Kristen Miller, followed by Kenneth Smith.
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and members of the council. I'm Kristen Miller, President and CEO of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, representing 800 members and 75,000 jobs on the South Coast. We are here to support the progress of the State Street Master Plan draft proposal. Our top reasons are as follows. End the uncertainty. Investment from business and the community cannot occur until we have an adopted plan. And even if it's not perfect, there's enough good in this to move us forward with consensus and support. Support housing. An intentional plan to support high-density urban downtown housing units with a fast-track program of incentives is a key part of our economic vitality. Flexibility of the bollards. The ability to open and close the travel lane positions us for the future, ensures our ability to be nimble, responsive, and cognizant of the economic seasons for retail, residents, and visitors. Stormwater infrastructure, sense of place, Grand Paseo. Without having a permanent installation in that central area, we're concerned, but it's probably still doable. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenneth Smith, followed by Lisa Knox Burns.
Mayor and Council, thank you very much. I want to start off by saying I just love the State Street plan. I think the committee's done a tremendous job, and I really do urge everybody to move forward with it. The document itself is just really well put together. I was really impressed by it. Things I like, the expanded sidewalks, retractable bollards, bike lanes, all positive developments, right? The two things I'm worried about is I would like this to be a platform for additional housing in the State Street area. That's something I think that people need to consider moving forward. And I really don't like the idea of opening it to private traffic between 10 p.m. and 10 a.m. I think that's a huge chunk of time, and I'm really worried about what happens when the bars close, right? I think that's a big concern that I have, right? But otherwise, I urge everyone to move forward with this. I think it's a really great, overall, really great plan.
Thank you. Lisa Knox Burns.
Yes, hi. I am here on count. I submitted a letter on April 23rd. The State Street Master Plan sets out our 20 to 30-year vision across a full mile of downtown. That is admirable, but given the city's fiscal realities, it may be more realistic to begin with the centerpiece of the district, the Paseo Nuevo blocks. It's a 700 to 800 blocks, which will, because it's in bankruptcy, the Paseo Nuevo, it will determine foot traffic, business mix, visitor circulation, and the viability of any downtown taxing district. This creates a chicken or egg question. Do we invest first in a streetscape that generates no direct revenue, or do we allow the redevelopment of Paseo Nuevo through clear regulatory conditions to establish the hardscape pattern and economic foundation for the surrounding blocks? The peer studies cited in the plan all pair their design improvements with strong downtown management organizations. Santa Barbara will need a similar government structure, especially since we no longer can rely on property tax increments. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Honigman, I think she left. Oh, there she is. Followed by Jacqueline Carlson.
I'm Linda Honigman, sharing comments from Strongtown's housing conversations. We determined 4 goals for improving the housing crisis. One goal to promote pro-people and pro-environment neighborhoods was nailed in the plan. For land use, we need a realistic, suitable sites list to produce enough units to serve downtown residents and workers. The recommendation of 1,000 to 2,000 units is a good start. However, the affordability percent of the 1,300 downtown units is far below what will be needed for local workers or to make a dent in the citywide target of 5,000 moderate and below income units. Another goal is to plan for a variety of unit types that match community needs. There is a shortage of housing planned for low to moderate income workers who don't qualify for subsidies, seniors who want to downsize, and first-time home buyers. Planning is needed to retain full-time residents, especially those 25 to 45 and young families. The final focus is on people. The master plan does not mention diversity of people and cultures, which is important.
That's time, Ms. Honigman. Thank you. Jacqueline Carlson, and you have some time dedicated to you by, let's see, Cynthia, is she here? Okay. And by Adriana. So just Cynthia.
Adriana's there too.
Was that?
Adriana's there as well.
Okay, so that's the 2 minutes, please.
3, right?
Was that?
It's 3.
Did your other person get here?
Me, 2, yes.
Oh, she is back. Okay, I didn't see her wave her hand. All right, very good. 3 minutes. Go right ahead.
Mayor, Council, my name is Jacqueline Carlson. California's Latino GDP exceeds $1 trillion, and this is in 2023. Latino-owned businesses are one of the fastest growing segments of the U.S. economy. Santa Barbara has a large Latino population, about 40% in the city, 48% in the county, which strongly correlates with business ownership. 30% of the economy is Latino-driven, not workforce, but a driving factor of economy. Aside from being a real economic driving force in the city, we are also close to 48% of the population, providing sustainable, consistent flow of sales within the downtown district. If you take our current federal climate against my community, I can assure you that we are more than resilient. We are a humble community. I say this because we are not respected, we are not acknowledged, and we are not honored in this process. We are ignored, we are set aside, and we are only remembered when we jump up to call attention to the fact that we were excluded. Most of the time, by being pinged as jumping in too late when the train has left the station. Today, I ask you as council members, if you value all of the aligned beliefs of honoring the land you sat on, why not honor the fact that Latino-owned businesses have earned their seat at the table? Did you know that while a draft master plan starts by honoring Indigenous people in writing, it does not include one single voice of Latino initiatives, not one single business-owned community member. It does not include businesses of the Latino-driven efforts in this community. I ask you to consider where you stand in your values, because we are not a people that should be just looked at and considered when we need help. But we should be valued for the amount of economy that we bring into the table. And we should be given a seat at it as well. It's unfortunate that in this draft plan, there's no communication with over 40% of your business population. Now, setting that aside, I value the plan. It's honorable, the work that's been done. But it's lacking. Why are we spending so much in the Arts District and not in the face of State Street, which is the 400th block? Those would all be questions answered, or even questions asked, if we gave our community a voice at the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Iannarone, followed by Heike Killian.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. I am Sarah Iannarone. It's a hard one. The new Executive Director of Move Santa Barbara County. We're your local champion for people who walk, bike, roll, and ride transit, and we want to thank you and everyone who has put so much work into this excellent plan. The potential of State Street is part of what drew me to relocate here earlier this year. I immediately recognized this corridor as somewhere that could become a global destination and anchor Santa Barbara's identity for future generations. And that is within reach, but only if we make the right choices today. On economic vitality, I want to thank you for prioritizing bicycle access. The research is clear that people who arrive by bike spend more per month at local businesses than people who drive, and they visit more often. A street designed for people who bicycle is not a threat to local retail. It is a customer delivery system. State Street is currently a robust commuter corridor. Workers, transit riders, and people who can't or don't drive depend on it daily. Your policy direction to staff today must hold them accountable to ensure safe, accessible future State Street for transit riders and active transportation users alongside businesses and property owners for the duration of the process. And I'll close up quickly, but on one point on the finance plan.
Okay.
This plan names equity as a core value, and MOVE takes that seriously. But assessment districts and bond mechanisms are powerful tools that can push costs onto small business tenants and working class residents. We encourage council today to require an equity-centered analysis that identifies who bears the cost burden and how we can preserve affordability and anti-displacement before the plan is adopted. Don't hesitate to call us. I came here from Portland. I know how to build a trolley as well. Take good care.
Heike Killian, if I got the name right. Lily Heidinger. What's with these names today?
Hello, my name is Lily Heiger. I'm a member of Strongtown Santa Barbara. I and some of my colleagues were given the privilege to meet with Stefanos and the design team from the beginning, offering our thoughts, providing data, and speaking on behalf of thousands of residents who we spoke with and who signed our petition. It's clear that this team has taken our notes into account throughout the entire process and put amazing effort into developing this plan. To them, I want to say thank you. I am in support of the vast majority of this plan. Expanded sidewalks, the paving, the landscaping is all fantastic. My only worry is that delivery access versus allowing private vehicle traffic is incredibly different, especially during peak bike commuting hours in the morning and overnight when drunk driving and visibility issues are the highest. We have still not been given a good reason as to why this is needed other than why not, to which we say safety is a huge concern, the experience of folks enjoying late night music and morning breakfast, and there's still no need for private vehicles on the street. It's really taking away from the beautiful plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah Malak, followed by Sullivan Israel. Is Hannister here? Okay. Sullivan, come on up. And followed by Paul Rupp.
Yes.
And your name is? Okay, very good. You got 2 minutes, Sullivan.
Thank you, Paul. The first thing I want to say is to acknowledge, I wish I could spend these 2 minutes just praising this plan because I love 95% of it. Tess and the rest of staff and Mr. Palazoidis and your team, absolutely amazing job. It looks amazing. So much of it is amazing. But I do have to focus on the thing you've heard about before. I'm sure you could guess that's what I was coming up here to say, which is the cars on State Street. But I want to come at it from a little bit of a different angle because you've heard about Vision Zero, you've heard about safety, you've heard about noise. We spent Earth Day, both days at Earth Day, thanks to Move Santa Barbara. We were out there. We printed that beautiful picture that was part of this presentation on a huge piece of paper, and we just showed it to people and collected feedback. And everyone loved it. So you should know everyone loved it. Sometimes it's hard to remember that outside of this room, not everyone's burnt out on State Street. People loved it. But then when I said, at night, this picture is going to have headlights and tail lights and brake lights on it and people waiting to cross the street, then everyone went, huh? What? That's the part that people weren't so excited about. And I just want to remind us of that and to go along with all the data reasons to not have cars. The other thing I want to bring out is the uncertainty. A previous commenter mentioned that this solves the uncertainty. I do not think it does. I could see a city council in 10 years sitting here having an argument over when the bollards are up and when they are down. And I really think that's something that we should solve now, especially when most of the community agrees that they should never be down, of course, except for deliveries and emergency access. But Strong Towns endorses this plan, encourages City Council to move forward with it. Again, we love 95% of it, but Strong Towns is actually a very small part of the community. You know, everyone else is out there too, but I think most people like it. But again, coming back to that car issue, I think that's going to be a very hard sell for the community, and it's going to be an endless deliberation. So I think it's something that we should look at now before it's too late. Thank you.
All right, Carl Hoder, followed by Colleen Macy.
Mayor, City Council members, my name is Carl Hutter. This is probably the most important project the city has undertaken since rebuilding after the earthquake. And I'm really excited that we've reached this stage now, and I like the plan. I'm a member of the President's Council of the Community Environmental Council, and we at CEC are deeply gratified that the plan embraces most of the principles laid out in the CEC's ecological framework for the revitalization of the Santa Barbara City core. At the end of the day, there are only two overarching sets of conditions that can ensure the long-term viability and sustainability of our downtown. For one, the city core must contain a diverse community of people who are well-served and feel comfortable in their urban setting. And for the other, the urban plan must be reflective of the natural environmental conditions of the blessed place we live in. The two conditions are, of course, highly interrelated, but environmental concern assumes particular importance at a time when we are already struggling with the impacts of climate change, and we know with certainty that those impacts will get worse in years to come. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleen Macy, followed by Jillian Morales. Colleen? Jillian? Followed by Maria Valencia.
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Jillian Marias. I'm the co-owner and operator of Lilac Patisserie. We've been on the 1000 block of State Street for over 11 years, and we also own the building that we operate in, and I'm also a board member of DSBIA. I'm deeply personally involved and invested in the future of State Street, and I'm just one of hundreds of business owners who've put our livelihoods, our time, and our long-term commitment into this corridor. I'm here today to strongly encourage you to move forward with the draft State Street Master Plan. When I read the draft, I found it thoughtful and comprehensive, and it gives us something we urgently need, a clear long-term vision that supports economic vitality while allowing State Street to evolve. What stands out most to me is the flexibility built into the plan. I would also urge you not to let this process become defined by a single divisive issue, the question of cars versus no cars. That conversation, while important, risks overshadowing the broader opportunity in front of us. The master plan is about creating a thriving, resilient, and welcoming State Street for everyone that can adapt to our evolving downtown. Please don't lose sight of that bigger picture. Please move forward with this plan towards a vibrant, healthy downtown with clarity and flexibility. Thank you.
Maria Valencia. Followed by Ian Bauke.
Good evening, council members. I was born and raised here, seen some changes, many changes, and I'll be honest, I miss cruising on State Street. And I don't mean to be self-centered, but I do miss that feature. One of the features of that is stopping and buying locally. But this is a very thoughtful draft plan as well. I do support a flexible car, pedestrian, cyclist design for downtown State Street, but I do believe the hours of closure to cars is very prohibitive. I ask you to reconsider instead of 12 hours down to 8 hours. I do recommend that you test it out. And also, I support public seating spaces along all 3 quarters of State Street. It brings all the ages and stages of life to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ian Bauke, followed by Peter Lewis.
I have time donated by.
I'm sure your name is? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ian, you got 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening. Ian Bauke, Chair of the Transportation Circulation Committee, speaking on my own behalf. It's been a long time coming, and I'm very, very excited about the direction we're going in. I'm going to keep it as short as I can and concise, so forgive me for not elaborating. But first, amazing. Thank you. I'm really, really excited to live in this future State Street in Santa Barbara. A few things that I think I would like to add or revise of near perfect direction we're going is I don't want us to forget about the Grumbine plan that was here 2 years ago, September 17th, 2024. It seemed like people liked it. It had support from the majority of council and included a few really important elements I think that we've lost, which is a flat design, which creates far more flexibility for decades to come, for parades, for any sort of transportation consideration we can't even think of yet. And it's possible to do the drainage. Might be a little bit more difficult, but Clematis Street in West Palm Beach, same length, flat, has cars on it. We don't need to have cars on it, but it's simple. You can do it flat like you do it everywhere else. And we need National Association of City Transportation Officials raised intersections. That was consistently shown to the SSAC. It was part of the Grumbine plan. It's disappeared, and I just wish the plan had at least an explanation as to what happened to those provisions. Other than that, I'm very excited. I think we need the housing. We need to move forward. I love, love, love the suggestion of two-way traffic on Haley and Gutierrez. It's a mistake that they are one-way. That will help solve a lot of other issues. I'll just close by saying we do not need private vehicular traffic in the evening. I don't really think anybody has asked for that. It wasn't really floated to the SSAC or any of the other review bodies. And the fact is, it is a material threat to the public safety of Santa Barbara with no clear benefits. Service vehicles, emergency access, amazing. We don't need that element. And I think this process is going to go a lot better if you rule that out today. So thank you very much. Please support this plan. Raise intersections, flat, no cars, private traffic. Thank you very much.
Peter Lewis, followed by Yassi Eskandari.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you saw the letter from Peter Rupert. I'm kind of pinch hitting for him, but it's a very thoughtful letter, and he's offering his that body to help track successes after this thing gets adopted. So please make sure you read that letter. And in general, Stefanos, I don't know where the hell you were 4.5 years ago, but it would have helped because it could have shortened this painful process. And Tess, you're saying, putting up with the trauma and the tension and community division, you're remarkable, really remarkable. And the last thing I'd like to say, everyone in this room says they're for housing, but we're not producing it. And we're not producing it, and I've said this ad nauseum, because it's not economically feasible. Hopefully, Dennis and Allison and some other of us this week are going to try to get together to figure out what it takes to get there. But if we don't do that, Stefanos' great design is not going to happen. You need those 2,000 to 3,000. This is not just a number on a paper. This is real things that make this beautiful design work. So please, let's make sure that we follow through with that. Thank you very much.
Yassi Eskandari. Well, I got through the name and everything, should not hear. Parker Anderson. Okay. Jorge Baez. Here we go. Come on up.
Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jorge Baez. I'm the Chair of Central Coast Green Building Council. Speaking for myself, all friends of strong towns and different groups that are advocating for community-based solutions. First, I want to reiterate and congratulate all the team working in this beautiful design. As an architect, urbanist, I realize all the big effort that went into design, all the considerations that went into designing this. I urge you to express the support on it. I support the draft of the State Street Master Plan with the exception of cars being allowed at night. I don't see the value of that based on Vision Zero goals and enhanced safety for pedestrians, especially at night. Having personally experienced the loss of a friend just last year around 11 p.m. being hit by a drunk driver, it's something that eliminating just that all around will be safer. Perfect. Expressing that is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we need to act accordingly for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. John Bauke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I was before you last on this issue, asking you and strongly recommending that Mullen Polazoides be the consultant that comes forward and brings you a plan. They did exactly what I expected them to do, is bring you a plan which meets the discussion that we've been having for 4 years. And I definitely think these folks over here, I have known many of them for many years. What I want you to remember is this is a long-term plan, a grand vision for State Street, which will probably outlast and outlive many of us in this room. So we need to understand that it has to be looked at as being a holistic plan, which includes the stormwater issue, which needs to be holistically brought into the plan so we can get the housing, because the two of them are connected. Think of this as a big master plan for the whole thing, and this is just one major component. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, speakers online. We got 4 speakers online. Let's just get through them.
Okay, we will start with Marilyn Loperfido. Marilyn Loperfido, please go ahead. Marilyn Loperfido, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Let's go to the next speaker, I guess.
Very good. Well, we'll come back to Marilyn Loperfido. Next, Hannah Bangs. Hannah Bangs, please go ahead.
Okay, hi, just making sure you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, council members, for your care in shaping the State Street Master Plan, especially you, Tess. I'm a small business owner born and raised here, and I run Idle Mercantile downtown. I went to school with your daughters, Councilmember Jordan and Mayor Rouse, and I say hello to your sons as they pass my shop, Councilmember Harmon. Small businesses are the heart of this city. I support the vision of a car-free, pedestrian-centered State Street. A true city center is a gathering place, a living system where people regularly encounter one another, and where both people and small businesses have the conditions to thrive. But the ecosystem depends on balance, and right now housing costs is the elephant in the room that must be addressed before any of this plan goes into effect. Basic cost of living here requires a salary of $80 to $100K a year just to get by, and wages are not keeping pace. Many people, especially single people, are being pushed out. If we redesign the space without stabilizing housing, we risk creating something that looks alive but isn't truly inhabited. Retail will not thrive until this is addressed. A thriving downtown cannot be sustained by visitors alone. It needs residents who come back regularly. My ask for this plan is simple. Treat housing as Housing stability as foundational to this plan. If we look at State Street as an ecosystem, we see that housing supports people, people support small business, and small business sustains
And
public life.
that's
If we
time.
get that,
Thank you.
this plan can come alive. And to touch on e-bikes, if we can learn to avoid getting hit by cars, we can also learn to avoid getting hit by e-bikes. Thanks.
That's it. That's time. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next, we have Sharon Rich. Sharon Rich, please go ahead. Sharon Rich, you can now go ahead.
Mayor Rouse, members of City Council, I'm Sharon Rich, founder and president of Friends of State Street. Thank you to the city staff, an amazing effort. I'm here today to ask you to advance the State Street Master Plan to its next phase and recognize it as the guiding framework for long-term revitalization of our downtown corridor. Over a year ago, you asked for short-term action items. City staff identified them, you approved them, and we brought 5 of them to life to help inform your future decisions on State Street. The shuttle, 18,000 plus rides, 91% rider satisfaction. Native plant pilot, 97% support, and requests for more. The temporary seating at Tobes Plaza, 97% support and clear demand for more. Vacant to Vibrant brought 4,700 visitors in 38 days, proving a new model can reignite foot traffic. We are committed to standing alongside the city and our community every step of the way. This moment is about honoring the work that's already been done and having the confidence to carry it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Bruce Karen. Bruce Karen, please go ahead.
All right, Honorable Mayor and City Council, I encourage you to approve the draft State Street Master Plan. There are many design improvements here that will add beauty and safety to the promenade. But please do instruct the staff to focus on the car-free aspects of the plan and issue a statement that the future of State Street is a car-free street all the time, and that future starts today. This decision opens up opportunities to enhance the design of pedestrian safety and mobility access across the promenade. And only a clear decision on cars can put that behind us. Right? So you must make clear that the bollards are for emergency and delivery and construction vehicles and for transit if they need it. With a car-free decision now in your rearview mirror, you can focus on the important complex problems of adding thousands of apartments in the downtown neighborhood, homes for families who will benefit from your decisions today, and eyes on the street every night.
And that's time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Bob Stout. Bob Stout, please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. I appreciate so much what everyone has done on this. Tess Harris, Mr. Palazitis, your group, and the city staff, and all the elected officials who have been working on this for 5 years. So much has been said, but I represent a relatively small group of business people, 15 to 20 people, the Downtown Food and Beverage Committee. We don't represent all the businesses downtown at all, but I can say that we voted recently 14-1 to not have cars back, or to urge council to not have cars back and to pretty much follow this plan. The only difference is that I have, and I think some folks have said it pretty clearly, I don't agree that there should be vehicular traffic from 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. I think the deliveries work in the morning the way it is. I think outdoor dining absolutely needs 12 feet minimum to really be usable. I think the shuttles are very important. Obviously, housing is really important. And I really think that raised intersections to slow down e-bikes. Thank you so much for all you've done.
Thank you. Any more speakers?
2 more speakers. We have Guthrie Leonard, and then Karen Luckett will be the final speaker. Guthrie Leonard, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go
Hello?
ahead.
Okay. Hello, Mr. Mayor, Council. I'm a third-generation Santa Barbarian. I have multiple ADA family members who really struggle with stepping up and down, so I find it disappointing that the flat and flexible design isn't realized in this plan. The images shown earlier show real-life flat streets in places with more rain than we get, and plenty of countries have delineated between pedestrian and bikes via different colored pavement and bricks. Furthermore, the flat design also included discussions of raised intersections through the side streets, which would better demonstrate that pedestrians and bicycles crossing those streets are more important than the cars driving, as we said, through downtown, not in it. And I also don't understand why we even need to consider the possibility of private vehicles on state at any hour. And if that 10 to 10 period is the impetus for expediting these costly movable bollards, I think that's a really poor reflection of the supposed pedestrian first focus. I like this plan for the most part, but I really feel like we're compromising for the 20% of people based on your survey who want
That's
cars
time.
back on state.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Okay, two more of people that had raised their hand by the deadline. Karen Luckett, and then final speaker, Andrew Hawkins. Karen Luckett, please go ahead.
Thank you, Tess and State Street Committee and City Council. Couple comments. I am hoping that we can do a welcome arch by the underpass, like I see in a lot of small cities. I would also like to see incorporated the arches over the paseos that the architects did a presentation of. Also, we need lots of benches, and we need to make this our center, like a central plaza, like in Europe and Mexico, where people want to go and sit and talk and meet, enjoy music, and just people watch, not necessarily shop or dine. So we need public gathering places in the street where we can do Hanukkah music, dancing, and it needs to be roped off from bikes because I saw almost lots of accidents during the last Hanukkah celebration where people, e-bikers almost ran down my rabbi. So slowing down e-bikes with maybe the rubber bumps that Oscar had mentioned at another point in the meeting, and I'm looking forward to turning
All
it
right.
into a place where the
Thank
whole
you very
community
much.
wants to go and just enjoy our city without
Thank you.
having to spend money. Thank
Last speaker, please.
And a final speaker is Andrew Hawkins. Andrew Hawkins, please go ahead. Andrew Hawkins, go ahead. Okay, we will circle back with Marilyn Loperfido. One moment. Marilyn Loperfido, please go ahead. You can unmute and go ahead. Marilyn Loperfido. Okay.
Okay, with that, we will close public comment. I think council's probably ready for a little break in the action. So let's go ahead and do that. Come back at 10 after 7 so we can deliberate. Thank you.
I think translation probably. Well, we're going to need to.
There's also a question about the lights stopping and people walking behind them as opposed to walking in front of them. Because they need to be able to see what's coming.
All right, very good. We'll call this back to order. And Ms. McAdoo, you want to lead us into this action here?
Sure. Let me see if I can propose a structure to help guide the council through the sort of decision-making process and what we need direction on. So in the staff recommendation, there's items A through G. I think A, C, D, E, F, and G are pretty self-explanatory and don't really need more discussion. But under item B, which is provide final direction to staff on additional refinements or policy direction to be incorporated prior to returning to council with the final State Street Master Plan. On page 19 of the staff report, there was a series of key policy decisions for the council. We have those up on the screen at each one of them, and I think so this is like staff recommendation B with subsections. And so I think it might be helpful for framing for the council to go through each one of these key policy questions. If council has things that they would like to comment on, but I think it would be helpful to actually have motions on each of the key policy decisions, and then that helps us kind of understand how we move forward. But you can also make comments, or if there's additional refinements you'd like to see in those. That would be my suggestion to the council for a way to help sort of structure the discussion process.
And then, Ms. McAdoo, would you suggest that we take take the rest of the items and go ahead and make motions and dispose of those to get on to B, which is where we're going to have this major discussion?
Sure, that would be helpful. I think the other items, A, C, D, E, F, and G, are more process-oriented, so those, I think, can be taken separately unless there's major concern with any of those.
All right, I would suggest we do that, and if so, I would entertain a motion to that direction.
We'll have a question.
I have a question too.
Who has a question?
We all have questions.
Okay.
Great.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't realize my.
Before we get into a question about the process?
Of what I just heard.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Of what I just heard.
Yeah, please do, about the process. Go ahead.
I think, I just, my notes are all on B, so that would still be discussed individually?
Yes, so this is
That's what I
A
wondered.
through G minus B.
I'm having trouble hearing D or B.
Sorry,
Okay, thanks.
B is not a part of what we're recommending to take as a group motion.
Right.
So B would be still further discussed.
Ms. Snedden and Ms. Harmon, do you have? Okay, Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Ross. I have a follow-up question to that. Can I just make my comments, and we all make our comments, and then we take those individual?
Okay, I was just trying to get us to the meat of the issue, but you have the floor, so go right ahead.
Thank you. I just feel like we waited a long time to.
I know, but that's what.
Okay.
We're trying not
Okay,
to be here.
I won't waste any more of your time. I'm
rest
just
of
going
our
to
adult
start
lives.
right in with my comments. This is so exciting. We've waited such a long time for this, and people mentioned 5 years. It was much longer than that, actually. Starting with way back, the first ad hoc committee was Councilmember Harmon chaired the committee, and Councilmember Gutierrez and myself, and even getting to the point of then recommending having a State Street Master Planning Committee and then moving forward with it. So this has been a long time coming, and that initial impetus was really from our local community calling for it and seeing that we were lacking a really cohesive, overarching vision. So I'm just going to go through my comments everywhere, and then I'll save the voting for the individual things.
So if I may, are the comments you're going to make, would they be wrapped up in what we're about to ask each of the council members to talk about with the key to policy decisions?
I'm prepared to answer those, but my comments went, I've read this document several times. My comments are sort of
Okay, I'm just trying to
order of the
organize this so we
document.
could all kind of keep moving, but just keep that in mind if you wouldn't mind.
It's going to take me 5 minutes to make my comments.
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Rouse. So just with the draft document itself, and first, Mr. Palazuelos and team, you gave a presentation at the Alhama Theater on urbanism, and it was really remarkable, and really, really honored to have you and team on board handling this plan for us. So with the draft plan itself, and I'm just going to go sort of in order through the document. Just starting with the land acknowledgement, I so appreciate that this is in this document as a starting point, and I just want to make sure that we're working in partnership with the local Chumash. I think it's really important that a land acknowledgement be approved and drafted in partnership. So as moving forward, making sure that that's part of it. Really want to acknowledge and thank Dave Davis for his commitment and leadership throughout the process, and for his letter in the document. For the groupings of district character, I agree with the descriptions of them. I would like a more lively name for the civic commercial district, the 700 to 900 blocks. Civic sounds maybe like it's closed at nighttime, like maybe government buildings, and it already struggles in the evening, and I agree that that's the place to focus our main initial attentions. I'm just going to rattle off different names I've heard. Plaza District, Central District. I personally like Corazon as heart of the district. The Core, Promenade, Zocalo. I also think we could maybe take this opportunity to ask the Chumash to name it. We've named every other area throughout there. That core central area could perhaps be the Chumash invited to name that. I support the conversion of the excess retail space to housing, simplifying the permitting of cultural activation. I love the idea of the green spaces in the canopy. Those are all on page 19. Page 21, I just want to mark it as just the colors and the curves, and I realize that was an earlier iteration, not particularly with this one, but as it's moving forward, it shows the connection to De La Guerra Plaza, which I think is something we've discussed here, but I just want to emphasize the importance of that. I would say just to the comment, there's a comment in there that the 2020 AIA design charrette directly catalyzed the city's decision to initiate the effort, and I just want to wholeheartedly say yes and acknowledge our local architects and how much they have informed this plan and how much they hope to be involved moving forward too, and the description of that different areas might have more focus and different plans around them. I think those are great opportunities for charrettes, very specifically about that, and really engaging to this framework our local architects also, and then it really becomes all of it. Again, on page 39, that's another page that I think really shows the sort of plaza look and feel that I'd like to support. I do appreciate the description of housing being critical to the future of downtown. And in the document, you acknowledge the Local Housing Trust Fund to help finance the affordable housing portion, and I support that, appreciate that. There's the description of State Street as the third place, and parades and festivals, yes. I think really to emphasize in here a meeting gathering space. So much of what we've seen today in this really remarkable, beautiful plan focuses on the transportation, and we're sort of leaving that question out of what's possible. But I really do want to emphasize space for all to recreate, families with children, elderly, people with disabilities, that passive enjoyment of a cooled, shaded space for all. And I really, in that same way, want to reinforce the idea of one block, starting with the 700 block, being purely pedestrian. That means without bicycles either. And so a passive shaded plaza district, really focusing on that. In the appendix on page 56, there's a play structure in a center or different. We've talked about maybe entertainment space, and I realize that's later in the plan, but I would just want to make my comments now because it's going to be a while before we get to see it again. I would also, I just think we really need to go for it in one particular place. And I think there's a little bit of compromise here that I wonder if we really did focus on purely pedestrian in one area, just what it could be. So I want to voice support for that. The economic evolution section, I think, is really important because it really details how this wasn't just a drift towards e-commerce that got us here. So it was shifting before the pandemic. And I will add to that, you know, Macy's, the news press workers, Nordstrom, Saks, we lost people working physically downtown. And so it's not just housing that we've also lost large areas where there were people who went to lunch every day, went and got coffee. I mean, when the news press was fully staffed, I mean, the De La Guerra Plaza didn't need to be programmed. It was just vital with people coming and going. So I think not just the housing, but bringing back people working in person. Yes to ending the prolonged uncertainty and that affecting rents. Yes to turning retail spaces into housing or offices. Yes to more housing downtown. Yes to subdividing long, narrow retail spaces. And these are all comments that weren't in the particular presentation, but are in the document itself. And on page 63, I really want to thank you for naming speculative inaction. It's my new favorite phrase now, and it was of legacy ownership and generational landholding patterns. And we've seen that a lot, and this gives name to it, the choice of some property owners not to enliven their spaces. So thank you for naming that, and it's very significant. The circulation, access, mobility section, I think I still would like to explore options there too in terms of maybe meandering a little bit or having a little bit of whimsy. Yes to realizing the full potential of the connected Paseo system. It's very distinctive to Santa Barbara, and you name it in the plan, enhancing it and having it be part. A word on the cyclist experience. We unequivocally need to address the dangerous riders. They're a danger to themselves, they're a danger to other riders, they're a danger to pedestrians, they're a danger to the whole vision of what could be realized here, and so I don't want that to go without comment. Public transit up and down needs to be accessible, more hours. I love that it's free. I think more people use it because it's free. And as mentioned, the clear delineation of the pickup spots for that, even in the interim. I think that the service access needs and public safety access has been addressed. I haven't seen anywhere the call really to have private vehicles specifically. Even in our public comments today, our hundreds of emails and the public outreach. I'm not sure we need to be going there, and I'm just going to comment on that. I know we're not deciding that today, but it's my comment. For the flooding and stormwater drainage, we've needed to address this for a really long time, and so I appreciate when we do talk about the finance piece, separating that out because it has to be done, and it's really not a cost of making things more enjoyable. It's just necessary. There's a discussion in the report of the gaps in programming, which I think is another reason to really focus on the 700 block. I want to say something about the community engagement on this has been extraordinary, just nothing like it, the different ways. But the takeaways were enhanced walkability, and then under the topic of balancing for all modes, even in the report, it's not really saying a clear direction to bring private vehicles back. I mean, it's talking about the tension between pedestrians and bicycles. The thriving downtown economy, again, it's more about programming, flexibility, outdoor seating, markets, events, mixed use, programs, arts. Again, not there seeing a call for private vehicles to come back, even in the report. Celebrating the uniqueness, expanding public art, gathering spaces, tree canopy. And then it does mention in the report the authentic and diverse cultural heritage of Santa Barbara. It is named in here, and I think really making that part of the block by block focuses or those intersection focuses or the art, I think is really, really important. Again, the safety and quality of life. And that had to do with lighting, activating storefronts, more foot traffic, ambassadors, cleanliness. But again, it didn't mention a call for private vehicles in there. Love the description of greening State Street, trees, drought-tolerant landscaping, native plants, passive cooling, shade, sustainable materials. All of that, again, doesn't call for private vehicles. So then under the planning objectives and guiding principles, yes to all of those. I'll leave it at that. Then it goes into the goals, absolutely distinct, inclusive, people-centric, adaptable, tree-oriented. And I think those trees could be a little bit more meandering in some places. If we're not, if we're putting in new trees, they could just have a little bit more, like I say, whimsy to them. For the rolled curb, I prefer flat. If that's possible. I think it does help with mobility issues. And for the colors, I prefer more uniform transition and not the gray as much. And these are just comments for as they go through. I might as well give them now. For the districts, for the 700 to 900 block, I would say no cars at any time other than service vehicles or emergency vehicles. And I really would like to see a central anchoring feature that is distinctive to that heart of Santa Barbara. Need more restrooms, more lighting, parades back on State Street, and I'm almost finished. I want to speak directly to the idea of a middle position, which is, opening a few blocks or splitting it in one way or anything like that. And I think it doesn't really match the consensus of the public. So we haven't actually heard that today, but anticipating that might come up. I'm just asking to think about what it does to us about certainty. I think if we're constantly leaving that open for that vehicle travel in one way, then I don't think we're fully realizing all that it could be in its uniqueness. And when we look at the in front of the Granada, that is a pilot program. I don't think it's a successful pilot. I think we have cars in there different times, dropping people off when they don't actually need to be, delivery cars just parking there and staying there, and it's confusing for people transitioning back and forth. So I would look at that as sort of a example of why that doesn't work. And I think if we do too much compromising, then we're sort of paying for both visions, but we're not getting the full benefit of either vision. But I do support it being flexible. Let's see. I just think we need to make a decision and have a clear line that this is the direction moving forward. And as it goes to the design boards, I think it would be fabulous for them to know that we really want to see this happen, and they can focus on those finer elements to be adding the poetry and the whimsy, and the design will be better for it. Also with Planning Commission, things that we're not going to get into all the details of here. But I think that the public has been asking for, the merchants have been asking for certainty, and we've waited a very long time for that, and I just think it's time to make it happen. So just a summary of that: still consider curb extensions and raised intersections, still consider a flat curb, still strengthen the paseo system, and I just love the idea of having charrettes and different, for the different zones, having local architects also involved too, and in really celebrating the Chumash and also all of our cultural diversity.
Okay. Mr. Gutierrez, you're up next. Do we want to try to return to what Ms. McAdoo suggested, or how do we want to do this? Or Mr. Gutierrez, you have a comment about which way you'd like to go here?
Yeah, I'll be really short. My two things is that considering the projected cost of this project, I'm willing to support the implementation and installation of the bollards and the redirecting of those one-way streets. And the other thing I just want to add on is, in order to appease some of these diehard car enthusiasts, I've said this several times over that I don't believe that we should be charging for parking. I don't like that the people that work downtown have to pay to go to work. So in order to appease them, I think we should work out some sort of maybe not paying for parking on weekdays and charge on weekends or something like that. But those are my suggestions.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. I'm just going to make comments. It's just easier, I'm like we're council members, and then it's just easier to go through the train of thought, and then anything that I need to add when we go through that. It's just easier. So I'm going to put a timer on my phone, because I've been known to.
You tried, Ms. McAdoo, but thank you.
And so I figure since it's such a big.
We're not going through the A through F?
We will.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, but it's just easier to give comments. It's just easier to make comments and do that.
trying to create an expedited process,
Yeah.
and we're happy to be there for you all.
So being that's a momentous occasion, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, I'll just take 1 minute per year, so that's 60 minutes if everyone's all right with that. So seriously, just 5 minutes. And hold on, let me put my timer on. I don't want to go over. There we go. All right, first, want to thank Tess for all the work that you've done over a long period of time, community outreach, and your team as well, because you led a team. So you've really grown in your capacity of just pulling people together and understanding the issues, giving information. So just great work. Councilmember Jordan mentioned it earlier. And then also want to thank all of our city staff that was in there. Also want to give thanks to the State Street Advisory Committee. That was a lot of work that you did that got us to a certain point and took it further, and the local volunteer architect group, as well as the community organizations and all the members of the public. And a couple others that I want to acknowledge. First, Cass Ensberg. Wanted to recognize that she has been at the forefront of trying to ensure that everybody in the community is heard. For those who have differences of opinion than strong towns and others. And she's a voice for many, and just want to recognize that, and for her efforts and her public comments as part of this. I think she's very thoughtful, longtime Santa Barbara resident. And then also personally want to thank a public commenter here tonight, Jillian Morales, who owns Lilac. She spoke earlier. She reached out to us, and I had a good conversation with her about a local business owner and some of the challenges that are further up on the 1,000 block as you get further up. And that it means a lot that despite the challenges that are taking place, that she's supportive of moving the plan forward today. Like all of us have a lot of questions about it and that need to be raised, but especially the issue of circulation. So wanted to recognize her. And then I also find it interesting that Peter Lewis and Peter Rupert, as well as Strong Towns, are on the same page of moving this forward. And that's not always an alliance that is of the same opinion all the time. So, so really just wanted to recognize that. And, it is interesting how life works sometime. Is you wake up, you have a plan, and then things change. And this morning I went to the Moxie Museum, State of the Moxie, and they had a process that they asked us to build these towers out of little cards, and index cards, see how tall you could get it, and working teams of two. And what it did is it brought a lot of energy and community and placemaking, which we're trying to do with downtown, and to think at things in a different way. And so I want to take this whole plan away for just a second and say that there is a lot going on State Street right now, this plan aside, that is important, why we need a plan, but it's happening on its own. And it makes me bullish on State Street for what the community is doing. In the last few years, we've had over $100 million in investment in the Granada, in the New Vic, in the Museum of Art. We've had Library Plaza, which came online, which was a long time in coming, and that is essential of what we want downtown. Community gathering place, and it's award-winning, and it's bringing a lot of energy. We also have the Film Festival, Music Academy. There's a Soltara project that actually has housing downtown, 81 units. UCSB now has that, and they're redeveloping the old Staples. All of these are changes that are coming on their own, and it's going to make State Street better in just a short amount of time. I think we've lost track of that in some of these issues that are divisive, cars, no cars, those types of things. And we need to plan for that. And this plan is far from perfect, but it has a lot we can move forward with on there. And so One of the issues that it's important that we do address is to validate the concerns of the property or the business owners further up the blocks, especially with circulation on the side streets, and how do we ensure that they are economically viable in this transition period. They feel they've been left out of the conversation. And if we acknowledge them and try to address those concerns in the coming months through going to the historic landmarks, through the circulation committee, getting more information, and using that and ensuring that the issues they raised are being thoughtfully discussed, they will come along. And it's important because these are small businesses. I mean, even the owner of Satellite came in today and was raising the issue about housing. So that is where I think we can go. And in the conversations I've had, the worst thing that I've been told that we could do tonight is to do nothing and just let it stagnate, because then it's going to be what it is for the long period of time. And so I'm just going to go through real quickly for the comments, and that's my time. But I will say this. I went through 5 minutes like the city council goes through consultants. So I'm going to keep going. So number one, this is for feedback, and I'll get through these real quick. We need to have look at the cross streets, the zero blocks. How do we incorporate them more as part of this? That's important to get that additional information. We talked about that earlier. I like supporting the Botanic Garden and others about the local landscapes, getting more information. How do we incorporate our local biodiversity into the landscaping plan? And then also get some analysis from other successful cities that have closed streets. Pearl Street's one. I'm looking at Church Street in Burlington, Vermont is another. Reaching out to them, understanding what did they do, what did they not do, what are the things we need to avoid, so that we have that as part of the discussion. And then public transit, also need to ensure that we have adequate public transit immediately. In addition, not just the golf carts, but hydraulic, ones that have hydraulics for wheelchair accessible, because it's not feasible in some cases to have to put them in and out of the golf carts, where you can just stay in your own device because you have the hydraulic lifts like the old electric shuttles. And then just a couple more. And then another issue that's come up from some of the retailers is, as you push the dining up against the restaurants, you push the pedestrians further away from the storefronts. And the further away pedestrians get from a storefront, the less likely they are to go in to the storefront. Like if you're walking more towards the center of the street, you're less likely to go into a shop. So just understanding what is the optimal way so that we are embracing retail and dining as well, so that we're not losing visits into the retail shops. And then housing, this is incredibly important. We need to come up with a parallel path on housing and what it's going to take to create the housing. And that starts with understanding the drainage issues and then the other issues with housing, because if we don't have the housing component being fast-tracked like this, then the vitality and the economics behind the promenade won't work, because you won't have that economic driver, and we will make all this investment, and if we don't have the housing, we could make a big investment and not have the payoff in the end. So the housing needs to be there. And then the bollards, go forward with them. It's a public safety issue. It's not for cars and no cars. And then finally, financial plan. I need more on the financial plan, how we're going to pay for all this. I have serious concerns about that. And then small wins, parades back on State Street, e-bikes. Let's get some movement on those. And the last thing I'll say is take out the operational aspects of this plan. Don't put them in there. The 10 p.m. to the 10 a.m. That's another one where everybody is in agreement that I've talked to, from property owners to businesses, is the 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. It just seems odd. That's a decision if we want to do that later, but it's not something that needs to be in a design plan. That's an operational aspect of it. And then the issue of cars, again, that for me, that's a decision that you just need more information on the circulation. So thank you for indulging me. Tried to go as quickly as I could. Appreciate it.
Okay, time inflation, 5 minutes is no longer what 5 minutes used to be. Mr. Jordan.
I'll beat that, don't worry. So I can say yes to all your 6 points, but all of my comments fall somewhere within those 6 points too. So so I'm going to just dive right in.
I just had suggested a process for expediency's sake, so I think
Okay.
the comments are great, and then if we want to go through the 6 points,
So-
and we can, that's great.
So no particular order. These are all just gathered from tonight. Again, thank you to everybody that's been thanked. If I keep thanking people, they're going to lock the door and I'm not going to get in at night. They're going to say Mike's been taken over by aliens and don't let him in. So there's something going wrong with this process if I'm thanking too many people and I'm acting the most gung-ho on the project, right? So, same thing on the operational stuff. When I read this, I said, you either offered too much information or not enough. And, whichever you want to phrase it at. So saying it's 7 days a week, it's the same time every 7 days a week, I could tell you that's never going to be right if it's summertime versus winter, if the kids are here for school, if the kids are gone for school, if it's 65 degrees at 9 o'clock at night versus 45 degrees at 9 o'clock at night. And so to me, that's just stuff like that that's in there is to worry about later, that kind of thing. So I would remove that from the thing. If you wanted to, you could make another appendix and call that the working appendix or the working idea appendix or something and just throw ideas in there. Again, I'm just going to jump all over so I don't miss these, trying to move through some order. There was a mention of next phase and worrying about the paseos. I think the paseos have to be worried about right now. Every emphasis we have on development downtown to maximize people down here potentially takes away, if we're not worried about it right now, it takes away our opportunity to put a paseo in or save it. Like, for example, I don't even know if we're losing a paseo with the shop-off project, but I know we're saving one with the Yardy project. And so stuff like that worries me, and particularly if we're emphasizing flat, vacant lots, the time to talk about the paseo is when somebody's going to build on that lot. It's not the next phase of the master plan. It's right here and now to worry about that. I love, love, love the stone treatments. One of you over there is the stone guy, right? And the Captain America iconic badge in the middle of the intersection or wherever that was. We should have stuff like that. I know it's not a Captain America thing, but we should have stuff like that all over the project, everywhere we can. We should be looking for little icons and badges and unique things to Santa Barbara, Chumashi things, whatever else that become, what is that? What did I just walk over? What did I see on the side of that building right there, and what was that? That just pop up and do things. For those of you who read Sightline blog every week where he has where is this in Santa Barbara and shows a picture of something, it's like we should be on that every week, and it should be the downtown corridor. Just great. I don't know how many more times we need to hear for totally different subjects that we need to worry about shortening the development process, okay, for housing in particular here, but other places for other reasons. And it is just, it is key to accomplishing so many, just like other concerns, it is key to accomplishing so many pathways to success for this master plan, is not having it get slogged and bogged down in a development process, whether it's for housing, whether it's for conversion of one type of land use to another, whether it's improvements, whatever it is. If you just will not be able to convince me that there's not a legal way to designate this area as something, a priority, an emergency, an urgency area that allows us to move things to the front of the line, give them allowances that you don't allow on my street on the Mesa, because of the importance and the way it blends into the entire picture of what we're trying to accomplish here. I think you should, on your list of road shows, I thought it was remiss not to put the Park and Rec Commission in there, particularly when I'm seeing all the time today or other days that emails referencing the lack of park space in downtown. And we're talking about a major renovation project, and at the same time, we're talking about taking up more space with more beneficial development or housing and putting more people downtown. And at some point, saying your outdoor space is downtown kind of loses its ring when it's all concrete and stone and roadway. And we need to look for opportunities to maybe involve them to look at the plan and comment on that and what the greenery looks like and where could we fit more in and what could we ask for from projects. Again, Eric mentioned too, the cross street issues. Everything we do on State Street increases the impact on the cross streets. And what we've done right now for the last several years is we've just turned our back on that. You can walk out here on Tuesday afternoon about noon and there's 8 cars at a dead stop blocking off all of De La Guerra Street into State Street. And in some cases, the drivers aren't even in their car. And that's just kind of not acceptable. If somebody had an emergency at that time and had to roll a fire truck in there and can't get in there, why would we be looking at it that way? Same thing with the people that are parking in the reds or the handicaps right up on the intersections or Ubers stopping in the middle of the intersection next to the planters and picking up and dropping off. We need to start to anticipate both what we see right now and then what our more housing downtown is going to bring to the cross-street pressures, and then what more success of people wanting to be on State Street is going to bring to those cross-street pressures, and start to proactively get out in front of that. I don't know if the idea of the 12-foot space is adequate, and if you have to say that, or you can't do it on a case-by-case basis, depending upon where the frontage is for a food and beverage operation versus what's in front of them. Maybe they're between 2 trees and there's no planter there, and there's still 18 feet in front of them, and we only need 10 or 12, whatever it is, right? And so could we encourage more outside dining there? And I'd like to be flexible enough, because I'm just not conversant anymore with what's going on at the ABC level, but it's already 2026, and I think you can walk out to a parklet with an alcoholic beverage in the middle of the street. You can serve it. And is that going to continue on? So are there some locations also on a case-by-case basis where we could move it away from the food and beverage operation out towards the street, still have your 12 feet next to the building of, or 10 feet, whatever it is, of pathway, and recognize that that's going to help the retail adjacent to that because you're keeping them close to the building. So I don't think it just needs to be one size fits all, that we're giving you 12 feet up against the building and that's where it's going to be the whole corridor. I think we need to be more flexible and look at that on a case-by-case basis with a menu of choices that we can offer or select. Somebody referenced plazas in great cities of the world. I've been in some not great cities of the world, and they have great plazas. I've been in some third world cities in the world, and they have great plazas. I think it's crucial that we tie in what we're doing with De La Guerra Plaza and this part of De La Guerra Street with what's going on in this project. It would break my heart if I'm alive long enough to see this project happened while De La Guerra didn't, because De La Guerra was put off for 20 or 30 years as the next project, and it wasn't synced together. We just didn't say, what is it, another $5 million? Okay, let's go chase the $5 million and get De La Guerra chiseled in on what we want to do. It will be a loss to the community, the downtown community, as the downtown community improves and De La Guerra is lagging behind for the next generation or whatever it is. I'd love to see as much seating come back as possible. I'm eligible for that. You know, I can only go so many blocks and I'm ready. Chase the grandkids long enough and have to sit down. And I realized that I'd been part of that problem and why it went away. I realized that, but I think we have to make a commitment to have seating and to protect that seating and enhance that experience. Talked about the landscaping. I was going to go in my office and get my little I'm leaving planning commission thing, and they roast you, and somebody gave me a palm tree with a tree grate. Leslie Westbrook gave me a palm tree with a tree grate because I was just miserable to Brian Kernall, who was here at every project he did and every sidewalk. I insisted that we do tree grates. They visually they turn an ordinary hardscape into something else. They don't collect trash. I would challenge you just to walk out and walk up and down Anacapa and just look at the trees inside a 3-inch lip of a sidewalk and just look how messy they are and filled with trash and trip hazards. And then they also just increase the square footage of walkable space anywhere you put them. We can go around the back of the moon. I think we can do tree grates. And then I think last thing, oh no, 2 more things. If you don't have the space necessarily to do dedicated space for performance areas, then build it in passively in some manner where there is space there, and maybe instead of just continuing with a hardscape design that is block, 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 you do a circular design to draw people to that spot as a spot that would be a performance space. Or even you raise it up 4 inches on the building side and taper it back down to where they're to the right grade on as you get closer to the street, and you put a 4 or 5 foot rail in, a half circle rail, just to designate that area as it is a place where you can gather, be spontaneous. You know, you have like 100 people in here who could think of this and flesh it out more than I could. You know, and when it's not, it's just a place to pause and rest and lean up while you're waiting for the signal to change too. Maybe they're near a corner, maybe they're mid-block, what there is. I think not doing that up front will leave you with the option that you didn't do it, and now if you want that, you have to kind of figure out some way to clumsily build it into there or structure an actual close down of the sidewalk or 1 block or something just to do something. You know, I'm thinking of satellite. You know, they do stuff like that all the time, but probably a little bigger than I'm thinking of because they're out in the street with 100 people. But there are places in town that would probably put a person on a guitar just out in the street as kind of a goodwill, hey, look over here because my food and beverage place is right behind me. Or there are, you know, performers that work their way through town that I think would like a designated space. They wouldn't be in a doorway. They wouldn't be in the wrong space. So I think you can solve this problem without taking away space that is needed, but with a subtle type of treatment that indicates that this is a small gathering place, not just a place where you keep walking through on a linear basis. And then last, I think somebody said something about this too. I think you need to continue to focus on the bicycle and pedestrian interface. I am not convinced on what is that, the 800 block right here? 800, 900 block, which is about as pitchy as there are on the whole length of State Street, that given a downhill run on a flat 2 foot or 3 foot nice surface in their lane, that somebody's not going to be going 30 miles an hour still, and we'll have people step off the new easy to get off roll curb thinking that, oh, it's a good, I should be able to cross here because I want to go directly over there, and just have a bad experience, okay? Whether it's a bad experience to get hit or just a bad experience in seeing people zoom by and feeling uncomfortable in that setting when the setting was all about making, you have a phrase there, pedestrian first setting that makes people comfortable. And then finally, I'm okay if you can take at that operational stuff with the way you're framing the big picture of this. I don't want to solve the problem today of what time cars can go out there, what time cars can't. I think there, in my mind personally, there is still a reason for a car presence at some time on the street. I don't know when that is, but to say today that 24/7 there will not be a car in the street, I think doesn't take into consideration all kinds of information I want as to what does that mean for deliveries? What does that mean for the Cisco food service truck that's coming up from LA and visiting 100 businesses, so they've got a 40-foot trailer behind them. And are you ready to put that on a side street like we do right now down the block? And shouldn't they be available during the daytime, or an Amazon or FedEx people? They're not delivering after 10 o'clock at night. And so I'm not ready today to say that you cannot put vehicles on State Street. And I think there's a time for private vehicles too. I think it's limited. I think pedestrian first means it's pedestrians first and vehicles second. To me, it doesn't mean pedestrian first and vehicles never. And I'd want to discuss that more before we, and I think the appropriate time too is to take a picture of the big picture and approve that and move on and continue to have that discussion. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I actually can be brief because so many of the points that I would have made were already articulated by my colleagues. But I am going to start first with a thank you to the State Street Master Plan Committee. That was such an important experience, and it was a challenging one. And the level of commitment that those members showed over, what was it, 20 meetings, Ms. Harris? I mean, that was a lot of work. It was a lot of work. And I know that there has been a sense that that work was for naught by some of those members. And I hope that they see in what is before us today that that work has borne so much fruit. I believe that we wouldn't be here today, of course, without Ms. Harris, Mr. Polizoides, without your expertise, but we also wouldn't be here without the commitment of the State Street Master Plan Committee. That was a challenging chapter, but it was a necessary one to bring us to the moment that we're in today. And of course, I couldn't thank the committee without specifically calling out Dave Davis, our fearless leader, who has just been a champion for State Street. You know, I think he had a particular vision, but more than the vision of flat, flexible, and fun, it was a vision of the heart of Santa Barbara, and how do we make that heart a reality in our downtown core. And that I think we owe Dave a huge debt of gratitude as well. So I had to start there. And with that, yeah, this is, to me, a really effective distillation of so many of the conversations that we've had over the years. And I fully support it and look forward to voting yes. The plan is detailed enough, in my view, to give us a path forward, but flexible enough to allow us to respond in real time to the constraints and opportunities that are inevitably going to arise over the years, and frankly, over the generation to come. So on that account, I think this was a smashing success. One of the things that I have been, and I'll speak only for myself here, been continually challenged by is this sense that I don't know what I'm planning for because I don't know the future. And what I think has been done so artfully here is to be a plan, to be a real plan that we can sink our teeth into without limiting us and without constraining our ability to respond to future needs. And so I really like that. And I'm going to make just a few very broad comments because I really do. I think Councilmember Jordan in particular, I wasn't writing down everything he said, but I think that I agree pretty much with all of the specifics that he articulated. Though one area where we disagree is I do want to keep hearing that we need to fix our permitting process. I do want to keep hearing that housing is going to be the main driver of success in our downtown. I know that we all know this. I know that we hear it over and over, but if you look at this list of 10 items that are central to the success of our State Street plan, 3 or 4 of them really are not related to the specific actions that we take as to the capital improvements of the street. The ones that are really critical for success are about our ability to bring housing downtown. So I think that not only do we need to keep hearing it, we need to keep hearing it in basically every conversation. And every time there's a housing project that comes before us, I hope that we will have a section in the staff report that says, remember how you voted on the State Street Master Plan? Because this housing project will be directly impacting our ability to successfully implement this project. So I think we're sort of on the same point there, but maybe from a different perspective. I think we need to hear it as often as humanly possible. I specifically agree on the Parks and Rec engagement point. One of the commenters said, people don't live downtown. I don't live on State Street, but I certainly do live downtown, and this is our backyard, and this is our outdoor space. And if we can think about ways to green it, that will be good for the whole community, especially those of us who live downtown. The cross-street impacts, absolutely. These are things that we need to keep thinking about. I know you all will. And I agree with the suggestion of my colleagues to take out the 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. operational part of this plan. Agree, there's simply just not enough information to make a call about whether those hours should be open to private vehicles, whether those are the right hours, what the impacts are. And I think it's distracting in some ways. Look, I think my personal preference is clear and has been clear since we started this conversation. I want a pedestrian promenade. I'm not inclined toward the return of personal vehicles. But I will say, one thing that I have learned over the last 5 years that we've had this conversation is that if there were really, truly total consensus in the community, I don't think we would have had the continual back and forth that we've had over the last 5 years. And I want to caution us from assuming that everyone believes there should be no personal vehicles on State Street. And what I liked about this, and I take, Councilmember Sutton, I take your point that sometimes trying to have it both ways undermines everything. But by the same token, what I felt that this did well was represent a compromise and some kind of consensus. And I do think that it's important that we be open to compromise. Not that we necessarily even say yes at the end, but I worry that if we were to take it fully off the table right now, there are going to be people in the community for whom they feel that downtown is not for them. And so I don't know, I think there's something to be said for compromises where not one party gets 100% of what they want. And that was, I think, what stood out to me, was an attempt to really hear everyone and have everyone feel that they had a specific say in this. So, my preference is clear, but I do think that the impetus or the instinct to try to find that compromise is one that I strongly support. And if we are going to have success in implementing these large-scale projects, I think we are going to need every single person at the table. And to do that, I think we're going to have to find ways and areas to compromise. With all that said, and while I do, again, just want to reiterate my excitement about this plan, I'm still feeling a little bit of unease, I have to say, and it has nothing to do with the plan that's before us. But I don't feel that some of the big issues that we are still grappling with have been fully and finally decided. The private vehicles being just one of them. I mean, I think everyone said there's a lot more we need to learn about X or this, and yes, that's true, but I'm struggling with the fact that I don't know when will we make those decisions? And is it iterative over the next 10 years that these things will be decided? And really, how do we improve the State Street environment now? I know that's coming up in June, but one of the sort of missing links for me that I'm looking forward to is how we take this plan and implement it into the environment that we see existing onto State Street today. What are the ways that we can take pieces of this and begin to improve the experience of being on State Street? And I do appreciate the feedback from Mr. Polyzoides that the street, as it is now, is a success. And in so many ways, I completely agree. But I also see a lot of vacancies up and down State Street. I also hear from a lot of people who experientially do not feel the same way. And so I'm really excited to see how we're going to take what I hope we approve tonight and begin to implement it in small and larger ways, not just 10 years from now, but in June. And to me, that's where the real rubber is going to meet the road. Because this plan is beautiful, and it was so well done. And I think it's really going to be incumbent on us to make it happen. Thank you.
Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. One quick question for our staff. Is there anywhere that residents could see the State Street Master Plan draft in Spanish online?
Councilmember Santa Maria, it is not currently translated into Spanish.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll keep my comments really brief. I don't want to touch too much on the key policy decisions because I want us to make sure we have time to go through all that. But that actually goes to my first point, which is in order for us to make sure that there is a lens of equity and inclusion, not to sound like DEI, but we need to make sure that there is language accessibility. And I mean, this is such a huge plan, so I'm not surprised that it's not translated in Spanish, but I would love to make that request if possible. If we can have the master plan and all related materials going forward in Spanish, that would be, I think, incredibly helpful for our community.
And Councilmember Santa Maria, the public comment period, as you heard earlier, is open until June 30th. We were obviously really crunched to get this out and published 2 weeks ahead of time, so at least there was a version out that people could react to. We will work on trying to get it translated into Spanish so that there's still time for people to make public comments by June 30th.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. I just have two quick comments that are not tied to the key policy decisions, but were raised today in comments and other discussions. As far as the retail vacancies and all of the empty storefronts we're seeing on State Street, I heard it from public comments, and some of my colleagues and I have floated this, but the commercial vacancy tax is right there as something that we could be using in the near future, not as a revenue generating source, but as a way to change behavior. And so I want to float that out there because I think it's something we need to seriously consider, because if we have property owners in the downtown area holding on to these vacancies when there are businesses here locally that would love to open a storefront, but there is a combination of they're not getting their permits from the city, that's on us. We have to make sure that we streamline that process. But also, I mean, those commercial rents are too high for the majority of our local businesses, especially the ones that are trying to start from the ground up. And aren't those the ones that we want to visit and spend our hard-earned dollars on? And so I want to make it more accessible for those vacant storefronts to not only not be vacant, but to be filled with the local businesses. And so I'm just going to reiterate my support for a commercial vacancy tax. And then the last point I'll make, and then I would love to go into the key policy decisions. I keep hearing conversations about State Street and what's the proper word for this? I'm going to say the certain presence on State Street that some people like or don't like, whether it's our unhoused population, whether it's the police, like there's always some sort of presence that some folks are either for or against. And so
one of the public commenters brought up a really good point that, we talk about needing eyes on State Street constantly, needing eyes so that, storefronts don't get vandalized, so that people are safe. We would have those eyes on State Street if more people live there. That's just plain and simple. And as it's been laid out in the plan, one of the key ways for us to ensure the success and the continued success of State Street is to ensure that housing downtown becomes a core priority for us, but not just any housing, because market rate housing on its own is not going to do anything for our service workers, for just generally our workforce and the folks that are trying to visit downtown. But in order for us to have a truly vibrant downtown, it can't necessarily only be park-like. It needs to be a welcoming space for people from all across the city. But if we're able to truly build a meaningful neighborhood within State Street and the surrounding areas, including Paseo Nuevo, we are going to have a reliable stream of customers and folks consistently walking, biking, going to work. So I often hear the solution to, well, we need more eyes on State Street is just increased police presence. But, our resources are only so many, and our police force is already stretched pretty thin. And for us to be asking them, well, patrol more, even though they already spend roughly 10% of their time on State Street, we need to take care of the rest of the city. And so we want to make sure that everything is balanced. And so we don't necessarily need, police doesn't always have to be the answer when it comes to safety. Sometimes it's a matter of, expose more visibility, more people that are actually living and like we said, have eyes on that corridor. So I'm really excited about this, especially being in my now going into my second year on council and seeing this from the outside perspective and now coming in. I am genuinely so encouraged and deeply grateful to every one of you that has been a part of this. I'm really excited to move this forward. I will end my comments there because I know we are very late and I want to get to the key policy decisions. Ms. McAdoo, do we want to go forward with what you had suggested on going through the 6? Do you want us to make a motion on the first ones except, like all of them except B, or what would you recommend for us?
I think there's a couple, what I would suggest is, yes, it would be great. I think if there's general consensus on a motion for items A, C, D, E, F, and G, and then leaving item B, and then that allows the council to go through the key policy questions, which we can bring up on screen and vote on those individually if you'd like to do that as well.
Thank you, Ms. McAdoo. Could you put up the A through G that we would be voting on?
We're going to try.
And, yeah, and if that's okay with you, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a
Talking
motion.
about on the agenda report or on the?
Oh, actually, you're right. Never mind. It's not on the slides.
We also had it on the slide. Was it? No. Okay.
Oh,
sorry.
that's okay. That's okay. But we have it. Yeah, we have it in our agenda report.
Yes, correct. Correct.
But I would, if possible, I'd like to make a motion to.
You can, but I still need to comment. So.
Oh, yes. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Every picnic needs a cloud. That's where I come in. And this is a great bit of work. Certainly, I've spent a lot of time with Ms. Harris discussing this over and over again. But I've seen it in many, many different iterations, and I'm really sorry, really sad this turned into such a binary conversation. It turned into cars, no cars. That's not how the thing evolved in the first place. So back in 2020, when Paul Casey closed State Street because of council direction over COVID, and is opposed to closing whatever block, because council was going back and forth, which blocks they should close, which blocks they shouldn't. He just said, I'm going to be egalitarian, I'm going to close everything up to the 1200 block, 1300 block, which was fine. It was a declaration. Everybody thought it'd be over by Labor Day. And when it wasn't, it was over for most cities and agencies that had done something like that, but council voted to keep that. And so they did. And so now we've had 6 years of pretty much status quo. It hasn't really changed much. There have been proposals, there have been entreaties by some of us up here actually, to open it up partially, to open it up one way, to do different things. I personally begged to get the 1200 block open at least one way to save the Granada Theater's Symphony customers because they're elderly and they show up, there's only one way in. Well, it turns out on State Street, there's a lot, as I think Mr. Friedman pointed out before, there's a lot of landlocked buildings on State Street. The street is the access point. And just to say, well, people can kind of get out and walk around to their parking spaces, it's a little cavalier when you think about everybody, not just all the young and healthy, but the elderly, the disabled, all those other people that may want to live or work in one of those buildings. So what I see from this is I see a beautiful set of sheets and artwork and whatnot. But even, Stephanos, mentioned that when I think you're trying to put us in our comfort zone. Well, this is really kind of like status quo. The new design versus the old design, kind of the same, what we're doing right now. And that's my point. My point is we are emulating what has failed over the decades, mentioned in your report, also mentioned in the Gibbs report, the 90% of those failures of these closed streets. But what's special about Santa Barbara is it's our main street, and it's 8 blocks. And that's really incredible when you think about how big of a chunk that is. If we hadn't had it closed for COVID, would we be having a discussion about 8 blocks? I really doubt it. We've talked about closing off streets in the past. It was in the 1964 general plan update. I knew one of the civil engineers that did the current design out here, and they talked about closing it off, and they go, the business people will kill us. They know it's not good. It's not a retail thing to do. And so I don't really understand retail that much. I was not in that business, but I was in business, and I saw the ups and downs of State Street, and I talked to Rick Caruso and had lunch with him and talked about State Street, and he's very familiar with it. And he said, number one, your block is way, way too long. Okay, every consultant we've had, I'm sorry, Stephanos, but you're about number 4 or 5 consultant we've had in this process. The blocks are too long. Number 2 is you're out of scale. And I go, what does out of scale mean? He goes, your storefronts are too far apart. No matter what you do in the middle, the two sides of the street are not going to relate to each other. My storefronts are about half the far apart that your storefronts are. So it's not designed to do what we think we're going to do. It's not a park. It's a street. It's the center of circulation. And why that's important is, it was mentioned before, I think Ms. Harmer brought it up, the cross streets. One of the first persons that moved off the cross streets was Janine's off of Figueroa, because the change in traffic really changed what she was doing. The only problem with her places is you can't get into the other ones. They're busy. She was busy there in Figueroa, but she gave it up. And the other people in that same La Ricotta complex are complaining about it too. They're having a hard time. The side streets, Victoria, those streets are suffering right now because the central business district has been in decline for the last 6 years. So, are cars going to bring that back? I don't know. But I know what doesn't work. What doesn't work is what we've got. And what I'm afraid of doing is spending a whole lot of money making a really pretty version of what we've got. Having just 20 feet and saying no cars during the daytime, I mean, yeah, I agree with Sullivan. You probably shouldn't even have them at all because it will be confusing. Except you have to facilitate, Marburg and deliveries and things like that. But there's no, the reason I was told that we're going to have 20-foot wide sidewalks is because we're going to have maybe 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 more people living downtown, which would be fabulous. Nothing would turn the downtown around more than that. That would be great. We average about 150 units a year, so I'm not really sure how soon that's going to happen. Maybe sooner, maybe not. I don't know. But if you do have that much population downtown, usually you think about having more road capacity, more access, more egress. Because one thing we know in this town is disaster. And one thing you don't want to do is block off a major subset of your egress. Yeah, you'll have those 20 feet. That's barely the safety lane. So, I'm obviously going to be odd man out here tonight. And I do appreciate the work, and I thought it was just the most professional I've seen of all the consultants we've had in our past. And you're doing what we're telling you to do. I get all that. But I mean, we've ignored a lot of entreaties of the property. There is a property owner here, and the woman from, I recognize that from Lilac. But for the most part, they were going, this is killing us. They've got reduced, 9 businesses, 9 properties have been reassessed downward. They're using, the rents they're charging per square feet are in the level from the 1990s. They're charging 5 and 8 times the amount of rent in Coast Village Road, and they got a line of people waiting to get out there to do that. So is it all about cars? No, it's about people. And if it was one-way traffic, fine, anything like that, but retailers want visibility. And the retailers that are on the corners are doing a little bit better right now, like Vori down here on Ortega and State is doing pretty well. But he's complaining about the rest of his shops because people tend to go within one block of where they park. There's this concentric circle thing where they go down dramatically when they get away from that center. So I am concerned about the central business district in general. If it was just about cars, then the side streets should be fine. So it's not just about cars. It's about vitality. It's about people. It's about circulation. It's about being around town. So I think all those things really matter. And I think we could reconsider and still do something similar to this by not having 20-foot sidewalks. If you had the sidewalks where you could accommodate cars each way and have bike lanes on there. Because the bike problem is still going to be there, the bad behavior. And the first day we closed it in COVID in 2020, I was on State Street. And that's when the bad behavior started. That was all the wheelie boys. Mr. Jordan made a comment about them, as I recall. My wife had to get me out of there because I was getting pretty irritated walking around with these guys. So it's happening. That was before the big e-bike thing happened. So I would ask for a reset of this. I'm not going to get it, I can tell here tonight. But I just think we're making a big investment for a long, long, long time, and we're trying to turn State into something that's not. It's a street. It's our main street. It's what the grid was built off of by when Haley drew the grid. It's what it's supposed to be. It's what you come up from the pier, you go all the way up to State Street and get up towards the Mission, and that's what it's all about. So I'm not going to be voting for anything on B. The rest of it looks fine. I kind of wondered about E, but that's what I was asking about Mr. Doimus, so we can re-review that again. But good work. You're doing a great job. I just don't happen to agree with the direction we're going here. And I think it's going to be damaging and continue to be damaging to property values. I don't know why we think that suddenly downtown's going to explode with people by copying what we have out there right now. Because it hasn't. We're doing some good things. Some good things have happened. Eric's right. But we haven't returned, and a lot of other areas have. So I'm really concerned about going this direction. So I won't be voting for B. And that's it for my comments. Now, Ms. Santa Maria, did you want to make a motion?
Sure, Mr. Rouse, thank you. I'll move, Ms. McAdoo, am I counting these right? I'm counting A through F. I guess they're not numbered or lettered, but. A, B, C,
Right.
D, E,
Oh,
F.
yeah.
It's only A through F.
A through G
Yeah, let me see what you're saying
is
about-
confirm the project timeline.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think they're in short form up on
Yeah.
the.
I see, okay.
Up on the
But-
screen.
I think
thank you for that.
Everything except the second bullet.
I think it would be best to go off what's in the agenda. so
Yeah,
it would
the
help
agenda
us.
report is probably the
Okay,
better one to go.
perfect. So I will move the staff recommendation absent of B.
Okay, that's B as in beta?
Yes.
All right,
To exempt, yes, exempt.
Yes.
or Bravo, as we see on the radio.
That's probably.
All right, very good. So we have a motion on the floor, first and a second, for item B.
No, everything
Everything
except
but B.
item B.
Yeah, everything listed on item 11 on the agenda for every letter recommendation minus item B.
I can restate it.
Okay,
Motion by Councilmember Santa Maria, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon. It's another way of phrasing it, to approve staff recommendations A and C through G. Okay? Go ahead and vote, please.
passed unanimously, thank you. All right. Now, do you want to go down item by item on the other thing, Madam Administrator?
I think that's up to the council.
Well, let me just do a quick straw poll, council. Do we need to break all these out as individual things, or do you think there's consensus to go through them
I mean, I think
on
I
this.
have heard consensus. I mean,
Yeah,
on
so
the
have I.
policy decisions that were outlined in the staff report. Obviously, I think Mayor Rouse does not support most of the policy direction and.
I'm glad you were paying attention. Thank you.
But
Nobody else is up
I've-
here.
It's at the council's pleasure if you want to take each question individually or if you'd like to vote on them as a whole.
Ms. Snedden, do you have an opinion on that question, Ms. Snedden?
I did just have one question on the vision and guiding principles. On the vision, it references the private vehicle hours. Could we just take that sentence out? Does that need to be a motion, or do you want us?
Why don't we go through, I think it might
Go
be,
through
let's just
each
go
one.
through each of the questions and then we can make modifications as needed, because I do think that way we just get clear direction on each one of the questions.
So you want a motion on each one of these points?
Yes.
Okay,
think
very
that
good.
would-
I will
is that-
leave it to the floor.
So,
Ms. Snedden.
thank you. So for that first one on vision and guiding principles, I would make a motion, yes, to everything with the exception of removing the reference to times for private vehicle usage. There's a single sentence on page 88.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Santa Maria. Everybody understand the motion? Even Mike? Nope. See, I told
It's just
you.
not specific.
Mr. Jordan.
But, I don't want to go back through my chicken scrawl of notes and figure out if more than one applies to each one of these bullets. It can't be, can every motion just kind of include the caveat of yes or no on that bullet, but taking into consideration the comments that you heard from whether a majority or not on council? Does that, I mean?
You're getting them?
That is helpful. I mean, I think there are going to be tweaks. This is the draft plan. So I think what we're looking for is consensus on the general approach and scope for each one of these.
I said that earlier. I agree with all of these, but my whole page of notes that I just talked in no particular order fit in with each one of these somewhere as a tweak, and other people had different tweaks. And Tess was taking notes, and we'll go back and look at the narrative. I mean, to me, that's really what I want to vote on is yes, but
with
pay attention to
the comments that
comments.
we heard this
Yeah.
evening, providing feedback.
Okay, let's let the city attorney weigh in on this.
That's not from a legal, maybe just efficiency standpoint, Honorable Mayor. Maybe exactly that, if Ms. McAdoo thinks that's helpful. Go with each one, and if there's any, and we heard your comments, is there any deviation from that? Maybe that would help, because we can highlight something you disagree with those points. But if there's a consensus along with your previous comments, I think then staff would be okay with that. Is that?
So kind of more direction-like than specifically granular in that, each one of those, is that?
Not grant, just if there's any, I think if there's any, we go through each one, if there's any deviation from it that you want to highlight or point out, that would,
Okay.
that would.
I think
that would help.
to like Councilmember Snedden's point, removing the operational hours for private vehicles from the vision statement. So that would be like a major shift in
Exactly.
I think
Okay.
it's
Perfect
major
example.
shifts in the direction that has been presented.
So we had a first and second on the motion. So, okay, so, Ms. Snedden, Ms. Santa Maria, are you on board with stipulating to whatever Mr. Doimus had for you?
Yes, so I think I'm understanding that you are recommending on this one, because it is a major point like that, to include.
To include it.
To accept the reference to private vehicle hours. Just take that sentence out on page 88. And I think there was consensus across the board that we didn't want to.
I think there was.
Put the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Madam Clerk, are you ready for the?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I believe so, but please all correct me on this motion and all further motions. Motion by Councilmembers Snedden and Santa Maria to approve the vision and guiding principles, and to remove the sentence regarding private vehicle usage on page 88. Okay? Please go ahead and vote.
Passes 6-1, Rouse is sending, okay. Move down to the next one.
Go back to the
Design
Can we go back
approach?
to the PowerPoint? Thank you.
So the next one is on the design approach. Does the council support the flexible design approach with 30-foot sidewalks and a 20-foot travel lane and emergency access area?
Mr. Jordan?
So I've done this once, so now I'm just looking back through my notes to see what I already said. So I did mention the ability to case-by-case basis of where the food and beverage on the sidewalk would be located. I guess that would go in this place, as would the design approaches to facilitate passive entertainment use in that space. And I think probably appropriate too to talk about the continuing concern with conflict between bicycles and pedestrians. So I don't know, I'm kind of going backwards here. So, I mean, so those are what I quickly grab off my notes that I talked about that might fit in that category as not just saying I'm in agreement with what's on this piece of paper here.
Okay.
So more than one nodding head, and I'll make the motion. Wake up.
Did you make a
Okay.
motion there, Mikey, or is it?
Well, I'll move that second point, approval of that second point with those 3 items that I just talked about.
So with
As comments to work on.
with a particular,
Ms. Sneddon?
Then jump right in. Yes, please. Yep.
Okay. Go ahead.
And then I would add to that, well, see, this is, I guess it is important to vote on these to see if we're in agreement, but I would add to that to consider the raised intersection option, to consider the flat curb if possible, and then focus on the 700 block as a purely pedestrian designated space as an option.
To the motion, Ms. Harmon?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no problem considering anything. But again, a vote yes doesn't mean that I'm going to vote yes for a raise. So I guess I'm a little bit process-wise. We've all made tons of comments. Putting them all in a motion to me indicates acceptance with the substance. I certainly accept that we should consider those things, and they sound theoretically great, but I don't know. So I guess I go back to, do we really need to put it all in the motion?
yeah, I mean, I think, I would say no. I mean, I think it doesn't all need to be captured in the motion unless it is something like the hours of operation for, yes, I think we're going to keep considering all of this. It's part of, we're going to go to all the boards and commissions. The council will have an opportunity probably for hopefully one more meeting to vote on the final draft, or final version, but if you need a second meeting where there's still some consideration of things. But I'm hopeful that the committees, the boards and commissions that we're going through will also sort of dive deeper into these more technical details and the comments.
Mr. Attorney, did you have a?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. And just to echo Ms. McAdoo's comment, nothing is binding at all. What you're doing is just providing guidance. So if you're putting in a motion, obviously it's voted on consensus in terms of seeing that, but again, it's not binding. But council can frame this, as Ms. McAdoo said, how they would like.
I mean, is there a fear here that somebody may not get something included if they don't do it right now? I mean, you're just doing direction, right?
So, Honorable Mayor, it's a legitimate question. If there is that fear, then I would dissuade them. It doesn't preclude them later on for commenting or bringing it up. It just helps staff give guidance as much as possible.
Mr. Friedman.
I think it's getting a little convoluted. I agree with Councilmember Harmon. Voting on some of these, it might give, especially as time goes by and you're looking back, it might show, hey, you were supportive of these. You lose the context of the conversation in the moment now. I'm obviously supportive of looking at all these, but to the extent that you have comments from earlier, I think we're kind of unanimous taking out the 10 p.m. to 10 a.m. at this point. But just with all the comments that we've made and given the feedback, there's enough to go, and then that will help the design boards give some feedback and coming back.
I will highlight just, I think though the Councilmember Sneddon, your comments about the raised intersection option is a completely different design approach than what's presented in the draft. So I think if the council wanted us to look at that, I think we'd need specific direction on that. Similarly with the flat curve.
Should I make it for each one of those comments?
I think if those are particularly of interest to explore, or that you would like to see those in the plan, I think having a vote on those options would be helpful, because those change dramatically the design approach that is contemplated in the draft plan.
Then should we be making motions and votes on those individual things before we vote on the general yes design approach? Or I'm just...
Mr. Attorney?
Maybe I can, if Ms. McAdoo agrees with me, maybe I can help Honorable Mayor. Maybe we have the 6 points up there, or now 5, I think we voted on one. We can maybe do a motion where if we want to collectively approve the 5 in the interest of time and efficiency, and if there are any deviations, like Ms. McAdoo pointed out, or like we did on the timing of the vehicles, that would help. Like something that really is in contrast of what's proposed here. And I stress the word contrast. I think that would help.
So I think, yes, so what, maybe make a motion on the general, the five remaining questions, and then if there are specific motions where you'd like to see a change, like for example, consider the raised intersection option, let's maybe do that.
Yeah, we can make a motion that relates to the general subject, but just do these in general. That's not.
Okay.
Ms. Harmon, you,
Sorry, if we're going to be voting on this now, so I have I'll wait, sorry. It's for Ms. McAdoo. Sorry. Okay. Right. Sorry, Ms. McAdoo, I apologize. Just my question before we get to the motion. So I don't feel that I can vote on on the suggestion of Councilwoman Sneddon, because I don't know, like, how much money is it going to cost to do this new assessment, and how different from the plan is it going to be? So I guess maybe this is to Councilmember Sneddon. I am actually interested in hearing all those things, but I think for me, the train has left the station, and I would like to move forward with what we have. So because I just don't know what I'm voting on when I say considering it, I'm just not going to.
Yeah, and I would just say that, I will say that would require significant additional expense for design work and would extend the timeline pretty significantly.
well, I thought we were also going to the general, then Ms. Sneddon could go ahead and propose that as a separate addenda, and then we can vote on it then, as opposed to making it part of the general we were talking about. I'm not sure even where we are in motions right now, to be honest with you. Ms.,
Right now, we have one on the table with a lot of detail in it, so maybe we want to withdraw.
Maybe just withdraw that motion and start over again.
okay.
Okay.
And,
Yeah.
but I am a little bit confused. I mean, I'm going to say yes to the general direction to all of these, but if the train's already left the station, but this is the first time we're seeing it, then I don't know why we would vote on any of them.
But is this truly our last bite at the apple on all these things? Because you're going to go through all these discretionary review boards as well.
Council members, there are items that you are mentioning that do, even though they may be one item here or there, they do really change the design. So, and Stefanos could maybe speak about this a little bit more, but the curbless design versus curb is something that would dramatically change not just the streetscape, but the civil infrastructure work that we're looking at, among other things. There are reasons, we did look at the raised, some of the comments you've raised are things that we've studied, and we did not go through all of that in the staff presentation, but there are reasons why we chose not to go the raised intersection route, although it was something considered. Curb extensions were one where I think there is an opportunity to explore that a bit further in the engineering and detailed design work. Stefanos, anything that you heard that you think could be helpful?
I think all of the comments that you had, the critical comments that you had, are legitimate. I mean, I think one can question anything, any aspect of this project. The mayor's comments were a little bit more global, but the specific individual comments that many of you made, I think, are comments to be answered, I think, or discussed. Not so much redesigned, but discussed. But you need to know that, my response listening to this very complicated and interesting discussion is that a lot of the design and engineering aspects of the streets need to be understood as being continuous for the blocks. You cannot have discontinuous bike lanes. You cannot have this lack of circulation of cars with certain closed streets. The reversal of the camber of the street has to be throughout. I mean, there are basic issues that relate to the entire system of organization of the scheme. The pedestrian corridors need to be open and not disconnected. They have to be a certain size. So I think every comment was legitimate. Absolutely every comment is legitimate and needs to be addressed at some point. And actually needs to be addressed not only with you, but the commissions. I think we should not go to the commissions in a triumphant mood and say, here we are, just yes or no. I think we should say we had this vote, there were lots of questions, and here's the top 10. What do you think about the top 10 questions? If we have to do a little bit of work here and there to just figure out some change, I'm not talking, this should not be deep design, it should be just a sketch here and a sketch there.
That's
And
exactly
come
what
back
I'm
with
saying.
information
Yeah.
that basically then is useful to you in appreciating where your comments are leading us.
Thank you.
Or should be leading us.
And my comments were not redesign, and thank you for picking up on that. It was consideration of, and if you just answered it right there like you did, that it was considered, then done. So I just wanted to be able to make those comments since we've heard them from public comment. They were at some point in the discussion, and thank you. You answered that.
And we have a
So-
deep list of them
Yes,
written
and
down,
you've-
so that's all there.
That was all. So I'm prepared to say yes to all of these, and you have our comments. I guess the question is, Ms. McAdoo, I think, I hear that you're both asking for specificity, but then not. So you've heard all of our comments. Are there any one of those that you, as staff and designers, feel you need us to take a motion on?
I think Stephanos just answered the question, because I think the raised intersection option, and I apologize because I did not know that had been part of the earlier analysis. So I think
This
that
isn't a
that
late
was that was
throw-in
yeah.
thing.
So that was, I think that was helpful. I was just want to make sure that the council doesn't have anything that's like, hey, we need to go in a different direction, or if that's something you want to raise, then we can say, have we already looked at that and analyzed it? We're happy to share that information as we go through the review process, and happy to share that with council, that analysis.
Okay, can I just raise one, and then I will stop, and I'm prepared to say yes on everything, is if there is will of council to look at the 700 block distinctly as this passive space with some anchoring element to it, because that is different to plan around that. And that would be like either the entertainment circle or the fenced-off area, not what the design element is, but like the actual consideration of one block that is that. Is there will for that? No, it's not about cars or not cars, but one specific block that has these different elements. We saw so many images of them, slide 20, slide 30 in our
So really
package.
differentiating the 700 block, whether
Yes.
it's, pedestrian only and, or.
And
or
that's not even that, it's just about some
sort of
sense
differentiation of
anchoring,
the 700
We
block.
saw some that were statues, some that were play, some that were entertainment area, that we, that we, with intention, set a block that is to be something special.
I'm sorry I didn't make that very clear, because I spoke about it in passing. The subject is incredibly complex, so bearing down on this one question, all three blocks of the central civic commercial area, to be named something else later, I really have to be special in some
Yes,
way.
okay.
They have to be absolutely distinctly special. And what we have not been able to do is that I think we both of us said in the beginning, that this is really a strategy, not a plan. there will be a schematic design, just take a word, an architectural word, that describes the design of a building in detail. There will be there has to be a detailed design block by block of this project that takes the principles, and at some point, past June, as this goes from schematic design to construction documents, indicate that there are special things going on or not special things going on, block by block by block. But the most interesting thing about this design is that there has to be a certain generality about the scheme, particularly about systems, engineering systems mostly, that take care of the entire seven blocks. Because remember, this is a street. It's not a square. It's a street, and it has to work as a street. It is still a street. It's the multimodality and the balance between modes that has to be designed. But then, within that space of the sidewalks or any other aspect of it, there have to be special characteristics.
Can that just be the motion? Because all of that, what you're saying is perfect, and it is not reflected in this question of 30-foot sidewalks and 20-foot travel lane. So I would like everything that you just said to be, yes. I don't know, you have a motion on the floor. That's why I'm looking at you. Oh, you took it away.
It got withdrawn.
Then I would like to make the motion that the design approach be what Mr. Palazoides just articulated.
So that the 700 to 900 blocks really be called out as something special, unique, and there's, as we get into schematic design and construction drawings, that be articulated further.
Yes.
Anybody want to second that? Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Okay. I have lights on for people that want to speak. Does somebody want to speak to the motion? Mr. Gutierrez, I'll let you go first.
Thank you. So does this include the 400 block at all?
No.
No, we're just talking about the 700 to 900 block design right now.
Gotcha. Okay. I just want to reiterate my points that I made earlier, that if we could just agree on the retractable bollards and the redirecting of the one-way streets, the rest of it's going to require a lot of oversight from a bunch of different committees and such. But those two are kind of like the base of everything else. So.
But let's finish up this motion, and you can come back if you'd like, Mr. Gutierrez, and make a motion. Mr. Friedman, you wanted to speak to the motion.
Yeah, I'm supportive of a concept of differentiating the central here, the 7 to 9. Specifically, it gets a little more specific than what we're doing today, but that's why we're doing this. And then this is actually a perfect opportunity for HLC to get the first crack at it. And so they would have a much more in-depth and a much more historical perspective to address this type of thing than we would tonight. So give them the kind of first crack at the canvas there.
I think actually the next question gets to this exact motion, so.
Wait, the city attorney's got his light on. Would you?
Thank you. I just wanted, Honorable Mayor, thank you. I just wanted clarity. Is this to what's on the screen or in general? Because when you look at B, the goal is to provide additional refinements. Is this just to this item?
This is let's move to the next question, because what we're talking, the motion is actually this. So this is actually what you have just made a motion about.
Okay.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
So,
that's what I was curious.
yes.
I apologize. So that's been moved
So we'll get to
and
that.
seconded.
So this is, I think what is on the floor is actually speaks to this question specifically.
Okay. We
Yes.
can call them. Ms. Sandridge, you want to comment first? Or you want to wait till this vote?
Very briefly, yeah, I'm just a little bit confused. Are we not voting on the previous policy decision then, or are we coming
Let's
back?
go back, since there is
We're
an
coming back.
active
We'll do it in order.
motion and a second on the floor that relates to this particular
Perfect.
question.
Okay, I'll reserve my comments then until we go back.
Does
Thank you.
everybody understand the motion? Yes. Because you're better than I if you do.
I will repeat what I have, which is, this is going to refer back to State Administrator McAdoo. Motion by Council Members Snedden, seconded by Councilmember Jordan, to hold out the design of the 700 through 900 blocks as described by City Administrator McAdoo at approximately 8:51 p.m.
I think as a passive space with anchoring design element, and making the 3 blocks special is what I heard.
There you go. Rack them up.
Okay. So to say that into the record, Councilmembers Sneddon and Jordan to hold out the design of 700 to 900 blocks as a passive space with an anchoring design element and making the 3 blocks special. Okay? Okay, please go ahead and vote.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, sorry, nope.
Just a simple clarification that passive space doesn't mean that all the systems don't go through it, whether it's bicycles, cars, because you cannot freeze the center of the street. Absolutely impossible to have any other part of this project by thinking of the center as being not part of a system of water conveyance, vehicle conveyance, people conveyance, the kinds of, all the things that make a place of this kind a true place. And within that system, there has to be a special character. I mean, that is really important. That's why the first point is so critical, the first item, that there has to be, the whole design is about that kind of essential continuity, not only in plan, but also all the perspectives that you saw in these various districts speak to the issue of continuity.
Yes, and
within
I had
that,
referred to your slides 20 and 30 as, so yes,
So
with
maybe we'll just-
some element that's anchoring,
Right.
not frozen,
right.
but
We could maybe
activated.
take out the word passive, I think is probably.
It's an important part of it. I don't know. I mean, are we wordsmithing or we're not? I can just vote yes on everything. I don't know. But I want a little zone. This is like actually the core of everything about this plan to me, whether the bikes are not or
Yeah,
not.
I mean,
but
I
some
think
little zone
I
that
think this
isn't-
is if the
Yes,
yeah.
so
I mean,
let's
so
just
this
go yes.
question, it's like it's the first priority investment zone. It's got some sort of differentiated pavement, a signature plaza. There's something unique about the 7, whether it's those specifically or we the specific design.
I'm
Mr. Freeman, did you have something?
Can we
to-
just make that slide the motion?
We could, except for I'm trying to get something in there about some passive space, some small passive space. Councilmember Jordan talked about it. I've talked about it. Many people have talked about it. Some small portion of the block that is, maybe the bikes go around it, or it has not a fountain, but it had, you had images, several, that had a feature in the center.
Here's the challenge, and I think to keep it general and understood, one has to appreciate the fact there will be 20 feet of roadway in one form or another for emergency vehicles. So you cannot have a passive space in the way.
Not
the
even a little
passive-
passive space, little fenced off
You
passive
could have some
space?
passive space on the sidewalk sides away from the space, but you cannot make that space a passive space. The systems I'm talking about are systems of access and of conveyance and of movement that make this, that's actually in every slide that you saw. This is, the plaza that is passive is really De La Guerra Plaza. This is a place that's on the side and is completely passive because it is not subject to the same issues, to the same requirements, to the same conveyance issues and continuity issues and balance of modes issues that a street like that is. Could it have a special character? It could have special street cover. It could have special paving. It could have all kinds of special and important qualities. It is to be redesigned from scratch, unlike the other 2 places, up and down, that have to be adjusted and completed in the form that they have.
So is that true of Mike Jordan's idea also about having some kind of arena or something? Are you saying that can't be done? So, or? Okay.
We're really
I
getting
think- I
stuck on
think-
the minutia
I'll just
here.
vote yes. Okay.
Okay.
I'd love to see, it was in many slides. I don't know
I
what
was
to
really
say.
putting the pressure on you to come up with use on the 20 feet of sidewalk that fit in.
Yes, indeed. I think that's.
Passively.
Yes, absolutely.
And
We
I
heard
mean,
that, yes.
if I was king, I'd say, well, it could bleed out in the street for when the street is closed, but the street would still be
This is what
potentially
happened to
open
other
when you wanted the
consultants
street
too,
open.
Stefanos. It's not just you.
What page is
I mean,
that?
to me,
What page is that?
what you're saying here is, what I was saying, is it encompasses considering what I was saying. I mean, I'm fine with that.
I think the challenge, and I think what Mr. Pelozaitis was trying to express, is that if you put it in the middle of the street, it impedes emergency fire department access, so.
I don't care if it's in the middle. I
Okay,
just
so
want
just
it somewhere
somewhere,
on there.
somewhere, okay.
And I wouldn't have brought it up except for there are like at least 7 different photo examples in our appendices and documents. So this is Boulder. It has some fenced off little area where kids can be that a bike isn't going to run over them. That's, I mean, I don't know what the thing is going to be, but that's all I'm trying to say is that
As long as there's, I think that we get the point about making a special space and creating something. So I think that, yes, absolutely.
Thank
So,
you.
Yep.
See if we can move on here. So where are we at on, there's not a motion currently?
Yes,
There is, okay, cool,
Yes.
yeah.
It,
Just,
the motion that, Mayor and Council, the motion that I have is the one as stated by City Administrator McAdoo, which is Councilmembers Sneddon and Jordan, to hold out the design of the 700 through 900 blocks as a passive space with anchoring design element and making the 3 blocks special.
And I think as long as, you know, we heard that we could, yes, it could be somewhere in those blocks, not necessarily in the middle of the street. Okay, great.
go ahead, Madam Clerk, if you would.
Very good. Go ahead and no more questions. Go ahead and vote, please.
Passes 6-1 with Rouse dissenting, thank you.
So I just, going back to the question before this, I think this goes back to Mr. Pelozaitis' comment that, you know, the plan as it is designed is a system that has civil engineering drawings, you know, has contemplated utilities. So I think what the is to get sort of consensus that that is the design approach that we want to see for the block areas in the plan along State Street.
so moved.
Okay, on this, okay, it's moved and seconded. Any further discussion? May we have the vote, please, Madam Clerk?
And Mayor and Council, that is a motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Herman. Is that correct? And is that for the
That's what's on the board.
text on the, okay.
Text on this.
And that is,
Santa Maria to the motion?
I'm so sorry, quick question. Does this include the possibility for our boards and commissions to take a look at the flat and flexible design?
Councilmember Santa Maria, no, it does not. I think if the council wants us to pursue the flat and flexible design, we would need that direction today from you. We are trying to get clarity on the design to take forward to boards and commissions, and so, you know, if that is not with a curb and it is a flat and flexible design, that's something that we would like ideally to hear tonight, so we can see what we can do in the design.
Are those changes that could be proposed by the boards and commissions themselves, or would you need council direction first in order for boards and commissions to consider that?
I think we would like, at least this is what council has asked of us previously, is that you would like to provide the overarching policy framework, and then the boards and commissions work within that and make recommendations for how to make it better, improve it. And I would say that I think the flat and flexible would be a pretty significant redesign of what has been proposed this evening.
Okay, thank you. I'll just comment very, very briefly. I'm a little conflicted because it feels like we're told this is just the beginning and we're not giving too specific of a policy direction, but also we do need to give some overarching. So I just have concerns about accessibility, and I would prefer to at least explore the flat and flexible design. If this doesn't include at least the ability to look into it, I don't think I could support it. Thank you.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity to the team, was that looked at as part of the analysis?
It was, and I think there's a number of issues, I think, that the team is responsible to responding to you at some point about the viability or not viability of those kinds of issues. For instance, the issue of the curbing is a continuity and issuing the conveyance of water, for example. That's a fundamental issue, because the flattening, the cupping of the street conveys the water in one way. The flattening it out conveys it in a different one, right? So there are technical issues that control the subject of this kind of continuity, the system's continuity that we're talking about. Now, is this an important question? It's an extremely important question. So as we're talking to commissions, for instance, we should be addressing your concerns. And when we come back to you also, I think, we should answer every one of the important points that you raised in one form or another. Because we haven't had a chance tonight to respond to many important, at least a dozen design-based comments, I think, that deserve a response.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor? Is there? Did we vote?
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right.
And that would be with allowing for the consideration at boards, is that what you're saying, Councilmember Santamaria? Or just, we're
well-
satisfied that
Was- Yeah, it was already explored.
No, yeah, just to get clarification, so we're saying we have explored the flat design, and do we have the results of that anywhere for the public to see?
It'll be answered later, I think, is
I mean, we can provide that, what the analysis was and why this was the preferred option. I think that is.
Yeah, we can most certainly answer all of these questions.
Final question, process-wise, if we don't give that direction at council, but boards and commissions want to explore that, do they have that ability to do that?
It'll come back to us.
Yeah, it would come
Yes.
back to the council.
Okay.
If there's a strong majority consensus among the boards and commissions that they want to, there's a different
Because
design.
they're gonna look at all this
that
stuff
we-
too, and they're
and
gonna
I
come back
think-
to us with a
I think at that
recommendation.
point, if we started to hear that, we would come back sooner to make that shift.
All right. Get it in.
Okay. This is, and please correct as we go along, motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, to support the flexible design approach with 30-foot sidewalks and a 20-foot travel lane emergency access area. Okay to vote? Okay. Please go ahead and vote.
Let's see, passes 5-2 with Ms. Santamaria abstaining and Rouse declining. There we go. What else we got?
So there are a couple other questions, but I think particularly on the funding strategy, I don't think we need council direction on that tonight. That's something that I think is pretty self-explanatory. Maybe if you could go to that, maybe we could just go to that next. Oh, no, the funding strategy, yeah. I don't think we need vote on this. This is what we would do regardless of how the plan, so I don't think we need a council vote on that. Let's go back to the phasing approach. So this is, I don't know if the council feels comfortable giving direction on this, or you'd like us to continue to move forward a little bit further into the design and then come back with further implementation recommendations.
I think we use more information.
I will say the last question, I think, would be very helpful to get clear council direction on.
Moved by Sneddon, second by Harmon. Ms. Santamaria to the motion?
Yes, very quick comment to the motion. Does this include any breakdown that we can look at the types of housing we would have, so affordable, moderate, market rate?
Well, it would be, I mean, I guess it could be proportional to the city's reallocation, but again, it's a market-driven decision or a housing, affordable housing provider decision as to how those units get allocated and what gets constructed. So I think, we can try to encourage affordable housing, but again, I think we want general consensus from the council that housing is a critical piece of the puzzle. What that looks like and what types of units, I think, are important.
And then it says here, it also includes evaluating other city-owned surface parking
Correct.
lots, and, okay.
And that might be an area where we could look at more affordable units on city-owned property because we're able to contribute the land or participate in a way that makes the units more constructible.
Okay, I want to make sure the neighborhood we build in the downtown is equitable and accessible to everybody, but I'll be supporting this.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on that? Okay. Get her done.
Motion by Councilmember Snedden, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, to support incorporating 1,000 through 2,000 new housing units in the master plan area towards the city's 8,001 unit RHNA allocation, including redevelopment of city-owned surface parking lots with housing above retained parking. Okay, go ahead and vote, please.
All right, passed unanimously. All right, that's it for that item.
I apologize for the sort of messy process here at the end. Thank you for your patience. I don't want it to detract from or take away from the amazing work and hard work of the team. I think there's still a lot of questions to be answered, and just really grateful for the level of engagement, the team's just amazing production of this plan. So I didn't want the sort of messy process at the end to take away from all of that good work.
No, I'm still joyful. All right, thank you very much.
Thank
Done.
you very much for having us.
Thank you.
Okay, any council member communications or engagements? Ms. Snedden?
Just to keep this party going, Fire Safe Council Board meeting, they're developing maps throughout the County of Fire Hazard and Risk maps. The sheeps are on the ground in San Roque, attended Combe meetings, Sheffield Tunnel work is being done. Earth Day, fantastic show by the city. Attended Greg Hart Women of the Year. Attended the Black Family Cookout. And Santa Barbara High School play, Midsummer Night's Dreams, really great. And just in memory of Loretta Red.
Mr. Friedman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended Earth Day. Congratulations again to the CC for an incredible event, 56th year. The Moxie State of the Museum event, Assemblymember Hart's Women of the Year. Congratulations to the 3 outstanding members of the community who received awards. The fair kickoff, Bucket Brigade had their Golden Shovel Awards. Great organization. Congratulations to all the youth that received awards, and to Farmer John, who does the farm with all the students out there. And then also wanted to specifically recognize the Central Coast Water Authority. It was the last meeting for Ray Stokes, the executive director, who has been there since the start of the agency. We made a joke that he started his career at CCWA in the late 1900s. And congratulations to him upon his retirement. He worked for them for 29 years, and a big loss, but we have great shoes coming up. But congratulations again to Ray Stokes for a great career in securing water for our county.
Ms. Santa Maria?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I attended the 15 South Hope groundbreaking of the new Housing Authority units, and Parks and Rec Commission and Transportation and Circulation Committee.
Very good. And as Ms. Snedden mentioned, we'll adjourn the meeting in the memory of Loretta Red. And that's it.